Chapter 2804. The Ninth Floor. Tantai Bingdai stared at the young man, but she quickly reacted and hurriedly said, "The inner demon of the 8th floor comes from the myriad of worlds. It is the 7 emotions and 6 desires of humans, as well as a type of evil energy from the bedeviled. After tens of millions of years, it is finally born. It is not something a first-timer can resist." She knew that Lin Ling was very strong, but she always thought that Lin Ling was a bit weaker than her. Taking a step back, Lin Ling was on the same level as her, but even she couldn't stop these inner demons. How could Lin Ling succeed? "I know." However, Lin Ling's calm answer left Tantai Bingdai standing there in astonishment. Lin Ling was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. He didn't seem to know the power of this floor. However, when she wanted to remind him again, she saw Lin Ling firmly moving forward. All kinds of inner demons surrounded Lin Ling, killing, greed, lust, and so on. Lin Ling's step suddenly stopped. Not good. Tantai Bingdai couldn't help but shout, thinking that Lin Ling was lost in the inner demons. "Tantai Bingdai, that brat is dead for sure. Do you see the demonic statues in the hall? Those are the people who entered the inner demons. They entered a new world and couldn't come out for the rest of their lives, turning into statues for the rest of their lives." Tantai Bingdai's jade token also let out a sound. Pa. However, the moment this sound came out, Lin Ling took another step forward. Then, with a slow and steady pace, he quietly moved forward. At this time, Tantai Bingdai's mouth was agape. Her originally nervous expression turned into shock. He really did it. She originally thought that Lin Ling was on par with her, but the scene before her told her that Lin Ling was actually stronger and more capable than her. No wonder Sir Tong Man of the Imperial Court valued Lin Ling. So this was the case. This guy is still the strongest generation? He looks like an exceptional talent who has been famous for many years. Tantai Bingdai was the Imperial Court's most powerful exceptional talent. She was arrogant to begin with, and had an unyielding character that could look down on all other mountains. But now, she had no choice but to accept this. She even saw that Lin Ling's speed was slightly faster than the 81st Prince's. "I hope he can defeat the 81st Prince." At this moment, the hope in Tantai Bingdai's heart grew even stronger. Of course, she was even more curious about this Lin Ling who had suddenly appeared. At that moment, the 81st Prince had already entered the 9th level, and was completely unaware of what was happening behind him. In his opinion, he had already obtained the Azure Dvarch Imperial Jade Seal. His greatest enemy was not his opponent, but the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. As for Lin Ling, he was still pacing back and forth on the 8th level. Surging demonic barriers like the mortal world rushed into his soul. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had already experienced far too many illusions. He comprehended the world origin seed and returned to the world he came from. It was as if he was reincarnated as a human. In order to find the second dream, he entered the ghost domain and reincarnated. He observed the reincarnation of fallen leaves and rang the divine bell of Qing Prefecture. He had already experienced the tribulation clouds of the devil. "Ah, come kill me. Lin Ling, save me. Lin Ling, don't go." Familiar voices rose in Lin Ling's heart, but his gaze was still firm. All of this was an illusion. Like a dream, a bubble, an illusion that was neither created nor destroyed, neither dirty nor pure, neither increasing nor decreasing. Thus there was no color in the air, no feeling, no thoughts, and no consciousness. Lin Ling's steps became increasingly firm. No inner demons could affect him. This caused Tantai Bingdai to be even more shocked. She could only watch as Lin Ling gradually disappeared from the 8th level. At this moment, countless experts in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty were looking at the sky. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the Divine Dynasty, and even the venerable sovereigns were the same. There, the Emperor's star was still as dazzling as before. Countless ordinary stars were approaching the Emperor's star. 3 ordinary stars appeared on the 6th level. However, 1 ordinary star arrived on the 9th level, only 1 step away from the Emperor's star. "The 81st Prince is here." After a moment of silence, someone solemnly said. They were very sure that it was the 81st Prince. "Tantai Bingdai is still on the 8th level. She has reached her limit." Another person sneered. knowing that Tantai Bingdai was not the 81st prince's match. This battle is not only about Tantai Bingdai, but also Lin Ling. However, Tong Man immediately said, telling everyone that their imperial court had two hopes. What's the use? However, the 9th prince sneered and said, you don't know how powerful the Azure Emperor's bloodline is. Not to mention Lin Ling, even if the two of them work together. However, just as he finished speaking, another dazzling ordinary star arrived on the 9th level. This. The 9th prince's eyes narrowed. He forcefully swallowed his unfinished words back into his stomach. As for Tong Man and the 3rd prince, they were ecstatic. They guessed that it was Lin Ling. In fact, although they thought highly of Lin Ling, it was not because of his talents, but because someone in the imperial court had a high opinion of Lin Ling. And now Lin Ling did not disappoint them. Now it's up to Lin Ling. This was the first time the 3rd prince said Lin Ling's name. No wonder Grandma Wendao had such a high opinion of Lin Ling. This newcomer was able to stand out among the 100 first-generation talents. He was not simple at all. It's Lin Ling. Who is he? The 9th prince's face was very gloomy. He had naturally heard of Lin Ling's name, but he had always thought that he was just a passerby. But now, even a passerby wanted the Azure Emperor's Jade Seal. This was unexpected. Even if he reached the 9th level, what's the use? It's just a flash in the pan. The 9th prince said again. That's right. How can a mere Lin Ling compete with the bright moon? Yes. The Azure Dragon King quickly added. He seemed to be flattering the 9th prince, but he was actually very nervous. This was because he did not want Lin Ling to shine like a comet in Qingzhou. Without a doubt, because of Lin Ling's appearance, the entire Great Azure Divine Dynasty was moved. No one expected this junior, who had caused a commotion in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty not long ago, to be competing for the Azure Emperor's Jade Seal today. Let's wait and see. Lin Ling can reach the 9th level, so he must have his own ability. Yes. Compared to the 9th prince and the others, the people of the imperial court were full of confidence in Lin Ling. At this moment, in the 9th level, a slender figure was forcing his way forward. His pace was not fast, and sweat poured down his body. I didn't expect the 9th level to be an emperor's tribulation, shouldering all the lives in the world. Yes. This young man muttered to himself, and his expression became even more serious. This was because the 9th level did not have any tribulations. It was only a tempering of the soul and body. It was a kind of emperor's aura, as if one was carrying all the lives in the world. This mysterious power was the most terrifying in the entire Copper Sparrow Pavilion. This was because as an emperor, one had to be concerned with the entire world, including gods, demons, and all the lives in the world. Even the laws of life and death had formed the emperor's tribulation. Chapter 2805. The 81st Prince. With each step forward, the emperor's tribulation becomes greater and greater. This power is comparable to the weight of 100 realms. Moreover, both the soul and the body are suffering from this power. The youth revealed a smile and seemed to become more courageous as he fought. The Azure Emperor carried so much on his back. If he can do it, so can I. His words were filled with lofty ambitions. For this day, I have been suppressing my cultivation, allowing myself to remain at the true immortal realm. For this day, I have paid a lot. I will definitely obtain the Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal. He took another step forward. His bones and soul were immediately suppressed by the Emperor's tribulation, making crackling sounds. However, his spine was still straight, and no one could stop his footsteps. This was because he was the Azure Emperor's son, the 81st Azure Emperor's son. He was also a genius of the 9 states. He was just over 20 years old, but he was already one of the 9 heavens of the Azure state. The so-called exceptional talents are like ants before me. If not me, then who? Now, apart from the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, who else can be my opponent? His voice was extremely loud and clear, as if he was giving himself great confidence. Of course, his will was firm and the effect was obvious. In a short period of time, he took another step forward. Victory and defeat have been decided. He smiled again. Pa. However, just as his smile rose, a strange sound of footsteps came from behind him. His pupils constricted and filled with disbelief. Tantai Bingdai, you reached the 9th level? He slowly turned his head to look. However, what made him even more surprised was that the person behind him was not Tantai Bingdai, but a handsome youth. This youth's face was filled with determination and was covered in sweat. It seemed that he had also experienced many twists and turns to reach this level. How is this possible? The 81st prince spat out in horror. His heart was in a perilous situation. The person who came was Lin Ling. At this moment he was also looking at the 81st prince. He had long heard of this person's name. He was the most mysterious among the exceptional talents and had the Azure Emperor's bloodline. Now, it seemed that the 81st prince was even more terrifying than he had imagined. This was because Lin Ling's 10,000 demon eyes could see that this person was indeed in his 20s. Looks like he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, Lin Ling thought to himself. Moreover, he could sense that this 81st prince was even more powerful than him. This was the first time he, Lin Ling, had met a genius younger than him who was stronger than him. Sure enough, in the land of the 9 prefectures, there was always someone better than you. Fortunately, although Lin Ling's cultivation speed was fast, he was never complacent. Moreover, the other party's background was much better than his, so Lin Ling wouldn't be jealous at all. The only way was to surpass his opponent's fighting spirit. He, Li Xiaoyao, had also seen the geniuses of Jiuzhou in the past, but in the end didn't he surpass them one by one? Finally he caught up. Lin Ling put away his thoughts and smiled. Your name is Lin Ling? The 81st prince's voice was very pleasant to the ears, like the sound of a jade zither. He had also regained his composure. Although Lin Ling had surprised him, it didn't mean that Lin Ling had obtained the Azure Emperor's imperial jade seal. Therefore he didn't need to panic. Of course, Lin Ling did have some skills to be able to surprise the dignified 81st prince. Looks like I've underestimated you. Although the 80th prince knew of Lin Ling's name, he obviously thought of Lin Ling as a passerby. I was lucky to climb up here. The process wasn't easy. Lin Ling smiled. This was the first time he had met the 81st prince. They weren't enemies, but they were on different sides. Therefore, he said again, you're more powerful than I thought. It's because you're one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, right? That's right. I'm indeed one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. Moreover, I'm the youngest of the 9 heavens. The 81st prince didn't hide anything, but he still shook his head. This Copper Sparrow Terrace can't be climbed up by luck. At least, Tantai Bingdai isn't as good as you. However, no matter what you've experienced, I represent the bloodline of the Azure Emperor. Therefore, I can't give the Azure Emperor's imperial jade seal to anyone. Following the last sentence, the 81st prince's expression turned serious. If other exceptional talents were here, they would definitely be shocked. That was because the 80th prince was very young. He was always smiling at everyone, and had never treated an exceptional talent seriously. Lin Ling was the first. I don't represent anyone, but I promised the imperial court. Therefore, I will do my best. Lin Ling stopped smiling and his expression turned serious. Then let's see who's more powerful. The 81st crown prince spat out these words with determination. He looked ahead and was already moving forward again. Lin Ling looked at the 81st prince and felt even more serious. This prince was indeed an amazing person. Although he had the bloodline of the Azure Emperor, he wasn't arrogant and looked down on everyone. This kind of talent and humility was the most terrifying. Then Lin Ling retracted his gaze and looked into the distance. I've never seen this level of tribulation cloud on the cloud path. Moreover, it has a mysterious power that suppresses both the physical body and the soul. It's like the tribulation of the devil and ghost tribulation cloud. However, I'm already here. How can I be weaker than others? Lin Ling gritted his teeth and took a step forward. The mysterious power was like shackles that shrouded his physical body and soul, making it difficult for him to move. His body also started to tremble. That was because the power was too strong. Fortunately, Lin Ling's godly demon body wasn't weak either. Therefore, he could barely withstand it. As for soul power, it had always been Lin Ling's forte. Therefore, he didn't feel any pressure at the moment. Space. Along the way, Lin Ling occasionally glanced at the 81st prince and realized that this genius of the 9 states was good at space. Moreover, his control of space was very strong. He was probably the best among the younger generation in Qingzhou. Lin Ling had also cultivated space before. However, he was obviously no match for the 81st prince. The two of them chased each other on the 9th level. Although it didn't seem that big, it took a lot of effort for the two of them. They walked for a full day and night. Even on the great Azure God dynasty's side, countless experts looked up at the sky. They had been watching for a full day and night. However, they were all very nervous. Success or failure depended on this. Of course, compared to the liveliness on their side, the 9th level was very quiet. The two figures were like stone statues. They took a long time to take a step forward. However, the 81st prince had obviously reached the latter half of the level. However, at that moment he suddenly stopped in his tracks. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. The emperor's tribulation has become even stronger. It's starting to suppress my cultivation. Previously, he could still barely resist the suppression of his soul power and physical body. However, it was a little difficult now. That was because most of his space came from his cultivation. If his cultivation was suppressed, then his combat power would be greatly reduced. Chapter 2806. The Azure Emperor's Imperial Majesty. The short distance was like the distance between heaven and earth. It was to the extent where he had a feeling that if another exceptional talent was here, forget about leaving, they might have been directly suppressed to death. The Imperial Tribulation, the Imperial Majesty was inviolable. Drip. His sweat kept dripping, but it turned into nothingness before it touched the ground. It was suppressed by the Imperial Tribulation. He simply sat down cross-legged. At least before he familiarized himself with the current Imperial Tribulation, it was not suitable for him to move forward. I have the Imperial Qi, but I can only reach this far. That Lin Ling is probably even worse. After sitting down cross-legged, the 81st prince turned his head to look. However, as soon as he looked, his pupils instantly shrank. This was because Lin Ling was only 5 steps away from him. He did not realize that Lin Ling was actually behind him, and was getting closer and closer. I am one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, and I have the Azure Emperor's bloodline. Although the Copper Sparrow Terrace does not test one's strength, I am more powerful than him in every aspect. Why is he getting closer and closer? The 81st prince said in disbelief. As the Azure Emperor's bloodline, he had left Qingzhou since he was young and had seen the true sons of the other 9 states. Therefore, he had always thought that there were no more than 5 people in Qingzhou that he would pay attention to. But now there was one more person. Most importantly, this person was a passerby. It's starting to suppress one's cultivation. What is this level? Why is it more terrifying than the tribulation clouds of the Cloud Saint Land? Lin Ling had just stepped forward when he gritted his teeth and said. Unfortunately, the 81st prince did not know what the Cloud Saint Land was. This was because the place Lin Ling had been to before was actually called the Thunder Destiny Land. Otherwise, the 81st prince would be even more surprised. If he knew that this passerby was the one who had rung the Qingzhou divine bell, he would probably vomit blood. Was this still a passerby? As he thought about this, the 81st prince looked at Lin Ling. However, the moment Lin Ling approached him, he immediately could not adapt to the new imperial tribulation. His knees immediately bent and sweat poured down like rain. His face was also incomparably pale as he gritted his teeth. However, just as the 81st prince thought that Lin Ling was about to fail, his bent knees made a cracking sound as he stood up straight again. This guy. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, the 81st prince said with a trembling mouth. Though he was a genius of the 9 prefectures, it was a pity that his weakness was also very obvious. It was precisely because he had little experience, so when he saw Lin Ling being so determined, even he was shocked. This was a real man. The vicissitudes of life, blood, and sweat he had experienced were clearly several times that of the 81st prince. I want to reach the finish line. After standing up straight, Lin Ling said word by word. His words were firm, but his body continued to tremble. It's very difficult. However, the 81st prince didn't laugh at Lin Ling's trembling because he knew that other than him and Lin Ling, the others would be even more unbearable. What I have promised others, I will do. Lin Ling ignored the 81st prince and continued. What you promised others. You are truly a madman. After knowing Lin Ling's goal, the 81st prince helplessly shook his head and said, You and I both know how difficult the remaining path is. This imperial tribulation is a three-pronged test: the body, the soul, and the cultivation. If any of these is weak, then it will become a weakness, and the tribulation will attack you. Once you fail, you will die. I know, but if I don't try, how will I know? Lin Ling rested for a moment before continuing. Madman. The 81st prince murmured in his mind. He wanted to copy Lin Ling and stand up to continue, but reality made him want to, but he was powerless. At this moment, he couldn't help but admire Lin Ling. Of course, with his age, Lin Ling was indeed his senior brother. Boom. It did not take long for Lin Ling to overtake the 81st prince. However, his body was trembling even more violently, and his entire body was dripping with fresh blood. His body, soul, and cultivation were all being suppressed like never before. Give up. If this continues, you might die. The 81st prince stared at Lin Ling, because a puddle of blood had formed below Lin Ling's feet, causing him to be a bit frightened. However, Lin Ling ignored him and continued to stare forward. This undoubtedly caused the 81st prince to sigh in his mind. He didn't understand why Lin Ling was so persistent. Perhaps Lin Ling was a paranoid maniac. Once he had decided on something, even 9 bulls could not pull him back. Normally, there were only 2 endings for such a person. One was death, and the other was surviving a calamity to break out of a new world. He suddenly felt that the reason why Lin Ling was able to become famous in the Azure Prefecture, and even move him, was because of his paranoid nature. Of course, he didn't know that Lin Ling was able to reach his current height, due to his own trump cards outside of his paranoid nature. The triple cultivation of essence, qi, and spirit was one of them. Although the 81st prince was more powerful than Lin Ling, in terms of foundation, he couldn't compare to Lin Ling at all. In fact, in the entire Azure Prefecture and the entire 9 states, Lin Ling was the best among his peers in terms of triple cultivation of essence, qi, and spirit. It was because of his triple cultivation of essence, qi, and spirit that Lin Ling was able to persist until now. He took another step forward. At this moment, his ears were ringing and his vision was blurry. However, he recognized the direction and just needed to move in that direction. In fact, he wanted to obtain the Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal. Apart from the Imperial Court's reward, he believed that going through the Copper Sparrow Terrace would definitely be beneficial to him. Furthermore, he also knew that Grandma Wendao had asked him to join the Imperial Court, because she wanted him to help her obtain the Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal. This was his intuition. Lin Ling's numb steps brought him closer and closer to the finish line. Behind him, the 81st prince clenched his fists tightly as a sense of defeat welled up in his heart. He had been born with a silver spoon in his mouth. This was the first time someone had defeated him. What kind of feeling was that? Most importantly, the person who had defeated him wasn't as strong as him, and wasn't one of the 9 heavens of Azure Prefecture. Plop. However, at this moment, a crisp sound came from the front. The 81st prince saw that Lin Ling had actually knelt on one knee. Furthermore, a blurry illusion appeared 3 steps away from the finish line. This person was tall and burly, and wore a colorful imperial robe with a jade crown on his head. He looked like a monarch descending from the heavens. The Azure Emperor. The 81st prince gasped. This was his father, whom he had only met once in his life. He hadn't expected that the one guarding the last level would actually be the Azure Emperor. Lin Ling had been defeated. At this moment, the 81st prince kept shaking his head. However, for some reason, there was a voice in his heart that wanted Lin Ling to defeat his father, the Azure Emperor. However, this was actually a kind of wishful thinking. Kneel. An authoritative voice echoed throughout the entire 9th level. The entire Copper Sparrow Terrace swayed as if it was about to shatter. Chapter 2807. It was my turn to be the emperor this year. Their faces turned pale. They guessed that someone was close to the Lotus Thearcha's Jade Seal. The Lotus Thearcha's Jade Seal was of great importance. Once it was taken, it meant that the Lotus Thearch had completely fallen from the throne. Hence, the Lotus Thearch would definitely stop this person. I wonder who it is. Could it be the 81st prince who reached the end? It could be senior sister Bingdai too. There's also Linling. He also reached the end. Which of the three of them will touch the Lotus Thearch's jade seal? The exceptional talents all spoke in shock. However, on the 9th level, the tall man was still looking at Linling with a cold expression. Mere mortals, how dare you touch the Lotus Thearch's jade seal? You haven't cultivated enough yet. Go back and cultivate for 1,000 years before coming back. His voice was reprimanding and imposing. It actually made everyone feel inferior, as if they were really weak. Even the 81st prince was the same. Since ancient times, there have been deities in the 9 prefectures who created the world. If you want to obtain the Lotus Thearch's throne, you have to go through thousands of tribulations. You are not qualified. Moreover, the Lotus Thearch will not be born among you. The Lotus Thearch said again. His words were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. The expressions of those who wanted to become the Lotus Thearch changed drastically. They were not qualified? At this moment, Linling gritted his teeth and stubbornly felt that his entire body was being suppressed by the Emperor's aura. He could not stand up or straighten his back. However, the Lotus Thearch's words had also ignited his fighting spirit. Crack. A crisp sound rang out. In order to stand up, Linling had forcefully broken his knee. This guy. The 81st prince sucked in a breath of cold air. Was Linling trying not to kneel? How dare you? The Lotus Thearch roared angrily. An even more powerful emperor's aura suppressed Linling. This emperor's aura was formed by the sun, moon, stars, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It represented the Lotus Thearch's ability to dominate everything. Crack. However, Linling still tried to stand up. This time, the sole of his foot was also broken. Only one foot was still standing. He refused to kneel. However, Linling's mind was in a blur at this moment. The reason why he didn't kneel was because he only remembered one mission: to seize the Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal. Everything else was no longer important, including the Qing Emperor. However, Emperor Qing's might was not something that Linling could resist. Gradually, Linling's consciousness became more and more blurry, but subconsciously his strength began to erupt. First, it was the fusion of his 3 dantians, then the tyrannical song sword, and finally the evil flame transformation. The 81st prince in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. He was certain that Linling was the number 1 under the 9 heavens in Qingzhou. Of course, this bit of strength was nothing to the Lotus Emperor. Therefore, in his subconscious, Linling's trump card exploded once again. The 10,000 mammoth's devil eyes seemed to be able to see through the Azure Thearch. The Lotus Thearch's eyes lit up. However, this was not the end. Something terrifying happened again. Rumble. Linling's trump card, which had been hidden all this while, had appeared at this moment. In the sky, the space-time divine monument appeared. It suppressed the Lotus Emperor like the investiture of the gods. It was fearless. This guy. The 81st prince in the distance exclaimed in horror. Linling actually dared to attack the Lotus Emperor. Furthermore, what was that black divine monument? Why did it give him the feeling that it was an existence that had reached the legendary ultimate desolate body? Furthermore, it was a top-notch talent among the ultimate desolate bodies. How dare you? The Lotus Emperor roared like a dragon enraged. Unfortunately, the space-time divine monument was heartless. It ignored his might and continued to suppress him. The Lotus Emperor did not expect that while he was suppressing the youth was resisting with all his might and suppressing him. Furthermore, the youth's methods were extremely sharp. He could not help but begin to take the youth seriously. The young man stood on the ground with one leg. His long hair danced in the wind and his blue robe was dyed red with blood. He looked like a death god from the underworld. He stood shakily and gave off a great pressure. The Son of Heaven's decree is the decree of the heavens. In ancient times, a god created the world and set the rules. The Qing prefecture's divine bell rang, and the Lotus Emperor was removed from the throne. Now, you are obstructing us from obtaining the Lotus Emperor's jade seal. Are you trying to violate the rules set by a god? Suddenly the youth spoke. It was very cold. However, it was mixed with a strong sense of authority. I am. The Lotus Emperor immediately replied. You don't have to answer. We all know that you are indignant. You are afraid that a successor will surpass you and rule over the Qing prefecture. Therefore you are obstructing us. However, don't forget that back when you obtained the Lotus Emperor's Jade Seal and became the Lotus Emperor, you were not qualified back then. The youth said coldly. He seemed to have said it subconsciously, but also seemed to have sobered up. How dare you? How dare you? The illusory Lotus Emperor's face seemed to turn green and red. I am indeed bold, because I think that the throne will be mine next year. The Lotus Emperor is nothing. The youth smiled. He finally raised his head. His long, messy hair faintly revealed an ambitious smile. Suppress. Suppress. Following the youth's low shout, the divine steel of time and space in the sky came crashing down, directly smashing the Lotus Emperor's authority into ashes. Smack. The youth dragged his broken leg and walked step by step to the finish line. Along the way, his body was covered in blood, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. However, he finally disappeared at the finish line. At this moment, the 9th level was dead silent. It was as if everything that had happened before was just a dream. Only the 81st prince sat there in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. He was the only witness. He succeeded. Yes. Finally, a voice filled with shock floated out of his mouth. It lasted for a long time. Of course, the great Qing divine dynasty was also in a state of madness and rebellion. This was because everyone saw that an ordinary star had finally reached the Emperor star. It had even completely merged with the Emperor star. This scene was earth-shattering, and it caused the entire great Qing divine dynasty to surge like a tide. Even the guardians of the 9 fated lands in the faraway realms were shocked. Especially in the destined land of lightning. The elders were all blowing their beards. I heard that 3 people reached the 8th level in the end. The 81st prince, a girl called Bingdai, and most importantly, that little guy who caused trouble is also there. Yeah, why is he everywhere? He caused trouble by ringing the Qingzhou divine bell. And now he's going to snatch the Lotus Emperor's Jade Seal. Heavens, this guy's birth is going to disrupt the chaos of the universe. The elders walked back and forth, and they were so shocked that they were spinning in circles. In fact, they weren't sure that Lin Ling had reached the Emperor star, but Lin Ling's ringing of the Qingzhou divine bell made them think that this guy was simply someone who wanted to see the world in chaos. Now Lin Ling had appeared on the last level. Everything was possible. Maybe this guy will be the next Azure Dharch. Yeah, even the bloodline of the Lotus Emperor is inferior to him. TSK, where did this freak come from? Chapter 2808. An ancient legend. Compared to their guesses, the great Azure divine dynasty wasn't sure who had reached the end. Voices of doubt rose and fell. As for the exceptional talents of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, they all stopped because they realized that all the tribulation clouds had disappeared. This meant that they were too slow. The Azure Thearch's Jade Seal had been taken by someone else. But who was it? All kinds of guesses rose and fell. However, none of this affected Lin Ling. He had reached the end, walked through a long corridor, and finally reached the peak of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Lin Ling was even more curious about the Azure Thearch's Jade Seal. This was the rule set by the Immortal, and even the emperors of the 9 states had to follow this rule. Then who was the Immortal? Luckily, the divine steel of time and space. I didn't think that the process of seizing the Azure Thearch's Jade Seal would be so difficult. In my previous life, when I was still Li Xiaoyao, I missed the time when the emperors ascended, so I didn't know this secret. Lin Ling dragged his heavily injured body forward slowly, but a smile appeared on his face, because he realized that under the Azure Thearch's imperial aura, his soul power had instantly increased, reaching 3,000 levels. Now, with the triple cultivation of essence, energy and spirit, his soul power had once again surpassed the other 2 areas. And as he moved forward, his heavily injured body also slowly recovered. I wonder what treasures there will be at the end. Lin Ling was obviously looking forward to what he would encounter next. Following the corridor, the stairs began to wind upwards. After walking out, Lin Ling appeared in an ancient city wall that looked like a beacon tower. Above the sky, purple haze floated in the horizon. This didn't seem to be the Azure State anymore, as if it was another space in the universe. Lin Ling looked around and saw that the purple haze was sparkling and translucent. It actually floated up and down like a tide, extremely mysterious. And in the haze, thousands of soldiers and horses appeared, and ghosts and gods appeared, fighting with each other. The battle between these experts directly caused 10,000 worlds to collapse, as if it was something from the ancient era. Lin Ling even saw the scene of the creation of heaven and earth. Most importantly, the scene was somewhat familiar to him because it was a bare-chested giant with an axe in his hand. He severed the primal chaos and finally formed a new primal chaos. The giant's body disintegrated. Its flesh and bones turned into rivers, and its eyes turned into suns. All of this gave Lin Ling a very familiar feeling. Later on, Lin Ling saw a woman with a serpent's tail. She created living beings. Aren't they Pangu and Niwa? Isn't this an ancient myth rumored among the people on Earth? Lin Ling's mouth twitched in disbelief. In his opinion, Wuxia was an extremely weak world among the 10,000 worlds. But the story here was related to Wuxia. Could it be that the ancient myths didn't just create Wuxia, but the entire universe of chaos? Or perhaps, there were experts from the ancient Wuxia who came to the chaos of the universe and recorded everything. That was why Wuxia had these ancient legends. The world in front of me is a world that even Li Xiaorao hasn't touched. There are too many secrets hidden in this universe of chaos. The purple haze in the sky gradually disappeared and returned to normal. Lin Ling continued to move forward. 8 shooting stars. Suddenly, the purple haze in the sky disappeared and became pitch black. 8 dazzling stars hung in the sky, which puzzled Lin Ling. Then he thought that those shooting stars should represent Jiuzhou. As for the last one, it should be the place where he was standing. Shaking his head, Lin Ling continued to move forward. The beacon-like city wall was very large. As he walked along the city wall, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of him. It was so dazzling that Lin Ling couldn't see clearly. After finally adjusting to the light, Lin Ling saw that it was a huge golden mountain. This mountain was golden and magnificent. There was nothing on it, so Lin Ling directly walked onto this mysterious golden mountain. However, the golden mountain was very large. After stepping on it, a strange feeling wrapped around his body. It actually healed all of Lin Ling's injuries. This golden light is a little unusual. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Roar. However, at this moment, a roar came from the sky. In the sky, an endless dragon ancestor appeared. This dragon was made of bones and seemed to be made of gold. It rumbled as it flew across the sky. Moreover, both of its heads were looking at Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. That mysterious golden skeletal dragon gave him a great sense of pressure. What kind of secret is hidden in this Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal? Why is there such a super divine beast? Lin Ling almost wanted to run away. However, when he thought that he couldn't outrun the golden skeletal dragon, he didn't want to run away. He also didn't believe that he would be killed by an ancient divine beast when he came here to take the Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal. Roar. However, the earth suddenly shook. In the distant void, a burly figure ran over, causing the void to shatter like glass. Heaven and earth shook. Then a huge stone ape appeared. This stone ape had 3 eyes and its body was gray. However, its body was the largest that Lin Ling had ever seen in his life. It was probably as big as a city in Qingzhou. The stone ape let out a roar and jumped up. It landed on the golden skeletal dragon, and used its huge arms to pull the ancient golden dragon apart. This one is more terrifying than the other. Lin Ling's mouth trembled. What kind of madness is this ancient divine beast? However, that was not the end of Lin Ling's surprise. Birds chirped as a one-legged white bird appeared and hopped over. Moreover, this bird looked as big as a chicken, but the moment it appeared, the gigantic stone ape was clearly afraid. It looked at the bird with hostility and actually did not dare to attack rashly. In addition, a huge green ox came from the east and slowly moved forward. In the west, a black tiger with 6 wings on its back appeared. It flew over like a black bolt of lightning. In the south, there was a black cloak. It was unknown whether it was a human or a god of the underworld. It was also flying over quickly. Of course, Lin Ling saw that the black cloak wasn't a human. It was just a cloak. However, its appearance was filled with an aura of death. Next was the three-headed giant dog, and the thunder jellyfish king. There were too many of them. These unknown ancient divine beasts were all gathered at the sacred mountain. As for Lin Ling, he was the weakest among them. Now he could neither leave nor stay. He was very depressed. Most importantly, these ancient divine beasts soon began to fight. That white bird the size of a chicken had actually killed the tall and sturdy stone ape. Rumble. When the stone ape smashed down, Lin Ling's mouth continued to twitch. As expected, you can't judge a chicken by its appearance. Lin Ling didn't know the origin of these monsters. However, he didn't expect that this ordinary-looking monster was the most powerful. Wong wong wong. Suddenly, the sound of a divine bell resounded, and then a bamboo shoot silently grew out from the peak of the mountain. At this moment, all the ancient divine beasts stopped fighting and gazed at the bamboo shoot with burning desire in their eyes. Could it be that they came for that bamboo shoot? Chapter 2809. The disruptive white sacred camel. At this moment, the divine mountain was covered in multicolored light. An ancient bell rang loudly, and wisps of purple haze sprinkled down like halos. Roar, roar, roar. The ancient divine beasts around the divine mountain all released angry roars. They didn't ascend the divine mountain. Some lay down, while others looked at the bamboo shoots on the divine mountain with grave expressions. They seemed to be enjoying the purple haze's light. Moreover, the originally barren divine mountain was now filled with a large amount of plants. There were all kinds of strange and colorful plants. Lin Ling couldn't help but open his mouth. What was that bamboo shoot? It actually made the divine mountain grow plants. Moreover, it was clear that the surrounding ancient divine beasts all came for that bamboo shoot. The universe's primal chaos was too big. The ancient legends, the universe's secrets, forget Lin Ling. Even Li Xiaoyao of the past didn't understand this light. Soon after, Lin Ling's eyes flickered, because he was also on top of the divine mountain. He discovered that the purple haze enveloping his entire body actually gave him a warm feeling. This purple haze was a bit out of the ordinary. My innate talent. Lin Ling released a cry of surprise. He finally discovered the purple haze's effect. It was actually increasing his innate talent. Roar! At this moment, the big green ox in the distance glared fiercely at Lin Ling, as if blaming Lin Ling for disturbing their peace. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled awkwardly and immediately became silent. Moreover, he discovered that those ancient divine beasts were also transforming, all of them changing towards the ancient bloodline. Innate talent, whether for humans or divine beasts, is the foundation that determines whether one is strong or not. A person's innate talent also determines their upper limit. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Innate talent, that was the foundation of fighting above one's level. For those without innate talent, if they wanted to defeat their opponents, they could only rely on ultimate martial arts and the weapons in their hands. However, it couldn't be denied that powerful innate talent could achieve twice the result with half the effort. One had to understand that even though he was very strong among the 100 exceptional talents, these people's innate talents weren't any weaker than his. The reason he could sweep through the crowd was because of his ultimate martial arts and his most powerful trump card, the fusion of his three dantians. But now Lin Ling's talent was increasing. His God Devil body went from a first-grade God Devil body to a second-grade God Devil body, then to a third-grade God Devil body. It was the same after time and space. Roar. Behind Lin Ling, a giant mouth appeared. It was the realm-swallowing beast. The primordial divine beast on the godly mountain glanced at Lin Ling with a hint of curiosity in its emotionless eyes. They did not expect the puny human to have the body of a realm-swallowing beast. Of course, they didn't pay much attention to it. In fact, they were even a little disdainful. Obviously, there were strong and weak realm-swallowing beasts. They were ancient godly beasts, so their bloodline was not much weaker than the realm-swallowing beasts. However, Lin Ling did not mind. He was a tiny ant to the ancient divine beasts, but he was an existence that couldn't be underestimated to many humans. Tisk tsk. The realm-swallowing beast's body has reached the 5th stage. So has the flame of time and space. The world-swallowing beast can make me immune to many attacks. There are many side effects of swallowing. Plus, it can increase my power. Now my power has reached 500,000 universe power. Lin Ling was ecstatic. 500,000 universe power. What kind of concept was that? In terms of power alone, it was comparable to 50 great realms. Even in Qingzhou, it was probably unique. This was not a human. It was a huge realm. The flame of time and space was even fiercer. The flame ancestor's aura was also much stronger. However, the limit of the flame of time and space was the peak godly body. It was not comparable to the time and space tablet. My power has increased again. If this continues, I'm afraid I can reach the peak. Lin Ling was looking forward to it. However, at that moment, a white light flashed from afar. Then the entire godly mountain shook, making Lin Ling's steps unsteady. Then he realized that the godly mountain was moving, and it was moving at an extremely fast speed. What is happening now? Lin Ling's eyes kept flashing. His soul power spread out, and he realized that under the godly mountain, a huge white camel appeared. Lin Ling could not see the four limbs of this camel. It was as if it was stepping on the ground of the universe. The hump on its body had become the godly mountain. Could it be that this white camel wanted to steal the godly mountain? That was indeed the case. The ancient divine beasts on the godly mountain were obviously enraged, and they were all roaring. That was because the bamboo shoots belonged to everyone, and the white sacred camel wanted to take them all for itself. In fact, even Lin Ling was cursing in his heart. This camel was too greedy. Roar. At that moment, the big green ox was emitting black demonic energy, and it turned into a huge ox head. The ox's eyes were flashing, and it suddenly howled. The terrifying shock wave made the white camel tremble, and the godly mountain was about to collapse. Demon Ox King? This big green ox has indeed transformed. Lin Ling was shocked. He looked at the one-legged white bird. The bird flew up and spewed out flames, burning the sacred camel. Those flames gave Lin Ling enormous pressure. His flame of time and space almost broke out of his body and was summoned away. Fortunately, the time and space divine steel suppressed everything. The other divine beasts also attacked one after another, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. If such an intense battle were to take place in Qingzhou, there would probably be countless casualties. Even if the Emperor Qing of Qingzhou was here, he might not be a match for these ancient divine beasts. Lin Ling's eyes were opened. He even hoped that the divine beasts would kill the sacred camel thief. This guy was really despicable. However, Lin Ling had underestimated the sacred camel. It had great endurance and blocked the attacks of the divine beasts. Moreover, it was running away at a speed that was beyond Lin Ling's imagination. Lin Ling hurriedly flew into the sky. After all, he was on the godly mountain, and he might be taken to the ends of the earth if he was not careful. Then Lin Ling sighed helplessly. The godly mountain had disappeared from his sight, and the ancient divine beasts had also disappeared. If not for the white sacred camel, Lin Ling's talent would have reached the peak. What a pity. Of course, Lin Ling was not greedy. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by. It was Lin Ling's fortune to have encountered it. What's this? Suddenly, Lin Ling lowered his head. There was a sparkling light in the sky. He took a step and appeared in the light. Then he realized that it was a blue seed. What was strange was that the seed was transparent, and he could see some mysterious runes in the seed. This should be something left behind by the godly mountain, Lin Ling said to himself. He grabbed the seed with his hand. What was strange was that the seed sprouted when he touched it. It was like a young vine that grew along Lin Ling's arm. Moreover, two tender green leaves swayed slightly, as if a child was waving at Lin Ling. It should be the purple haze on my body that made it grow. Lin Ling could not help but smile. He had absorbed the purple haze before, and there was still some left on his body. Now the vine had benefited. Kunlun. Chapter 28:10. Victory and defeat had been decided. Kunlun. Lin Ling was curious. He touched the leaves of the vine with his left hand and said with a smile, "Then I'll call you little Kunlun." As if it understood Lin Ling's words, the leaves of the vine shook even more vigorously. Although Lin Ling didn't know what this vine was, it was left behind from the sacred mountain, so it must be extraordinary. After being delayed for so long, I still haven't gotten the Azure Emperor's jade seal. After that, Lin Ling didn't stop and flew back in the direction he came from. Along the way, he didn't encounter anything strange. Finally, in the sky, Lin Ling saw a floating boulder. On top of it was a square jade seal. It was simple and ancient, giving people a sense of history. This is the Azure Emperor's jade seal? Lin Ling landed on the boulder and looked up and down. However, no matter how he looked at it, the Azure Emperor's jade seal was very ordinary. After that, Lin Ling picked up the Azure Emperor's jade seal. At the same time, a huge whirlpool appeared on top of the boulder. It seemed to be the way out. After putting in so much effort, I finally got the Azure Emperor's jade seal. I don't know where this place is, but I hope I have the chance to come again. Looking at the space behind him, Lin Ling stepped into the whirlpool. At this moment, in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's ancient palace, everyone was still waiting. They looked at the statues around them, and then at the huge whirlpool. Over there, exceptional talents walked out one after another. Each of them had a sad expression. Without a doubt, the exceptional talents who walked out had all failed. Although everyone knew that someone had obtained the Azure Emperor's jade seal, and that it was beneficial to everyone, they knew that the person who obtained the Azure Emperor's jade seal was more important. The person who obtained the Azure Emperor's jade seal would benefit the most. They might even have a chance to become the Azure Emperor. Moreover, the magnates they belonged to would also be able to get a lot of benefits. Therefore, they were very curious about who had obtained the Azure Emperor's jade seal. They were also very nervous. However, the exceptional talents who walked out didn't have the Azure Emperor's jade seal. Therefore, they could only wait. I think it must be the 81st Prince. In the silence, a voice floated out. It was the Azure Dragon King. He was obviously in a bad mood from waiting, so he took the initiative to encourage himself. Haha, since the Azure Dragon King is so certain, why don't we make a bet? Bet with your life. It was by Xiaoyang of the White Tiger Divine Office from the Four-Ring City. Me, the Azure Dragon King clearly lacked confidence. He opened his mouth, but in the end nothing came out. If you don't have confidence, then don't talk nonsense, said by Xiaoyang mockingly. Such words undoubtedly made the Azure Dragon King very angry. He believed that Bai Xiaoyang was purposely trying to make him lose his dignity. However, even if he knew, he couldn't find the words to refute. This was because he wasn't sure if Lin Ling would win, or if the 81st Prince would obtain the Azure Dharch Imperial Jade Seal. Someone has obtained the Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal. It must be the 81st Prince. At this time, large amounts of exceptional talents walked out again. They were Chun Mo, 3 Marks Heavenly Monarch, and others. Their faces were extremely excited, but when they saw the silent crowd, their minds immediately became stifled. Could it be that things had changed? 9th Prince, did the 81st Prince obtain the Azure Emperor's Jade Seal? The 3 Marks Heavenly Monarch whispered. It should be him. The 9th Prince looked at the huge whirlpool and said indifferently. However, the 3 Marks Heavenly Monarch could clearly sense that the 9th Prince's words carried a hint of worry. That sentence didn't sound very confident. Could it be Tantai Bingdai? The 3 Marks Heavenly Monarch probed. Maybe it's Lin Ling. The 9th Prince replied calmly. However, his words made the 3 Marks Heavenly Monarch and all the exceptional talents' hearts tremble. Could it be that a passerby was qualified to compete with the 81st Prince for glory? Just thinking about it was terrifying. Especially when they thought about how Lin Ling had killed Tian Wuxi. These exceptional talents were like cicadas in winter. They already regarded Lin Ling as an existence that couldn't be provoked. Even the exceptional talent from the left minister's residence, who originally wanted to complain about Lin Ling, didn't dare to do so now. A guy like Lin Ling should be left for these ancient heroes to deal with. Pa. At this time, footsteps sounded again, causing the hall to fall silent. Then a haggard figure walked out. It was Tantai Bingdai. Seeing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Tantai Bingdai had indeed failed. Tantai Bingdai walked towards the imperial court and looked at the 3rd prince. Sorry I failed. Don't worry. Just try your best. All right. The 3rd prince was still sitting among the geniuses. No one could see through his identity. His voice was calm. Clearly he didn't blame Tantai Bingdai. Then who obtained the Lotus Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal? Yes. Tantai Bingdai looked around and suddenly became nervous. Lin Ling and the 81st Prince. The Lotus Emperor's imperial jade seal will only appear in their hands. The third prince calmly replied. Tantai Bingdi's beautiful eyes narrowed, thinking about the youth on the 8th floor that she couldn't see through. Her heart once again rippled. Then, she joined the crowd and looked at the whirlpool with anticipation. The atmosphere was silent. Everyone was very nervous. It was as if they were looking at the future Lotus Emperor. When the footsteps sounded again, everyone's eyes lit up. This time, it was the 81st prince. Did you succeed? An old voice sounded. An aged voice could be heard, as if it was eager to know the answer. In fact, everyone felt the same way. They even wanted to see the 81st prince raise his arm high and hold the Lotus Emperor's imperial jade seal in his hand. Unfortunately, everyone was going to be disappointed. He succeeded. Yes. These words floated out of the 81st Crown Prince's mouth. At this moment, the Blue Flame Army, Imperial Censor Dragon Court, and the Left Minister's residence all turned gloomy. They had lost the battle between the 4 magnates. As for the Imperial Court, they were all laughing. They were laughing very happily and excitedly. Chen Nan, Xian Linglong, Tantai Bingdai, Meng Lu, and the others were all the same. Their eyes were all locked on the whirlpool at this moment. They even forgot to breathe. Finally, the sound of footsteps could be heard from the whirlpool. A slender figure slowly walked out. When the slender figure appeared, the entire hall was so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. In fact, the entire Great Azure Divine Dynasty was the same. That figure swept his gaze across the crowd, and seemed to be a little surprised that everyone was looking at him. However, he smiled slightly and flipped his right hand. An ancient jade seal appeared in front of everyone's eyes in a shocking manner. The Lotus Emperor's imperial jade seal. As they stared at the ancient imperial jade seal, everyone's gazes turned feverish. Moreover, a trace of fear appeared in their hearts. Lin Ling had really succeeded. A passerby, a person who was just the strongest generation not long ago. He was actually able to seize victory among exceptional talents that were as common as clouds. And his final opponent, the 81st prince, had also lost to this unknown youth. He really succeeded. Chapter 28:11. The 24 Emperor's Decrees. The main hall was still silent, but the news of Lin Ling obtaining the Azure Thearka's imperial jade seal in 5 Ring City spread like a snowball, enveloping the entire Great Azure Divine Dynasty. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty was moving for Lin Ling at this moment. The Azure Thearka's imperial jade seal had appeared, which meant that the new Azure Tharch had appeared. He might be in Qingzhou. Lin Ling, Lin Ling, Lin Ling. The 3 magnates mumbled to themselves, as though they wanted to remember this name forever. As for the imperial court, the third prince and Tong Man smiled and said, Lin Ling, well done. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Lin Ling smiled and walked forward, handing the Azure Thearka's imperial jade seal to Tong Man. Although this item was precious, it was useless to him. It couldn't even compare to the benefits he had obtained from the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Everyone woke up from their shock and looked at Tong Man. Open it. Someone spoke out, making Tong Man nod. His young and tender hands continuously waved about, producing resplendent golden symbols one after another. Finally, the Azure Thearka's imperial jade seal swayed, and the entire Great Azure Divine Dynasty was shaken. Bang! A crisp sound was heard and the Azure Thearka's imperial jade seal shattered. Endless light scattered and drifted away like the wind. The imperial court wants 1/3 of the 24 emperor's decrees. At the same time, the third prince's voice floated out from the crowd. That's too much. You want 1/3 of the 24 emperor's decrees? That's equivalent to 8 of them. You want us to split the rest? An elder immediately retorted. That's right. I think we should split them equally. A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar from the left minister's residence also objected. The stage now obviously didn't belong to Lin Ling. He looked at the scene calmly and suddenly understood. The Azure Thearka's imperial jade seal had shattered, which meant that the Azure Tharch had stepped down. The Azure Thearka's imperial jade seal had turned into the 24 emperor's decrees, which meant that whoever had the 24 emperor's decrees would have a chance to become the Azure Tharch. The Azure Tharch, the divine emperor of Qingzhou. Just from what Lin Ling had seen at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, he knew that the Lotus Emperor had a secret that ordinary people didn't know. It was precisely because of this that the Azure Dharch was against others obtaining the Azure Dharch Jade Seal. However, this was a rule left behind by the Immortal. Even if the Azure Dharch was against it, he would not dare to openly oppose it. Therefore, everyone in the world wanted to become Emperor Qing. However, the one with the greatest hope should be the one with the Son of Heaven's fate. There should be 24 of them, and the imperial dynasty wanted 8 of them. Perhaps this was what these big shots were discussing. And that was indeed the case. Our imperial court's Lin Ling has obtained the Azure Emperor's imperial jade seal. According to the rules, we want 1/3 of the emperor's will. The third prince said again. This time, the other magnates didn't refute him. Many experts from the Blue Flame Army looked at Lin Ling with regret in their eyes. Because if Lin Ling was one of them, they would have taken advantage of him today. It was a pity that they had missed out on Lin Ling. As for the minister of the left's residence, everyone looked at Lin Ling angrily with murderous intent in their eyes. Even the imperial censor Longting felt the same way. Lin Ling had ruined their plans. Then let's split it according to the rules. Although the magnates were unwilling, they knew that there were many strong cultivators behind the scenes in the imperial court. The people present didn't represent everyone in the imperial court. Therefore, they could only accept their fate. One of the 24 emperors will definitely become the Emperor Qing. Therefore, the person with the emperor's will must be protected well. The third prince's voice floated out. He waved his right hand and a sparkling light shot out. It landed in the hands of the experts and turned into a piece of the imperial jade seal. There were 24 of these pieces, and the imperial dynasty took 8 of them. All right, the matter of the imperial jade seal is settled. However, there is one more thing that I need the imperial dynasty to give me an explanation. At this time, the scholar from the minister of the left's residence suddenly said. He looked at Lin Ling coldly. I heard that Lin Ling killed my descendant at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Therefore, he must give the minister of the left's residence an explanation. As soon as he said that, the eyes of all the exceptional talents flashed. As expected, the minister of the left's residence wanted to settle the score with Lin Ling. The person Lin Ling killed was no small matter. He was the descendant of the minister of the left's residence, and not an ordinary exceptional talent. If it were any other magnates, they would also take action for the sake of their own descendant. At this time, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Some of them revealed gloating smiles. Minister of the left, what do you mean by this? In the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, life and death are up to fate. Can you blame Lin Ling for this? Tong Man immediately said. Although he didn't know what happened, he would definitely protect Lin Ling right now. Shut up. You don't have the right to talk to the minister of the left. The third prince does. However, before the scholarly middle-aged man said anything, an old man walked out from behind him and reprimanded him. This old man was not weak at all. He was a first-level martial immortal. 8th-level martial immortal. This was the most terrifying strength of the Great Qing Divine Dynasty. Every single one of them was a hero of the 10,000 worlds. Their lifespans were endless and they lived as long as the sun and moon. This old man was the minister of the left's residence. His lifespan had almost reached the ancient era. Compared to him, Tong Man was indeed a junior. Tong Man's face instantly turned cold. He clearly knew this old man. The people around didn't say a word and just watched the show. They knew that the imperial dynasty would definitely step out for Lin Ling. But to what extent would they step out for Lin Ling? What would happen next would be revealed. Because if the minister of the left insisted on taking revenge for their bloodline, would the imperial dynasty still step in? Once the imperial dynasty stepped in, it would be an earth-shattering battle in the Qing province. The two giants would truly fight. Therefore, if Lin Ling was an ordinary person and didn't have much weight, the imperial dynasty might give up on Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I'll ask you a question. Answer yes or no. The old man walked forward and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. He said, Did you kill Zuoxiao from the minister of the left's residence? His aura was overbearing and he wanted Lin Ling to answer. This time the third prince's pride was very quiet. He didn't speak, so Tong Man naturally wouldn't speak either. Gazes began to fall on Linling. Among them, Chen Nan, Tantai Bingdai, and the others were worried for Linling. Although they hadn't known each other for long, at least Linling had won glory for the imperial dynasty. Even though us exceptional talents aren't allowed to kill each other, in the Copper Sparrow Terrace, killing because of competition is already an unwritten rule. Zhuo Xiao should have killed quite a few exceptional talents in the Copper Sparrow Terrace, right? In that case, for those exceptional talents who died, could it be that their backers also want to get revenge? Linling indifferently looked at the old man, and calmly replied. Looking at him, he didn't seem to be nervous at all. Shut up. You only need to answer yes or no. Chapter 28:12. The Power of the Universe. Linling saw that the four magnates were all there, so he thought that the third prince was waiting for Linling to speak. As long as the reason was strong enough, the imperial court would not fear the left minister's residence. Who knew that the other party would be so overbearing? Speak. The elder roared angrily again, and his powerful aura suppressed Linling. The surging power of the universe was extremely terrifying. Beside Linling, the other exceptional talents all fell down, their faces pale. The power of the universe. This was a power even stronger than the power of chaos. The elder was obviously not a genius, but his ultimate martial arts were extremely powerful. Even geniuses with monstrous talent were not his match, because the elder's cultivation time made up for everything. Haha. However, in the face of the enormous power of the universe, Linling laughed out loud instead. What a great left prime minister's residence. I thought that as the residence of a scholar, they would all understand the truth. However, this is just me deceiving myself. Zhuo Xiao, I already spared him once, but he did not repent, and insisted on provoking me. In the end he died, so Zhuo Xiao was indeed killed by me. What do you think? Linling's voice became loud and clear. Good, as long as you admit it. The elder laughed, as if he was laughing from extreme anger. Behind him, the left minister closed his eyes slightly, as if he did not want to get involved in this matter. In reality, it was not that he did not want to get involved, but rather that he was waiting for the third prince to speak. If he spoke, then he could also step in. And now, his study companion could definitely suppress Linling. Wait, Linling is innocent in this matter. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, and that's why I walked out. I can testify that Linling and my brother did have a grudge, but Linling spared my brother once for my sake. However, my brother was not satisfied, so he attacked Linling again, and in the end he died in battle. In reality, many people saw this matter, and they can all testify. Zhuo Hai looked at the exceptional talents. You're talking nonsense. However, the exceptional talents from the left minister's mansion all refuted Zhuo Hai. It was obviously Zhuo Xiao who found the exit to the 5th floor, but Linling already hated him. So when Zhuo Xiao was blocking the 10,000 swords, he despicably attacked Zhuo Xiao. Senior brother Zhuo Hai, you've been deceived. You weren't even on the 5th floor. How did you know all this? That's right, Zhuo Xiao was your younger brother. Now that he's dead, instead of helping your own brother, you're helping an outsider. You're not of the left minister's bloodline. Zhuo Hai gnashed his teeth in anger. Although he wasn't on the 5th floor and didn't know what was going on, he believed that Linling wouldn't take the initiative to kill his brother. Because if Linling really wanted to kill him, Linling would have done it the first time they met. With Linling's ability to kill Tian Wuxi, how could the two brothers stop Linling? Therefore, in reality, he owed Linling his life. You guys are the ones spouting nonsense. Of course, Chen Nan's group naturally retorted with red faces. These fellows were shameless enough. This was venomous slander. This was especially true for Chen Nan. He was so angry that his body was trembling because on the 5th floor, it was clearly Linling who stopped all the swords, allowing the exceptional talents to reach the next floor. Now it was Zhuo Xiao who stopped the swords. Did these people not feel guilty at all for slandering others? In an instant, the exceptional talents from both sides began to curse. As for the other two magnates, they were slowly watching the show. As for the third prince and Tong Man, they were also silent. Clearly, with the four giants here, these experts wouldn't casually take action. Once they did, it would be an earth-shattering disaster. Moreover, it would also allow others to reap the benefits. All of you shut up. At this time, the old man roared, causing the exceptional talents to bleed from their 7 orifices. Their faces turned pale, and they didn't dare to speak anymore. The old man coldly looked at Lin Ling. No matter what excuse you have, you, Lin Ling, have killed Wuxia. Therefore, you have to give our left minister's residence an explanation. Killing to pay with a life, this is the law of heaven and earth. He obviously didn't care about Lin Ling's reason. He only knew that the left minister's bloodline couldn't die for nothing. Otherwise, the left minister's residence would lose its prestige in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Third Prince, what do you think about this matter? The old man asked again. In the end, he still wanted to see the third prince's opinion. This was also what the left minister wanted to ask. You can deal with these small matters. The left minister and I will not let such trivial matters affect our relationship. The third prince's voice floated out from the crowd. At this time, the exceptional talents of the imperial court narrowed their eyes. Could it be that the third prince was going to abandon Lin Ling? One has to know that Lin Ling obtained the Azure Emperor's Jade Seal for the imperial court. Good, I was waiting for you to say that. The old man finally laughed loudly. Through the third prince's words, he knew that between offending the left minister's residence and abandoning Lin Ling, the imperial court chose to abandon Lin Ling. This was also the correct choice. Because if the imperial court didn't abandon Lin Ling, everyone could see that the left minister's residence wouldn't let this matter go. Of course, if the one who died this time was an ordinary exceptional talent, the left minister's residence wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. The left minister's bloodline was after all an extraordinary existence. Lin Ling, do you want to leave with me? Or do you want me to personally take action? The old man then walked out and looked at Lin Ling with contempt. If I take action, then you won't be able to avoid being tortured. The martial immortal realm is not something you can resist. I will give you 3 breaths of time to consider. As he spoke, he walked towards Lin Ling. Everyone's eyes flickered. The people of the imperial court frowned. They didn't understand why the third prince would burn the bridge after crossing the river. Lin Ling was now all alone. Many exceptional talents looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Lin Ling had convinced them wholeheartedly, but unfortunately, he was too arrogant. In the end, he still couldn't escape the fate of being killed by a giant. Luo Riyao and the others also had serious expressions. Right now, it seemed like they had to take action. However, they could stop the old man, but they couldn't stop the left minister. Haha, maybe this is the first time you've heard my name. At this time, Lin Ling's voice finally floated out, causing the old man to frown. Who do you think you are? Do you think I've heard of your name? If you didn't obtain the Azure Emperor's Jade Seal today, you wouldn't be able to enter my eyes for the rest of your life. He felt that Lin Ling was simply joking. A mere ant like him was beneath his dignity. I know this is the first time you've heard of me. Then let me tell you. I, Lin Ling, have practiced martial arts for my entire life and have never allowed myself to be captured. Lin Ling smiled and said word by word. Behind him, the tyrant's song sword shot out and formed a sea of swords above his head. Lin Ling, obviously, chose to fight. So arrogant. Chapter 28:13. So what if you're a martial immortal? Ha ha ha, I thought you were going to say something. So it's just bullshit. Have you figured it out? I am a martial immortal. My lifespan is 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times longer than yours. Are you a match for me? Fine, fine. If you choose to be captured by me, then you'll have to suffer a lot. After being stunned for a moment, the old man started laughing arrogantly. Lin Ling is only an exceptional talent. He is actually so arrogant. He simply doesn't know the difference between life and death. Martial immortal, have you heard of it? A cold voice came out from the old man's mouth again. His body disappeared and a huge palm grab towards Lin Ling's surging realm energy exploded, causing the entire palace to sway. What terrifying strength! Those exceptional talents were all frightened. What they saw was not a palm but a universe. This is the powerful universe power. Let's attack. That old bastard clearly wants to kill Lin Ling. If Lin Ling dies, we won't be able to explain it to that person. Yeah, I won't be able to explain it to old Qi either. Luo Riyao and the others all prepared to attack. However, a mysterious power suddenly appeared. It was as if invisible ropes were binding their bodies, causing them to be unable to move. What's going on? Could it be the Lord Left Minister? No, it's the third prince. After being shocked, Luo Riyao and the others suddenly guessed something. The third prince did not allow them to attack. Perhaps, the third prince did not want to completely break off relations with the Left Minister's residence. Thus he allowed them to capture Lin Ling. Damn it. After realizing this, Luo Riyao and the others were furious. Lin Ling had created such a meritorious service. Yet he was treated like this in the end? Hee stinking brat, it's time to die. On the other side, the Azure Dragon King was clearly incomparably happy. He was looking forward to the next scene. The Marquis of Sovereign Heaven shook his head. No one knew what he was thinking. Compared to their indifference, Chen Nan and the others shouted loudly. They wanted to rush out and help Lin Ling. Unfortunately, they were sent flying by the old man's universe power. At this moment, Lin Ling clearly had no one to help him. Everyone thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure. However, they saw that Lin Ling was indeed arrogant. Even though he knew that he was no match for his opponent, he still erupted with all his strength. He turned the 10,000 swords into a giant sword and held it in Lin Ling's hand. Unfortunately, all of this was useless. Haha, puny little true god realm. I can obliterate you with one finger. That old man did not even put Lin Ling in his eyes. His huge palm mixed with billowing killing intent had already appeared in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face was as calm as ever, as cold as a knife. Flames appeared around his body, and the demonic flame transformation also burst forth, causing the huge sword in his hand to emit billowing flames. In the end, he drew his sword. That sword seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. However, the old man did not care about it at all. He even wanted to crush Lin Ling's sword. Rumble. However, the reality was beyond imagination. That sword was overbearing, majestic, and sharp. It was mixed with the realm essence that surpassed the true god realm. And it also carried the ultimate martial path and enormous talent. Boom. With a single sword strike, the palm was split into two. The old man's eyes widened. What was going on? Martial immortal realm, so what? However, he heard a contemptuous voice. It was very cold. It was Lin Ling's voice. Then the sword smashed down again. That's right, it smashed. That was because the realm essence was too powerful. Boom. With this smash, the old man was directly smashed into pieces. The entire palace also shattered, revealing the clear sky. A ray of sunlight shone down, but it caused the broken palace to become deathly silent. Martial immortal realm, so what? This sentence floated in everyone's mind. Lin Ling, he actually killed a martial immortal realm expert? Potong. The four magnates felt as if their hearts had been struck by lightning. Their breaths were like broken bellows, making rumbling sounds. Lin Ling was merely an exceptional talent. Even if he was the strongest exceptional talent, it was impossible for him to kill a martial immortal realm senior. Was this all a dream? In fact, even the Lord Left Minister's pupils contracted. Moreover, he was staring at Lin Ling's sword as if he wanted to see through everything about Lin Ling. No wonder Lin Ling was not afraid. It turned out that his servant had gone to capture Lin Ling. That was because his servant was courting death. Alright, let's forget about this matter. Right at that moment, the third prince of the proud sons of the Lord Left Minister spoke. This caused the eyes of the people from the Left Minister's residence to narrow. Let it go just like that? Lord Left Minister, don't you think so? The minister of the left narrowed his eyes. He suddenly remembered what the third prince had said. He and the third prince could not be bothered with such a small matter. If the minister of the left's page boy could catch Lin Ling, it would be the minister of the left's family's ability. What he meant was that if the Lord Left Minister did not do anything, the third prince would not do anything either. If the Lord Left Minister did, the third prince would accompany him. Go back. After thinking through this, the Lord Left Minister said coldly. The third prince's words meant that the imperial court would not abandon Lin Ling. If he really wanted to fight, the imperial court would accompany him. The people from the Left Minister's residence were still in disbelief. However, When they saw that the Lord Left Minister had already turned around and left, they could only follow him. Of course, they all turned around to look at Lin Ling. Their eyes were filled with shock. As for the Blue Flame Army and the Imperial Court's people, they frowned and left in the end. However, they were still shocked that Lin Ling could kill a martial immortal. Wasn't this Lin Ling the strongest first generation? Wasn't this Lin Ling a passerby? How did he grow to such a level unknowingly? Lin Ling, you're very powerful. I look forward to seeing you surpass me. When everyone left, the 81st Prince walked up to Lin Ling and said calmly to Lin Ling. In fact, he was also shocked by Lin Ling's strength. Compared to the 9th level, Lin Ling's strength had increased again. Lin Ling slowly sheathed his sword and ignored him. The 81st Prince smiled and said, I lost to you at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. However, you should know that in terms of strength, you're no match for me. I'm also the person you'll surpass in your life. He was one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. Naturally, he had the right to say that. That's what I thought at first. Later, I suddenly realized that the person I want to surpass is not you, but someone else. After Lin Ling sheathed his sword, he smiled and said. The 81st Prince did not believe him. He smiled and said, Who is that person? He thought that Lin Ling was deliberately mystifying, because surpassing the 9 heavens of Qingzhou was the dream of all geniuses. Li Xiaoyao. Lin Ling shrugged and suddenly said seriously, Li Xiaoyao. The 81st Prince frowned. He realized that Lin Ling was not joking. His goal was to surpass Li Xiaoyao. However, who is this Li Xiaoyao? You'll know in the future. Chapter 28:14. Surpassing Li Xiaoyao. He didn't know that Li Xiaoyao was Lin Ling. Lin Ling's goal was to surpass Li Xiaoyao in his previous life. But now, his cultivation speed and achievements were obviously faster than Li Xiaoyao's in his previous life, and he had also gone further. However, as long as Lin Ling doesn't surpass Li Xiaoyao, he won't stop training. Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao. The 81st Prince looked at Lin Ling and suddenly felt that this young man was very mysterious. Not long ago, Lin Ling was the strongest among the first generation on the 9th level. However, in such a short period of time, Lin Ling could defeat a martial immortal. Moreover, his cultivation level didn't increase. This meant that Lin Ling's talent had increased. As for how much, the 81st Prince didn't see it clearly. He even regretted it. When Lin Ling clashed with the old man, he thought that Lin Ling would definitely lose. Therefore, he didn't look at Lin Ling's sword. This kid has the potential to become one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. The 81st Prince's body exploded, causing the space to shatter into pieces like glass. He disappeared from the main hall. The people in the main hall left one after another. The 4 magnates were only shocked by Lin Ling's strength, but they weren't too moved. Their eyes were on the Son of Heaven's mandate. As for the Left Minister's residence, these experts were clearly unwilling. My lord, why should we be afraid of them? If they want to fight, let's fight. A scholar holding a paper fan looked at the Left Minister and said, Do you think that's the full strength of the Imperial Court? You're dreaming. There are many immortal legends in the Imperial Court. Moreover, the 3rd Prince's background isn't small either. Moreover, they have an expert behind them. That's someone that even Emperor Qing is afraid of. The Left Minister said calmly, Even Emperor Qing is afraid of someone? The others were shocked. The Left Minister looked into the distance and said, If we really fight, both we and the Imperial Court will be at a disadvantage. Others can't wait for that. Others? Could it be the Imperial Censor Dragon Court and the Blue Flame Army? No, it's the Azure Emperor. However, the Minister of the Left's last sentence made everyone's expression turn grave. Above the 9 heavens was the Azure Emperor. The Azure Supreme Tharch was eager for them to fight to the death. That way, a new Azure Supreme Tharch might not be born. On the other side, a large number of experts stepped on the clouds and left. The Azure Dragon King was clearly very unhappy, because Lin Ling had escaped a calamity again. Moreover, Lin Ling was getting stronger and stronger, giving the Azure Dragon King a huge pressure. Sovereign Marquis, I saw you shake your head before. Could it be that you already knew that Lin Ling would win? The Azure Dragon King asked the Sovereign Marquis. That's right, the current Lin Ling is no longer the Lin Ling of the past. Not far away, The sovereign marquis replied with his hands behind his back. Before this, he had also thought that Lin Ling would die without a doubt. However, at the critical moment he could see that Lin Ling was no longer the same as before. That sword strike was extraordinary. How did he defeat a martial immortal? The Azure Dragon King recalled that sword strike, but he still didn't feel that there was anything magical about it. His talent has increased. Moreover, that sword strike was very powerful. It was like the power generated by the collision of 50 worlds. In addition to the hidden world essence in his body, he could defeat a martial immortal of the first level. Of course, that was caused by the old man's carelessness. Otherwise he wouldn't have died. The sovereign marquis explained. Chi. The Azure Dragon King immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Although Lin Ling won by luck, Lin Ling was only the strongest generation not long ago. Such a result was too shocking. It seems that his wings are gradually growing stronger. The Azure Dragon King knew that Lin Ling had become a huge threat. Compared to this, you should pay attention to the Emperor's mandate. If you can obtain the Emperor's mandate, not to mention a mere Lin Ling, you can even walk unhindered in the Azure province. The sovereign marquis didn't care much about Lin Ling. Instead, he cared about the Emperor's mandate. Of course, there was also the missing Queen Qianji. After the Emperor's mandate was announced, the entire Great Azure Divine Dynasty was in an uproar. Countless cultivators wanted to obtain the Emperor's mandate, because it was the best opportunity to rise to the heavens in one step. At this moment in the main hall, the people from the imperial court had yet to leave. Those exceptional talents looked at Lin Ling with admiration. They knew that Lin Ling was no longer an exceptional talent. He was the strongest genius between the exceptional talents and the 9 heavens. He was just one step away from entering the ranks of the 9 heavens. And this was glory, this was pride. Thank you, thank you. At this moment, Lin Ling came in front of the proud son and smiled. He knew that although the third prince didn't seem to help him before, he was already helping him. What Lin Ling wanted to do was to kill that old man. Once that old man died, the left minister wouldn't dare to make a move. Because if he did, the imperial court would also make a move. I was just asked by someone. Thank you. The proud son was silent for a moment. Then, a bell-like voice suddenly rang out, causing Lin Ling to be startled. He thought to himself, this third prince is a woman? However, only Lin Ling could hear this voice clearly. Then the third prince said, come with me. There is someone who wants to see you. Hearing this, Lin Ling's smile became even wider. He knew who that person was. Whoosh. At this moment, someone suddenly carried the proud son into the main hall. This proud son was covered in white feathers and was extremely gorgeous. Moreover, one could tell that these feathers were rare treasures. When everyone saw Lin Ling enter the proud son, they all licked their lips. Their eyes were filled with envy, but they also felt that Lin Ling deserved this title. Obviously, they also knew that Lin Ling was valued by the imperial court. After entering the proud son, Lin Ling discovered that there was a world inside the proud sun. Dense spirit energy enveloped his entire body. The cultivation effect was twice as good as the outside world. Looking around the proud sun, there were white feathers floating around. They seemed to be the feathers of an immortal crane. As expected of a rich person, Lin Ling curled his lips. After sitting down cross-legged, he began to cultivate. Previously, when he fought against a martial immortal, he already had 60% confidence. The result did not disappoint him. 50 universes of power, in addition to the fusion of 3 Dantians, that power was indeed terrifying. However, that old man was obviously defeated because he was careless. If an expert with universal power fought seriously, it would be very difficult for Lin Ling to win. Martial immortal, martial immortal. Using martial arts to become an immortal. Such a cultivator already had a lifespan as long as the sun and moon. They were godlike existences in the myriad of worlds. They could extract the ancient power of the universe and strengthen themselves. The strong could even control the universe. Little Kunlun. Then, Lin Ling looked at the vine on his left arm and couldn't help but become more curious. On the surface, the vine looked very ordinary. However, Lin Ling faintly sensed a trace of universal power from the vine. If this vine were to grow, It would be very terrifying. Chapter 28:15. Tianzhou Grand Zhejiang family Linling sensed his entire body and shook his head helplessly. His current cultivation realm could be said to be at its peak. Not only was his world essence enormous, it was also extremely pure. But regarding breaking through to the true God realm, he was still lacking in confidence. After entering the martial immortal realm, Linling's martial dais was no longer the Azure province. Instead, it was the 9 provinces. "Sir, we're here." At this moment, a respectful voice rang out from outside the heaven's chosen disciple. Soon after, clamorous voices rose and fell. "Wow, who is this? To be able to become the pride of the immortal crane. This is a great honor." "I don't know. It must be a certain lord. There are no more than 10 geniuses in the great Azure Divine Dynasty who are qualified to be the 3rd prince. Could it be that granny?" The surrounding voices were mixed with astonishment. However, when the curtain of the proud Son of Heaven was pushed open, everyone was stunned, because the person who appeared before them was a young man. Moreover, he was very young. Everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief. Linling was the same. He thought that the 3rd prince had invited him to meet the grandmother, but who would have thought that he would meet a group of young people? Most importantly, these young people were obviously not geniuses from the 3 great academies. However, their strength was not weak either. Could it be a force that the 3rd prince is secretly cultivating? Linling had some guesses. He looked around again. This place seemed to be a tranquil water village. There were green mountains and clear waters and ancient lakes. In the distance, a huge waterfall fell from the sky, causing water to spray everywhere. It was beautiful. It was like a fairyland. "Brat, who are you?" While Linling was looking around, a sharp voice rang out. A good-looking young man was looking at Linling with disdain. "I am Linling. Who are you?" Linling didn't see the 3rd prince or Tong man, so he replied, "Linling? I don't know him. We are from the Jiang family of the Tianzhou realm. We are led by the 3rd prince. We are his most capable generals." "That's right. Also, who brought you here?" Those young men spoke one after another, and their words were somewhat impolite. Linling suddenly understood. Sure enough, these forces were secretly cultivated by the 3rd prince. However, the Jiang family of the Tianzhou realm? Could it be that the 3rd prince was not from Qingzhou, but from Tianzhou? It seemed that the 3rd prince was also someone with a story. Understood. Now move aside. I want to see the 3rd prince. After he nodded, Linling walked forward with large strides. He didn't have the time to waste on these people because they didn't know each other, so there was no need for him, Linling, to treat them courteously. "Haha, do you think you can meet the 3rd prince whenever you want to? Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, I've been here for 2,000 years, but I've only seen the 3rd prince 3 times. The first young man said disdainfully. This young man was called Jiang Yufeng, and he was extremely powerful. He was a peak true immortal realm expert. You're a genius from the 3 great academies, right? Let me tell you, we from the Jiang family of the great world just don't come out. Otherwise, do you think the 3 great academies could be so proud? Also, why did you come here on a red-crowned crane? Who gave you the right?" The other young men spoke one after another. It was obvious that they hadn't come out for 1,000 years, as if they had been suppressed for a very, very long time. Obviously, they had also heard of the 3 great academies. However, in their opinion, the geniuses of the Jiang family of Tianzhou had not come out. Otherwise, those geniuses would have been beaten like dogs. What's so great about the 3rd prince? To be honest, if it weren't for some other reason, I wouldn't even bother to see him. Linling continued walking forward, not even looking at these young men. His words were true. He had come here to see Grandma Wendao. As for the 3rd prince, he really wasn't familiar with him. However, as soon as he spoke, the young men around him fell silent. To them, the 3rd prince was the bright moon in the sky. He was their goal and their pillar of support. However, this unfamiliar blue-robed young man looked at them with disdain. To them, this was a great humiliation. "If you want to see the 3rd prince, you'll have to ask me first." At first, Jiang Yufeng took a step forward and stood in front of Linling, blocking him. However, Linling shook his head. "What's wrong? You want to fight? To tell you the truth, all of you combined might not be a match for me. These young men were all in the true immortal realm. Perhaps they were quite strong, but Lin Ling didn't think much of them. Haha, what arrogance! You're just trash from the 3 great academies. How dare you compare yourself to the Jiang family of the great world? However, these young men were not angry. Instead, they laughed loudly. This made Lin Ling shake his head. He looked up at the sky and pondered for a moment. Suddenly he understood. The 3rd prince had invited him here, but he hadn't shown himself. Instead, these young men were stopping him. This meant that the 3rd prince wanted him to defeat these young men. As for the reason, it wasn't something Lin Ling could guess. However, Lin Ling knew very well that if he didn't do anything, he wouldn't be able to see the 3rd prince. Tyrannical singing sword. When he thought of this, Lin Ling let out a low roar. An ocean of swords appeared and turned into a giant sword. He held it in his hand and slashed forward. Mantis blocking the chariot, arm of the great world. Among the crowd, a young man roared and rushed out. His left arm wriggled, and a large number of vines appeared. They intertwined with each other, and turned his arm into a giant arm. What a strange talent! Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He realized that the young man's talent seemed to be in his left arm. It must be some ancient bloodline. Unfortunately, no matter how ancient a bloodline it was, as long as it wasn't Wuxia, Lin Ling had nothing to fear when he met Lin Ling. Bam bam bam. The giant sword and the giant arm collided. The body of the sword smashed into the giant arm and broke it. Then it swept the young man away like a siege car. This was when Lin Ling used the body of the sword. If he had used the blade, the young man would have been cut in half. You have some strength, but I'm an expert in the early stage of the earth spirit realm. Your arrogance has come to an end. Seeing this, the surrounding young men were shocked. But soon someone else attacked. He stretched out his left arm. Rolling flames burned and turned into a giant flaming arm that looked like a dragon. It seems that the talents of the Jiang family are indeed in their arms. They are all good at the same thing. Lin Ling nodded slightly. The flame of time and space appeared on the giant sword and slashed out again. The young man's bloodline was extraordinary, but his talent was only a 3rd grade divine body. It was much weaker than Lin Ling's. Bam bam bam. The young man's flaming arm was broken again, and the flames were extinguished. If you want to be valued by the 3rd prince, you should at least be stronger. Now get lost. Lin Ling waved his sword and pointed at the young man with the broken arm. The latter stood there in shock. He wanted to say something, but Lin Ling didn't give him the chance and swept his sword out. Bam bam bam. Chapter 28:16. 3rd Prince? 3rd Princess? At this time, the youths of the great world's Jiang family all had their jaws drop open. It had to be known that they had once secretly appeared in the world and fought against the geniuses of the 3 great academies. But they had won more than they had lost. Thus, they had thought that the geniuses of the 3 great academies were only so. But now, an unfamiliar youth had appeared. His strength was incredible, and he had broken through the bloodline of the great world's Jiang family in just 2 sword strikes. You have some skill. You actually know how to play with fire. But in front of me, all fire is useless. Arm of annihilation. At this time, another youth floated out. What was strange was that his entire body seemed to flow like waves. Moreover, his arm was transparent, as if it were formed from wispy smoke. This smoke billowed out, turning into a giant palm that grabbed onto Lin Ling. Jiang Yuyin, well done. Hee, the 3rd prince is definitely watching. You've made us all proud. Brat, you can't break it, right? The methods that our great world's Jiang family specializes in are things that you've never heard of in your life. The surrounding youths were immediately filled with pride. In truth, Lin Ling was a bit surprised. This was because the youth's giant arm was different. It was actually a giant arm formed from soul force. The talents of the great world's Jiang family were truly strange and strange. Do you know why you lost? Seeing Lin Ling being grabbed by the smoky arm, the attacking Jiang Yuyin lightly said. Then he shook his head. I see that you don't know why you lost. Brat, today I will teach you a lesson. In the 9 provinces, the Qing province is the weakest. There are far too many things that you don't understand. Today, I won't kill you. If you admit defeat, I will tell you the reason for your defeat. His words were like a reward, mocking Lin Ling for his narrow experience. It's just soul force. What's so great about it? But at this time, Lin Ling also spoke up. An even greater soul force gushed out, causing the smoky arm to tremble. Then with a loud bang it exploded. Today I will also teach you a lesson. There are indeed many things that I don't understand, but I know far more than you. After using his soul force to shake off the giant palm, Lin Ling's sword smashed out once more. Rumble. Jiang Yuyin was still in a state of shock. He didn't understand how Lin Ling broke his ultimate technique, but that sword had already sent him flying. What? This fellow is proficient in the path of fire, and even his soul force is so powerful? Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. They were like ducks that had been grabbed by the neck. You are truly formidable, but you will never be able to defeat the Great Realm's Jiang family. At this time the strongest youth, Jiang Yufeng, finally made his move. His move made the surrounding youths regain their confidence, and they all cheered. It was as if they had already won. Obviously, they were very reliant on Jiang Yufeng. Big brother Yufeng has made his move. Kid, you're regretting it now. At this moment, those with impatient tempers were shouting even louder. However, in their eyes, Lin Ling just stood there with his sword on his shoulder. He didn't make a move and instead looked at the crowd. Which one of you is Big Brother Yufeng? Hurry up and make your move. I want to see what your giant arm looks like. Obviously, Lin Ling was also curious. This was because the bloodline of the Great Realm's Jiang family had started with giant plant arms, followed by flames, and finally, even a giant arm of soul force. He wondered what the strongest one would be like. However, Lin Ling's words and expectant expression were like a resounding slap to the faces of these Great Realm's Jiang family geniuses. This was because they thought that since the strongest Big Brother Yufeng had made his move, Lin Ling would definitely treat it seriously. Who knew that not only was this guy not serious, but he was even more expectant than them. Had he figured out the situation? Lose. The power of 40 ancient kings. Boom. Rumble. Jiang Yufeng was clearly enraged. He had been arranged by his family to the Qing province to assist the third prince. He was already depressed, but now a lowly commoner without a noble bloodline dared to look down on him? This was courting death. Ka. A terrifying thing happened. The bronze light bloomed, and a giant arm appeared before Lin Ling's eyes. This arm was formed from bronze, and its strength was extremely strong. Giant bronze arm. Boom. Lin Ling was even more curious. The giant arm grabbed at Lin Ling, but Lin Ling did not move. His soul force spread out, wanting to see how powerful this giant arm was. After a moment, Lin Ling finally smiled and said, "So it's strength. The power of 40 ancient kings should be the power of 40 worlds." Yes. Looks like you know a lot. But so what if you know? Can you break it? I don't believe that your sword path, flame path, and soul force are powerful, but your strength is also powerful. Let me tell you. I'm a genius who can break 10,000 techniques with one arm. Jiang Yufeng was secretly shocked, not understanding how Lin Ling could see through his strength. How unlucky. I'm also good at strength. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's sword smashed down. Rumble. This sword slashed through the bronze and smashed Jiang Yufeng, who was the strongest among them, into the ground. The power of 40 worlds against Lin Ling's power of 50 worlds was as weak as a bird. Silence. There was a deathly silence all around. Everyone's mouths were wide open. Was this young man omnipotent? Jiang family of a great world. Did your family send you to Qingzhou to be stupid? After Lin Ling defeated Jiang Yufeng, he immediately mocked and walked forward with his sword. This time, no one dared to stop him. Everyone looked at Lin Ling in horror, as if they were looking at a free and easy divine king. This is to tell you that there is always someone better than you. Although the Jiang family of a great world is famous, if you want to wash away the shame of your family, you need to work harder. With your current strength, you can't help at all. At this time, a clear voice sounded at the same time. Then on top of a waterfall in the distance, a lotus flowed down the waterfall. A fairy-like woman stood there, wearing a blue robe. Under the light of the rising sun, her entire body seemed to be dyed with a layer of faint golden brilliance. She seemed to be otherworldly, her clothes fluttering as if she would fly away with the wind at any time. Most importantly, her solemn countenance gave others a feeling of the dignity of a person in a high position. Third Prince. Seeing this, all the young men knelt down with reverence on their faces. Do you know that there is always someone stronger than you? Don't think that your opponent's background is inferior to yours, and don't think that Qingzhou is weak. The true experts are often hidden among the people. The woman said again. We know our mistake. Everyone replied in unison. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled. This fairy-like woman must be the third prince. She was indeed more mysterious than he had imagined. Perhaps no one in Qingzhou would have thought that the third prince was actually the third princess. Lin Ling, why are you looking at me? The third prince saw Lin Ling smiling at her without saluting or speaking. She was instantly displeased. Chapter 28:17. Goodbye, Grandma Wendao. If you don't look at me, how do you know that I'm looking at you? Lin Ling shrugged. In truth, he was a bit unhappy because the third prince hadn't shown himself all this time. It turned out that he was using him to remind the geniuses of their clan. However, did he ask Lin Ling about this? Did they think that he, Lin Ling, was free labor? How dare you? Lin Ling's words floated out, and all the youths angrily shouted. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so bold. Of course, the third prince was the same. She said coldly, I know you obtained the Azure Emperor's imperial jade seal and made a great contribution, but do you only know how to say that to me, the third prince? Then I'll change my words. I didn't expect the third prince to be a fairy-like beauty. It really surprised me. Lin Ling said again. You. The third prince gritted his teeth in anger. Previously, she had given Lin Ling a chance to make Lin Ling bow to her, but who knew that Lin Ling's words would be even more lawless? Okay, stop arguing. I know that you aren't the only one in charge of the imperial dynasty. Tell the person behind this to come out. However, Lin Ling remained fearless and smiled faintly. Little Li's nose is still like a dog's. Sure enough, after Lin Ling's voice, an aged voice finally resounded. Then, under everyone's gazes, 3 figures appeared on the distant mountain. One of them was the cloaked man Su. The other was his big brother Sakura. As for the old woman in the middle, she was Grandma Wendao. Haha, long time no see. Little Li, you're getting more and more handsome. After Grandma Wendao appeared, she immediately pounced on Lin Ling, just like in the rainforest's sacred land. Then she circled around Lin Ling, touching him here and there. Little Li? Lin Ling smiled bitterly. Little Li was Li Xiaoyao's nickname. In the whole world, only Grandma Wendao dared to call him that. Grandma, don't touch it. You really hid it from me. Lin Ling said gloomily. His expression made the previously cold third prince secretly laugh. It was as if he could see someone eating Lin Ling alive. His heart felt very carefree. I've missed you so much. What happened to the poem and the distance? Back then, you said that you would hold my hand and travel all over Huanyu. What happened to those promises? Grandma Wendao looked at Lin Ling like a resentful wife, which made Lin Ling smile even more bitterly. He knew that when this old lady saw him, she would definitely tease him. I didn't make those promises. Lin Ling replied helplessly. You didn't keep your word. Unexpectedly, Grandma Wendao was determined to tease Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling raise his hands in surrender. He pointed to the surroundings and said, Many people are watching. I, Lin Ling, am alone. I'm not afraid of losing my dignity. But Grandma is the boss of the imperial court. If I lose my dignity, how can I lead them? With these words, the Wendao-seeking grandmother finally restrained herself. Lin Ling let out a sigh of relief inwardly. This old man was indeed terrifying. Big brother. Then Lin Ling looked at Sakura and couldn't help but smile excitedly. Hee, second brother, I've been waiting for you in 5 Ring City. However, you really did live up to expectations. You actually got the Qing Emperor's jade seal. Haha, this really made our rainforest sacred land proud. Sakura came in front of Lin Ling and hammered Lin Ling's chest. Hee, I was just lucky. Facing his big brother, Lin Ling was obviously not like facing strangers. He was much more amiable as he rubbed the back of his head and smiled. This undoubtedly made the youths of the great world's Jiang family speechless. They thought that Lin Ling was a cold swordsman, But who knew that he could be so cute? Even the third prince had his eyes opened. Based on his understanding of Lin Ling, this young man was someone who feared nothing and was unruly. He even dared to kill the left minister's servant in front of him. But who knew that after meeting someone familiar, Lin Ling was more like an ordinary person? Little Li, you got the Qing Emperor's jade seal. This immortal treasure Fang is yours. This is the reward from the imperial court. Grandma Wendao handed over an ordinary stone, which made Lin Ling completely shocked. Immortal treasure Fang? What's that? Why is he being rewarded? The surrounding youths exclaimed. However, at that moment, the third prince was also incomparably shocked. He looked at Grandma Wendao in disbelief. In the end, the third prince said word by word. This is a treasure that can give a true god expert a 60% chance of entering the martial immortal realm. In the entire 9 provinces, only 3 such treasures have ever appeared. Sizzle. Hearing those words, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. One must know that if one wanted to enter the true god realm, even if they relied on treasures and medicinal pills, they could only increase the chances of breaking through by 50%. As for the martial immortal realm, it was even more difficult. Every single one of them was a martial immortal, and many cultivators would not even have the chance to touch that threshold in their entire lives. And now, a treasure that gave a 60% chance of entering the martial immortal realm. This treasure was priceless. The eyes of the youths of the great world's Jiang family all turned red. Third prince, this is too unfair. Finally, someone said enviously. The third prince glanced at Grandma Wendao, then said coldly, how is it unfair? Of course it's unfair. Firstly, he's not a member of the great world's Jiang family. Secondly, he's a newbie. He can't be compared to us. We've sacrificed our entire lives for the third prince. Thirdly, even if you want to reward him, it shouldn't be such a precious treasure. The youths all looked at the third prince. The third prince sneered. Then did you obtain the Azure Emperor's jade seal? At that moment, the youths were speechless. Perhaps, you'll say that you didn't go to the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Then I gave you a chance earlier. Did any of you defeat him? The youths looked at each other, then lowered their heads in the end. Their skills were inferior, so they had nothing to say. Furthermore, I plan to give one of the 24 Emperor's decrees to Lin Ling. Grandma Wendao said again with an indifferent expression. This. The youth's eyes turned even redder. The 24 Emperor's decrees were extremely important. It was said that the Emperor of the Azure Province would be born from the Emperor's decrees. However, such a precious item was now given to Lin Ling. Even Lin Ling was shocked. However, Grandma Wendao had already handed him a broken piece of jade. This piece of jade was a fragment of the Azure Emperor's jade seal. However, at that moment, the piece of jade was gray and did not have any luster. When more and more Emperor's decrees are stored, the piece of jade in your hand may become the Azure Emperor's jade seal. At that time, you can become the Azure Emperor. Grandma Wendao explained. I see. Lin Ling nodded. This meant that the remaining 23 fragments could also become the Azure Emperor's jade seal. As for who had the remaining 23 fragments, that was not something Lin Ling could guess. But why is Grandma giving me such a precious treasure? Chapter 28:18. The only person he couldn't see through. Others who had obtained the jade seal fragment would have kept it well, or even tried to snatch it away. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to care at all. In fact, Lin Ling really didn't care. Although he had the jade seal and seemed to be able to control the ancient power, this power didn't belong to him. Once the Qingzhou divine bell rang, the ancient power would have to be handed over. Therefore, Lin Ling really wasn't interested in this kind of power that couldn't be controlled. Moreover, he had a feeling that if he cultivated the Chaos Divine formula to its peak, the Azure Emperor would be no match for him. Because it's fun. Grandma Wendao looked at Lin Ling seriously, and said word by word. Lin Ling was speechless. Grandma Wendao was truly an old woman. After chatting for a while, Grandma Wendao brought Lin Ling to the distant Green Mountain. Looking at Lin Ling, who was like a distinguished guest, the youths of the great world's Jiang family were jealous. They had cultivated here for more than 2,000 years to avenge the third prince. Unfortunately, they didn't receive such treatment. Comparisons were odious. White cranes danced on top of the green robe, and celestial music drifted in the air. Everyone sat down cross-legged, and a beautiful servant girl poured them fragrant tea. Lin Ling drank his tea and looked at Grandma Wendao. He had too many doubts about Grandma Wendao. Don't rush. Tell me one by one. Grandma Wendao was also drinking tea, but her expression gradually became serious. Actually, I hid in the rainforest sacred land for a reason. It was because I was hiding from someone. With Grandma Wendao's strength, you also have to hide from someone. When he heard that, Lin Ling was shocked. Although he didn't know how strong Grandma Wendao was, the cloaked man Void, and even the imperial dynasty listened to her. From this, one could see how strong she was. But for such a strong person to hide from someone, who was that person? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Little Li is smart. That's right, I'm hiding from him. Grandma Wendao noticed Lin Ling's gaze and immediately smiled. Because I know the secret he needs the most, so he's been looking for me. He's the Azure Emperor, right? Lin Ling said word by word. Then he saw Grandma Wendao nodding slightly. This made him shake his head helplessly. Grandma Wendao's opponent was indeed terrifying. But why did Grandma Wendao look for me? Lin Ling asked again. He felt that Granny Wendao seemed to have always valued him. With Granny Wendao's strength and connections, what kind of genius could she not have? In fact, I didn't pay attention to you at first. I was just living in seclusion in the rainforest. Later, I met your predecessor and realized that you had an ability that no one else had. So, I've been paying attention to you. What? As soon as he said that, the third prince and the others' expressions changed drastically. Of course. I'm just spouting nonsense. However, just as everyone was surprised, Grandma Wendao suddenly laughed out loud, causing everyone's forehead to draw black lines. They were also used to Grandma Wendao's frivolous attitude. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He knew that Grandma Wendao seemed to be joking. In fact, it was hard to tell if she was telling the truth or not. However, was the end of the Chaos Divine formula? In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao didn't cultivate the Chaos Divine formula to its peak. Therefore, Lin Ling wasn't sure. But he was sure that the Chaos Divine formula was the only cultivation technique in the universe. Since the birth of the 9 great Danshians, there had never been a cultivation technique that could defy the heavens. Alright, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the Imperial Court. The third prince and I have the same goal, which is to kill the Azure Emperor. The third prince's mother was the imperial concubine, but she was killed by the Azure Emperor in the end. Most importantly, the third prince is from the Jiang family in the Tianzhou Great World. This family has a strong background. They can't swallow this humiliation, so they have been trying to wash it away. Grandma Wendao said again. Lin Ling looked at the third prince. He didn't expect the third prince's mother to have such a strong background. Therefore, we are on the same side now. Moreover, the third prince has also received a Son of Heaven's mandate. If he becomes the Azure Emperor and controls the ancient power, he will definitely be able to kill the Azure Emperor. Of course, our imperial court has 8 Son of Heaven's mandates. The other 6 have also been given to the corresponding people. At a certain time, you will know each other. For now, it's better to keep it a secret. Everything is for everyone's safety. Grandma Wendao kept talking, which made the third prince and Lin Ling nod. Grandma Wendao was telling them that they shouldn't set each other up. In the end, everyone talked for a long time. Lin Ling thought about how he had spent a long time in Five Ring City, and was worried about Yu Yu and the others, so he bid farewell and left. As for Sakura, he still stayed by Grandma Wendao's side to cultivate. Before Lin Ling left, he reminded Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was a popular person in Qingzhou. There were many people who wanted to kill him. Moreover, Lin Ling had the Son of Heaven's mandate. This must be kept a secret. Even falling flowers, flowing water, and the others couldn't tell them. Lin Ling was well aware of this. Then Lin Ling bid farewell and left. This little Li is a real man. If ordinary people were in his situation, they would wish to never leave the imperial court, and only come out when they are strong enough. But he is a wild horse. He can't be trapped. Grandma Wendao looked into the distance and said, "Yeah, I thought he would stay in the imperial court. The third prince nodded and said, "Now there were many people who wanted to kill Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was still arrogant. He would rather roam the world alone than hide in the imperial court." "Oh right, third prince, do you want a master?" Suddenly, Grandma Wendao looked at the third prince and asked. The third prince nodded immediately. If Grandma Wendao could become his master, it would be his great honor. Hee, looks like I have another junior sister. Sakura couldn't help but laugh. He was Grandma Wendao's disciple. "So you agree? Okay, I will introduce a master to you." Grandma Wendao drank her tea and smiled. The third prince's eyes narrowed. Grandma Wendao was not his master? He couldn't help but ask, "Then which senior is it?" "Lin Ling." Grandma Wendao blew on the teacup and said softly. The mountaintop was dead silent. Sakura was stunned. The cloaked man was dumbfounded. The third prince was dumbfounded. Lin Ling's cultivation was lower than the third prince. He was going to be the third prince's master? This must be a joke. Chapter 28:19. Leave. This. The third prince's mouth was agape. Although he felt that Grandma Wendao wouldn't lie to him about such an important question, he still subconsciously believed that it was impossible. "Okay, I'll listen to Grandma Wendao." The third prince immediately laughed. However, Grandma Wendao could clearly tell that the third prince did not care about her words. He would not take Lin Ling as his master. This caused Grandma Wendao to sigh softly in her heart. At this moment, Lin Ling had left Five Ring City and was heading towards the rainforest market. Along the way, he sighed in his heart. This time, he had used up quite a bit of time. He wondered how Yu and the others were doing. However, Lin Ling was in an extremely good mood. He looked at the magnificent and sacred fifth city behind him, and knew that he had gained a firm foothold in the most powerful place in Qingzhou. Moreover, Lin Ling also knew that many people were secretly paying attention to him and harboring hostility. However, those people didn't dare to act rashly. Unless the magnates agreed to it personally, they would not dare to make a move. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty is bigger than I thought. However, other than the Fourth Ring City and the Fifth Ring City, I don't fear anyone from the other cities. Lin Ling walked past the Fifth Ring City and arrived at the Fourth Ring City. Looking at the bustling streets, the smile on his face grew wider. This feeling of soaring through the heavens and earth was pretty good. There were martial artists walking on the streets from time to time, but none of them recognized Lin Ling. Qing province was too big. Although Lin Ling's reputation was not weak, not everyone knew who he was. So this is the Four-Ring City. TSK. It's bigger than I imagined. Don't underestimate this place. Behind the prosperity, countless bones have been buried under the ancient city. That's right. Only true experts can move freely in this place. A few newcomers couldn't help but whisper when they arrived at Four-Ring City. This made Lin Ling smile. This was the same as him back then. Furthermore, when they sensed Lin Ling's gaze, the young rookies immediately narrowed their eyes and revealed smiles. "Senior." They took the initiative to greet him. Lin Ling, on the other hand, nodded slightly and strode away. He had the demeanor of an expert. "That young man seems to be the same age as us, but he is very calm in Fourth Ring City. I think he is not someone to be underestimated. Yeah, I really envy him." Those rookies weren't fools. Although they didn't know Lin Ling's strength, they could tell that Lin Ling's every move was calm and composed, so they guessed that Lin Ling's background wasn't small. Lin Ling has returned. Let's go back and inform the manor head." In Sihuan City, some people recognized Lin Ling, and then mysteriously disappeared into the streets. Of course, there were also some older martial artists. They coldly looked at Lin Ling, but in the end they didn't dare to act rashly. They were from the Azure Dragon Manor. As expected of Lin Ling. Back then, he killed the Azure Dragon King's son. Now that they see Lin Ling, the Azure Dragon Manor doesn't dare to kill him. At the gate of a city, an old man also stared at Lin Ling, who was leaving, and said to the people from the Azure Dragon Manor, "I heard from the eldest miss that Lin Ling has obtained the Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal. TSK, as expected of a young talent. Go back and inform the manor head." I think the manor head also wants to know Lin Ling. Look, the people from the White Tiger Manor also went back to inform the manor head. We can't be slow. Yes. The old man left with a few people. Lin Ling didn't know that the 4 strongest divine mansions were restless because of him. At this moment, he had already arrived at Second Ring City and was about to return to the Yulin City when his eyes suddenly lit up. That was because he saw a familiar face. He didn't expect that person to also come to Qingzhou. Moreover, she seemed to be going to the 3 great academies. In the past, she once rejected my help and said that she wanted to comprehend the boundary origin seed herself. Now she has done it. Looking at the stubborn woman, Lin Ling felt very guilty. That woman was Lu Susu. Lin Ling had known many women in his life, but not many had left a deep impression on him. Only Yu Yu and a few others had left a deep impression on him. However, Lu Susu was also one of them. When he first met Lu Susu, Lin Ling felt that she was very beautiful, feminine, and enchanting. However, Lin Ling had restrained himself a lot at that time. Therefore, although he had interacted with Lu Susu a lot, he still subconsciously rejected her. However, when he returned home the last time, Yu Munyun told him that Lu Susu had been waiting for him. Although Lu Susu had taken the initiative to leave him, Yu Munyun had also said that Lu Susu's heart could no longer hold anyone else. After hearing the news, Lin Ling's heart ached. He had to admit that Lin Ling was indeed a little selfish. He had only thought about the problem from his own point of view. He had never experienced Lu Susu's feelings. Therefore, Lin Ling had begun to accept Lu Susu. She seems to want to become a genius of the 3 great academies. That should be Heavenly Saint Academy. Lin Ling's soul power was extremely powerful. Although he was not close, he could still see everything clearly. Then he headed towards Heavenly Saint Academy. The 3 great academies seemed to have reached their peak. That was because they had relaxed the conditions for recruiting disciples. More importantly, over the years, geniuses were like carps crossing the river, and their names had shaken Qingzhou. In particular, Lin Ling had risen like a comet. This made the old monsters in the academies realize that a true genius did not necessarily have a good background and talent. Even if their background was ordinary, they still had the chance to create miracles. This also caused the nearby area to be bustling with noise and excitement. A large number of young people gathered. There were both men and women. The men were otherworldly and indifferent, while the women were like fairies. For a moment, it formed a beautiful scene. This is Heavenly Saint Academy? It's so big. Yeah, I've heard of Heavenly Saint Academy in Qingzhou. I never thought that I would have the chance to become a genius of the academy. Tisk tsk, so many people. Those men are so handsome. Voices could be heard from time to time. In the crowd, a tall woman in a purple robe stood there. Her beautiful eyes were looking at the ancient Heavenly Saint Academy. For a moment, the surrounding young people's eyes were burning with passion. That woman was very enchanting and charming. Top quality. She should be in the top 10 of this year's recruitment. Yeah, us senior brothers are in luck. I hope she joins Heavenly Saint Academy quickly. Such a beauty can't be snatched away by the other 2 academies. The geniuses of the other academies licked their lips and said, cultivation was boring. Although they were already used to it, if there was a beautiful woman accompanying them, no one would reject it. For a moment, the purple-robed woman's surroundings became empty. She was like a crane in a flock of chickens. However, she was obviously used to it, so she continued to look at Heavenly Saint Academy. Junior sister, are you here to learn martial arts in Heavenly Saint Academy? Now that Heavenly Saint Academy has relaxed the conditions, as long as you achieve a few goals, you can directly become the 4th generation of the academy. At this moment, a gentle voice rang out. Then, a refined young man walked out with his hands behind his back. It's senior brother Tu Tsuxing. Chapter 2820. Her boyfriend is me. It seems that Senior 2 has taken a liking to that woman with a hot figure. As expected of Senior Brother 2's foresight. However, that woman seems to be somewhat extraordinary. I'm afraid she won't take the bait so easily. Do you know who Senior Brother 2 is? He's a member of the Academy's generation. How can he fail? As for some of the girls, they were a little jealous of the purple-robed girl, because being noticed as soon as they arrived at the Heavenly Saint Academy was not a simple matter. Thank you, but I'm here to find someone. However, the woman shook her head and frowned. Damn it, I forgot to ask which academy that bastard is in. I only know that he's in the martial god barracks, but I can't go there at all. She was Lu Susu. She was obviously here to look for Lin Ling, because according to the agreement she had with Lin Ling last time, if she could comprehend the Jieyuan seed, then she could personally come and find Lin Ling. And now she had done it. Therefore she came here with pride. She wanted to show Lin Ling how powerful she was. However, she had forgotten which academy Lin Ling was in. Bastard? Are you scolding me? However, the refined young man clearly misunderstood Lu Susu's words. He was from the first generation of the Heavenly Saint Institute. He took the initiative to invite this girl, but was rejected in the end. He was very unhappy. Moreover, he was able to notice the strange gazes from the surroundings. So he couldn't allow his junior brothers to laugh at him. I'm sorry, the bastard wasn't talking about you, but another person. Lu Susu hurriedly bowed. After thinking for a while she said, that person is my boyfriend. She was called a profiteer by Lin Ling, so naturally she was also a shrewd person, so she guessed the young man's intention. Therefore, she wanted to use the word boyfriend to reject the young man. In this way, he had given the young man enough face. What? She's taken? There's no justice in this. The surrounding youths immediately let out grievous cries. They came from a myriad of realms and were the proud sons of heaven of their respective hometowns. They had seen countless beauties, but none of them were as moving as this purple-robed woman. However, this unforgettable beauty already had a boyfriend. Who the hell is this guy? Who is it? You'd better show yourself. I swear I won't touch you. Even the third and second generation of the Heavenly Saint Institute were furious. Lu Susu, on the other hand, was slightly stunned. She did not expect the crowd to react so strongly. However, Tu Chu Xing, who was standing in front of her, was even more displeased. He, a dignified first young master, had personally gone out, but had actually returned in failure? Junior sister, you may have made a promise to someone else. But it doesn't matter. I don't care about your past. I only care about your future. You can leave your boyfriend and follow me from now on. You can walk freely in Second Ring City. Tokushing didn't believe that he couldn't win the beauty's heart. Thank you, but I really don't need it. Lu Susu waved her hand. It seems that you don't know how powerful I am. Forget it, let your boyfriend do it. I will make him feel inferior. Tokushing almost wanted to use force, but there were too many people around. If he used force, he would obviously lose even more face. Therefore, he planned to use his qualifications to change the beauty's mind. Your boyfriend is a genius from the 3 big academies? Or first? Tu Tsuxing said indifferently. It doesn't matter if he's first. I'm in the top 40 of the first generation of the Heavenly Saint Institute. If he's a man, he'd better come out and compete with me. Well done, Senior 2. The geniuses cheered when they saw Tu Tsuxing showing off his results. As for the geniuses who had participated in the disciple selection, they were surprised. That senior brother was a first? He's really amazing. I don't know. Lu Susu replied quickly. She didn't know how Lin Ling was doing in Qingzhou. Don't be surprised. Let me continue. What's his background? I'll tell you. I'm the 3rd young master of the 2 family in 3 Ring City. My elder brother is a first. Tu Tsuxing said. After saying that, he stuck out his chest proudly. I've been to the 4 divine residences in 4 Ring City and visited them. As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of gasps could be heard from the surroundings. 4 Ring City was a place they would never have the chance to visit in their lifetime. Moreover, Tukustar was from Sanhuan City. That was a true sign of wealth and wealth. I'm so jealous of her. Some girls looked at Lu Susu with envy. That was because a man had announced his background in public for her. It was extremely rare for a vain girl to do that. I'm really sorry about that. Lu Susu smiled apologetically. She knew that she had been targeted by a powerful young master. I'm sorry. However, Tu Tsuxing became even angrier. He pointed at Lu Susu and said, I can tell you that if I don't say anything, no one in the 3 academies will dare to recruit you as a disciple. Qingzhou is the dream place of all geniuses. However, I can make you lose your dream. Domineering. That sentence was filled with domineering aura. The crowd's breathing slowed. They didn't think that Tu Tsuxing was ugly. Instead, they admired him even more. He was a real genius when he said such bold words to woo a girl. Lu Susu didn't expect him to go all out. Perhaps she didn't know that Tu Tsuxing had been rejected in public. His dignity had been humiliated, so he went all out. I don't believe that you have the final say in the 3 academies. Lu Susu, who had been speaking humbly, couldn't hold it in any longer. You can go ahead and try. Call your boyfriend along. Moreover, I'll be waiting for you here. I'll see how you'll be rejected. Tu Tsuxing put his hands behind his back and said, Junior sister, accept reality. I'm afraid that your boyfriend has also abandoned you. In Qingzhou, strength is everything. If he was chosen by a young lady from a powerful family, he would have already become their son-in-law. The pledge of eternal love in the past is just a joke. You don't have to say anything. If Qingzhou doesn't want me, I'll leave. I believe in my boyfriend. Lu Susu snorted and turned to leave. Ask your boyfriend to come out. Tu Tsuxing was even angrier. She was simply a silly girl. However, the more she acted like this, the more his heart ached. Obviously, it was rare to see such an infatuated girl. Unfortunately, she didn't belong to him, which made him even more unwilling. I can see that you came to Qingzhou for him. However, you're being watched by so many people, but he doesn't dare to stand up for you. Is he still a man? Tu Tsuxing said again. I won't allow you to speak ill of him. Stop. Hearing this, Lu Susu's slender legs stopped, and she looked at Tu Tsuxing with her eyebrows raised. She said coldly, he promised me, and I promised him. So even if he is a beggar in Qingzhou, I will not leave him. Stop. Outside the Heavenly Saint Academy, there was even more silence. No one had expected this sexy and beautiful girl to be so stubborn and infatuated. Who is your boyfriend? Tukuxing finally roared. Chapter 28-21. Disciple Recruitment. An indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Then the crowd squirmed, and a young man in a blue and white robe strode over. The Heavenly Saint Institute was in an uproar. Everyone looked at the young man. Bang. Some of the geniuses who were consumed by jealousy even secretly attacked the young man. Unfortunately, with a single kick from the youth, everyone who stood in his way was sent flying. Just like that, he walked over domineeringly. I'm her boyfriend. Yes. A soft voice floated out at the same time, causing a smile to appear on Lu Susu's delicate face. She stared at the young man with curiosity and excitement. She had not seen him for many years. However, this guy was still as arrogant as ever. The words, I'm her boyfriend, were really domineering. However, she had been waiting for this sentence for many years. This was because this was the first time Lin Ling had acknowledged her identity as Lu Susu in front of everyone. Idiot, go. Go. Lu Susu was worried when she thought of Tu Tsuxing's background. Women were like this. When they fell in love with someone, the first thing they thought of was not themselves, but the person they loved. You're the idiot. Who asked you to come to the Heavenly Saint Institute to find me? Did I say I was in the Heavenly Saint Institute? Yes. Seeing this, Lin Ling was touched. I don't care what institute you're in. Now go. These people are all xenophobic. That guy has a terrifying background. Lu Susu whispered. However, Lin Ling smiled and did not answer her. Instead, he came to her and hugged her tightly. With this hug, Lu Susu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She went limp and couldn't muster up any strength. Lin Ling, don't. Too many people are watching. Lu Susu's voice was gentle. However, before she could finish her words, a hot kiss landed on her lips. They're watching. That's even better. This proves that Lu Susu is my woman. How can I not acknowledge my own woman? Yes. Lu Susu's firm voice rang in her heart. Her eyes were moist. The outside of the Heavenly Saint Institute was silent. All the geniuses had their mouths wide open. That guy is crazy. He clearly knew that they were attracted to the goddess, but in the end, he came to pick the flower in public. Was he telling them that the sexy and beautiful woman belonged to him? Of course, Tu Tsuxing was the angriest. Rebellion. Absolutely rebellion. How dare someone steal his woman in front of him? Some good-looking girls covered their mouths. Tu Chuxing was crazy for love, but the young man was even crazier. Are you a genius of the Tsongling Institute? Tu Chuxing. At that moment, Tu Chuxing roared in anger. After the kiss, Lin Ling turned to look at Tu Chuxing. He really did not know this gentle-looking young man. As for his background, he was not interested in it. But what he saw was that this prideful generation was humiliating his woman, courting death. Chu-chu. That's not it. Are you the first generation? Let me tell you. Even if you are the first generation, you have to kneel down before me today. Tu Chuxing's voice was filled with madness and indifference. Today, I will teach you a lesson not because you stole the beauty of the Heavenly Saint Institute, but because you humiliated us by hugging the beauty of the Heavenly Saint Institute. A martial artist should live by martial arts. Tu Chuxing said something important at the critical moment. Lin Ling almost laughed. Was that guy qualified to say something like that? I'm sorry. I'm not a genius of the Heavenly Saint Institute. Lin Ling laughed again. Then the Heavenly Saint Institute became even quieter. They thought that Lin Ling must have some background to be so arrogant. Who knew that he did not belong to any of the 3 institutes? How could he be so arrogant when he was not a genius? Everyone felt that they had been fooled. Too much. Senior 2, humiliate him. Let him know how powerful you are. Yes, let him know what a great identity is. Angry voices rang out one after another. Tu Chuxing was stunned for a moment, then he laughed disdainfully. This young man was so humble. How dare he steal his love? He was about to speak, but Lin Ling spoke first. If my girlfriend wants to be a genius of the Heavenly Saint Institute, it should not be a problem for her to get into the Heavenly Saint Institute. Tu Chuxing wanted to laugh at Lin Ling, but he swallowed his words and looked at Lin Ling in shock. The same went for the crowd. Lin Ling had said that he was not a genius of the 3 institutes, but now he said that he could make Lu Susu a genius of the Heavenly Saint Institute. He must be bragging. Could it be that this guy was bragging in front of a beauty so that he would not lose face? Without any suspense, the crowd's anger turned into laughter. Did I hear it wrong? Tu Chuxing asked, laughing so hard that he almost fell off his horse. You didn't hear it wrong. I can make my girlfriend a genius of the Heavenly Saint Institute, Lin Ling said seriously. Haha. Tu Chuxing could not hold it in anymore. Lin Ling, don't fight with them. Lu Susu also thought that Lin Ling was bragging. Although it was her first time in Qingzhou, she knew that the 3 institutes had a deep foundation. They could not be controlled by someone from the myriad world. Tu Chuxing was a local martial artist, so he might have a chance. But Lin Ling did not even have a 1% chance. I didn't fight with them, Lin Ling said gloomily. Since the Heavenly Saint Institute was begging him to go back, it should not be difficult for him to make such a small request. Don't try to show off. This is not a deal. It's not something you can brag about. The more you boast, the better. Lu Susu rolled her eyes at Lin Ling, which made him even more speechless. Did you see that? This beauty thinks you are bragging. Haha, so this braggart is your boyfriend. Sure enough, hearing about him is not as good as meeting him in person. Hearing Lu Susu's words, Tu Chuxing could not help but tease her. Suddenly, he turned his eyes and saw a large group of people coming from the distance. They were the people of the Heavenly Saint Institute. This year, the 3 institutes were recruiting geniuses. Since the Heavenly Saint Institute was fighting for geniuses, the Heavenly Saint Institute was not to be outdone. Indeed, there's no time like the present. Let me expose your scam. Tu Chuxing laughed and then cupped his hands in salute. Elder Xiaoren, Elder Dandelion, it's good that you are here. I would like to ask if the Heavenly Saint Institute recruits geniuses at will. Who are you? An old voice came from afar. I am the 3rd young master of the 2 clan in Lower 3 Ring City, Tu Chuxing said proudly. He looked at Lu Susu as if he was saying, I will show you my strength. The 3rd young master of the 2 clan? Are you from the Heavenly Saint Institute? The old voice came again, but it was not as cold as before. Chapter 28-22. Even a cripple. That's right. Tu Chuxing replied proudly. He knew that the other party had given him face. Amazing. An elder of the academy is here for Senior Brother Tuesday. You should know that we are from different academies, and we usually fight in the dark. The fact that an elder of the Resplendent Academy is here for Senior Brother 2 proves that Senior Brother 2's influence is terrifying. Everyone exclaimed. Some of the geniuses who had just arrived here looked at Tu Chuxing with admiration. They hoped that one day, they would also have such a big face. Since it's Junior Brother 2, I'll give you face. What's the matter? The crowd was separated, and a large group of people arrived. Many of them were from the younger generation, and the two leading them were Xia Ren and Dandelion Elder. Lin Ling looked at Xia Ren in astonishment. The last time this old man went to his Yulin market, he begged him to return to the Resplendent Academy. At that time he was kicked out of the market, and it was very embarrassing. Lin Ling did not expect that the recruitment today would be so majestic. Nothing much. Someone was bragging that he could let any genius enter the Resplendent Academy. Is that true? Tu Xuxing said with a smile. He knew that something interesting was about to happen. Elder Xiaoren, your Resplendent Academy can't possibly recruit any genius, right? Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to your Resplendent Academy. Hearing this, the crowd was filled with anticipation. They wanted to see how Lin Ling would be embarrassed after his scam was exposed. Perhaps, that guy would be punished to kneel down and admit his mistake. Lin Ling, should we leave immediately? Lu Susu was extremely worried. She was afraid that Lin Ling's situation would be very miserable with the arrival of the ancient experts of the Azure province. It's okay. Just because they're old doesn't mean they're seniors. Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. Lu Susu's beautiful eyes narrowed. But they're the elders of the academy. To her, the elders of the academy were like Mount Tai and Big Dipper. They were people that she could only look up to for the rest of her life. Unfortunately, she did not know that Lin Ling had already made a name for himself in the Azure province. In the past he would have to raise his head to look up to the elders, but now, he had kicked them countless times. Nonsense. What kind of place do you think our Resplendent Academy is? Without a certain level of talent, how can our academy recruit you? There was no doubt that Elder Xiaoren was somewhat angry. According to Tu Chuxing's words, their Resplendent Academy was somewhat worthless. Hey, I didn't say that. It was said by a junior who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You go and reprimand him. Tu Xuxing gloated and gave the stage to Lin Ling. He wanted to see how Lin Ling would deal with it. Which bastard is it? Elder Xiaoren said in a dignified tone when he saw the large number of geniuses in the surroundings. Moreover, his aged eyes began to scan the surroundings. Who are you calling a beast? However, at this moment, an icy cold voice resounded. The beast cursed you. Elder Xiaoren didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. His gaze finally locked onto the person who spoke. However, his eyes instantly froze. Beside her, Senior Dandelion was also shocked. Because they didn't expect Lin Ling to be here. So it was a beast who cursed me, no wonder. Lin Ling sneered at Elder Xiaoren. At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Because Lin Ling actually dared to ridicule an elder of the Resplendent Academy. He's dead. What a crafty mouth. You cursed an elder of the Resplendent Academy with just a few words. Hey, you've taken advantage of the situation, but how are you going to deal with it now? Tu Chuxing was obviously more excited. He looked at Elder Xiaoren and said, Elder, he's calling you a beast. He thought that Elder Xiaoren didn't understand the meaning of Lin Ling's words. That's right, I'm a beast. However, Elder Xiaoren was still staring at Lin Ling. However, a sentence that shocked everyone suddenly floated out. Elder Xiaoren actually called himself a beast? Could it be that he didn't understand the meaning of the young man's words? Tu Chuxing looked as if he had been slapped in the face. He couldn't help but remind Elder Xiaoren again. Elder, he's calling you a beast. That's right, I'm a beast. What? You're not convinced? Elder Xiaoren immediately looked at Tu Chuxing and said coldly, this. Tu Chuxing was also dumbfounded. He had never seen anyone call themselves a beast, let alone admit it so straightforwardly. Slap. He even gave himself a slap to see if he was dreaming. But it really hurt. Haha, may I ask which senior's disciple wants to go to the Resplendent Academy? Elder Xiaoren looked at Lin Ling and rubbed his hands. One must know that the dean of the Resplendent Academy had given him a death mission to bring Lin Ling back. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had always been indifferent to him. So now that he had the opportunity to take the initiative to talk to Lin Ling, how could he miss it? Sensing Elder Xiaoren's gaze, Lin Ling said indifferently, "Senior's disciple can't be considered. This beauty beside me is qualified. However, the Resplendent Academy's recruitment is quite strict. I'm afraid she won't be able to enter. May I ask who this beauty is?" Elder Xiaoren's chrysanthemum face smiled. Everyone was stunned. What kind of attitude is Elder Xiaoren showing? Isn't he being too polite? "My girlfriend," Lin Ling replied. This time, Elder Xiaoren's wrinkled face smiled even more happily. Lin Ling's girlfriend was coming to the Resplendent Academy, which meant that Lin Ling would have a chance to come back in the future. Because even if he hated the dean, he would still come to see his girlfriend. No problem. Even if she's a cripple, the Resplendent Academy will accept her. As the oldest academy in Qingzhou, how can we discriminate against people? As long as the younger generation is passionate about martial arts, we won't miss it. Elder Xiaoren patted his chest and said, "Fuck. Damn. That's fine too. Damn. Even a cripple? Damn." This time, the surroundings were in an uproar like a market. Slap. Tu Chuxing slapped himself again to see if he was dreaming. One should know that his background was not small, and he was a first-generation genius, but he was barely able to get Elder Xiaoren to give him face. However, the young man not only made Elder Xiaoren respectful, but also gave him a big back door. Moreover, the young man's respectful expression made him wonder if the young man was the dean of the Resplendent Academy. However, the young man also said that he was not even a genius of the Resplendent Academy. This time, Tu Chuxing was completely stunned. "Since you're so enthusiastic, I'll reluctantly let my girlfriend go to the Resplendent Academy. But let's make it clear that cultivation resources are not to be neglected. Moreover, she will be a third-generation genius." Lin Ling nodded. "Third-generation genius? That's not possible. I want her to be a second-generation genius. If it weren't for my limited position, she would have no problem becoming a first-generation genius." Who would have thought that Lin Ling's request would not anger Elder Xiaoren? Instead, he thought that Lin Ling's request was too simple. Plop. This time, outside the Heavenly Saint Academy, many geniuses fell to the ground. Some of the geniuses who had just arrived fainted. Chapter 28-23. The first generation has arrived. "Lin Ling, what's going on? Why is that elder here?" Even Lu Susu found it hard to believe. Despite her intelligence, she couldn't understand what was going on. "That's not an elder." Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately laughed. "Could it be that he's a fake?" Lu Susu suddenly guessed. A real elder wouldn't treat Lin Ling like this. "He's not a fake, he's real. But in my eyes, he's not an elder, he's an animal." Lin Ling shrugged and said. Lu Susu was stunned, and then rolled her eyes. "Yes, I'm an animal, a big animal. Yes." However, Elder Xiaoren immediately patted his chest and admitted it. Lu Susu's Hongyan mouth twitched. She was completely speechless. Tu Chuxing trembled in anger. Although he didn't know what was going on, he was clearly embarrassed. "Don't be too arrogant. Becoming a genius is just the beginning. A real genius has to go to Five Ring City and leave Qing Province. Although she can become a genius of the academy, can she go to Three Ring City? Let me tell you, Three Ring City is my territory. She won't have the chance to go there in her lifetime. Do you believe me?" "Yes." Tu Chuxing took a step forward and said word by word. Resplendent Academy wasn't his academy, so he couldn't change Elder Xiaoren's decision. But in terms of background, he was confident that he could crush Lin Ling. Yes, becoming a genius of the academy is not a big deal. If you have the ability, go to Three Ring City. Yes. Senior brother too, good job. Yes. The geniuses from the Heavenly Saint Institute quickly flattered. Although Lu Susu was recruited by the Resplendent Institute, they didn't want to be trampled on. In Tukuxing's generation, it was even more impossible for him to lose to Lin Ling. Hence, he once again used his powerful identity to suppress Lin Ling, including you. May I ask, have you ever been to Three Ring City? Do you know what forces are in Three Ring City? Do you know where the largest Grand Council Hall is? Let me ask you again, have you ever been to Four Ring City? Do you know what the four great divine abodes of the Four Ring City are? I know you're going to say that even if I'm so powerful, I might not have been there. I'm sorry to say this, but I've been to the Four Ring City, the Black Warrior Celestial Manor, the White Tiger Celestial Manor, and the Vermilion Bird Celestial Manor. I've even seen those ancient bloodlines and masters. Tu Tsuxing's voice grew louder and louder, as if he had great ambitions. Pa pa pa. The geniuses of the Heavenly Saint Institute applauded. If they didn't flatter him now, when would they? You must have just become a first-generation member. However, Lin Ling said calmly. That's right. I have indeed just become a first generation. However, don't try to change the topic. Answer me, Tuxing said with a sneer. He did not know what Lin Ling meant, because if he was from the older generation, then he must have seen Lin Ling before. This was because in the battle of the strongest generation, who didn't know Lin Ling? Unfortunately, Tu Tsuxing was obviously a newcomer. Let me tell you, my brother is an first-generation member. Tu Tsuxing did not know what Lin Ling meant. He said proudly, there are only 100 first generations. They never appear in the Institute and only participate in the missions of the Great Qing Divine Dynasty. For example, not long ago at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion to seize the Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal, my brother participated. When the Azure Emperor was removed from the throne, my brother also contributed. This is pride and honor. At the end of his speech, Tu Tsuxing opened his hands, as if he was the one who had created such a record. However, without any suspense, the geniuses around looked up at Tu Tsuxing. They did not expect that Tu Tsuxing's brother would be able to participate in such a big event in Qingzhou. I actually have the opportunity to get close to such a legendary event. For the geniuses from the 10,000 worlds, this was something that was extremely far away. Looking at the admiring gazes around him, Tu Tsuxing's lips curled up, and he became even more proud. Tu Tsuxing, didn't I tell you not to tell anyone about this? At this moment, a majestic voice sounded. Then the clouds in the sky parted, and a young man stepped on a 9-colored cloud with his hands behind his back. He arrived majestically. Big brother. Seeing this, Tu Tsuxing was not surprised. Instead, he was overjoyed. His big brother had told him not to tell anyone about the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. However, he was so angry earlier that he had told everyone about it, which led to his big brother's arrival. You can't blame me. Someone is looking down on the Tu family. Tu Tsuxing said hurriedly. The man in the sky looked down at the countless geniuses on the ground, as if he was the ruler of the world. His face was calm, and he had the demeanor of an expert. Greetings, Senior Tu. A large number of respectful voices sounded in the Heavenly Saint Academy. Even the elders of the academy bowed respectfully. That was because the man was one of the 100 exceptional talents, and they would always look up to him. Tu Tsutian. The expressions of Elder Xiaoren and the others changed slightly. Although Tu Tsutian was younger than them, his potential was 100 times greater than theirs. He was an existence that they did not dare to provoke. Xiaoren, you were my senior when I was learning martial arts. I've seen you before. Don't tell me that you're bullying my younger brother today. The man's gaze finally landed on the people from the Resplendent Academy. He thought that the people from the Resplendent Academy were humiliating the Tu family. Elder Xiaoren immediately felt awkward. Clearly, he did not dare to provoke the man. However, he did not dare to mention Lin Ling's name, so he could only chuckle. Brother, it's not him. It's that kid. On the contrary, Tu Tsuxing walked towards the sky with a smile, and pointed at Lin Ling as he spoke. At that moment he was proud. He was very proud. He was the center of attention. In reality, that was indeed the case. No one dared to look down on him anymore. The light of the Tu family shone everywhere, telling everyone how powerful the two brothers were. It's him. Tu Tsutian also looked at Lin Ling. However, he suddenly frowned because he felt that Lin Ling was very familiar. It's him. This guy looks down on the Tu family. On the side, Tu Tsuxing quickly nodded. Then he said with admiration, Kid, do you see him? He's my big brother, one of the 100 exceptional talents. He entered Five Ring City and went to the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. However, Tu Tsiutian ignored him and continued to stare at Lin Ling. Have we met before? Why do I feel that you're so familiar? At that moment, Lin Ling was also looking at the man. He shook his head and said, to be honest, you feel very unfamiliar. Perhaps you know me, but I don't know you. As soon as he finished speaking, the square was in an uproar. One of the 100 exceptional talents knew Lin Ling, but Lin Ling did not know him? Could it be that Lin Ling was more famous than Tu Tsiuxing's big brother? Haha, you're boasting again. Tu Tsiuxing shook his head helplessly. Shut up. However, before he could stop laughing, the man beside him shouted coldly, causing Tu Tsiuxing's eyes to widen. May I ask, what is your name? The more the man looked at Lin Ling, the more familiar he felt. Could he be the legendary figure? I'm Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and finally spat out a sentence. Boom. The man was only stunned for a moment. Then he shot towards the ground at a crazy speed, causing the ground to crack and dust to spread everywhere. Chapter 28-24. All the important figures had gathered. This scene struck everyone as if they had been struck by lightning. Their minds buzzed. Then everyone looked at Lin Ling, but they found that Lin Ling was very calm. He was neither happy nor sad, neither arrogant nor humble. This calmness was not an act at all. However, Tu Tsiutian was a first-generation talent. His arrival was respected by everyone. Now he was kneeling before Lin Ling on one knee. But Lin Ling did not react at all. Moreover, why was he kneeling before Lin Ling on one knee? Brother, this is... In fact, Tu Tsiuxing was the most surprised because he knew how proud his brother was. Not to mention kneeling. Even if he wanted his brother to lower his head, it would be impossible. This was also something that was simply impossible. 100 exceptional talents greet the king of exceptional talents, Lin Ling. At this moment, the man said with a trembling voice. Previously, he felt that Lin Ling looked familiar. After receiving Lin Ling's acknowledgement, he was immediately terrified. After all, he had personally seen how powerful Lin Ling was at the Copper Sparrow Terrace. After leaving the Copper Sparrow Terrace, Lin Ling had even killed his page boy in front of the minister of the left. Therefore, he knew that this was someone he could not provoke. First-generation king? Isn't that the 81st prince? Hearing that, Tu Tsiuxing had the biggest reaction. He almost wanted to slap himself 3 more times. That was because he had heard from his brother that the first-generation king was the strongest genius among the 100 first-generation talents. The most terrifying thing was that he was showing off his experience and background in front of the first-generation king. Slap. He could not help but slap himself. No way, Lin Ling is the first-generation king? In fact, even Elder Xiaorun was shocked. Although he knew that Lin Ling could go to Five Ring City, he did not expect Lin Ling to become the first-generation king in such a short period of time. The first-generation king was not a cabbage that could be found anywhere. Not everyone could do it. Tu Tsiuxing, get down here and apologize. The man shouted coldly at the sky. He had thought that someone had offended his brother, but now it seemed that his brother was simply courting death. He had failed to recognize Mount Tai. Brother, Tu Tsiuxing's heart trembled. He did not dare to say anything. He shot to the ground and knelt before Lin Ling. His mind was gloomy because he had offended such a person. Lin Ling, I heard that you're back, so I came to look for you today. We've been waiting for a long time. But at this moment, a tiger's roar came from the sky. Then a white tiger as huge as a mountain stepped on the clouds and arrived majestically. Behind the white tiger were a large number of experts, all of whom had cultivation levels that people could not see through. As for the elder above the white tiger, his strength had reached the level of being able to reach the heavens. Are you here for Lin Ling? Is it revenge? However, Lin Ling obviously knew the old man. He immediately cupped his hands and greeted him politely. Oh, you're always elusive. My white tiger divine residence wanted to invite you to our residence many times, but you didn't have the time. The old man said with a smile. Of course you have a lot of things to do, so I understand. However, you have to have a meal with me today. Otherwise I will feel guilty. The old man had met Lin Ling once in the Fourth Ring City. At that time, he had thought highly of Lin Ling. Now that he knew about Lin Ling's achievements, he was more than happy to call Lin Ling a brother. He's here to invite Lin Ling. When the people saw the old man's courteous manner, they began to guess. The White Tiger Divine Residence. Tu Tsuxing looked up at the sky with a deathly pale face. Weren't they the 4 divine residences of the 4th ring city? Before this, he was proud of being able to visit one of the 4 divine residences, looking down on Lin Ling. But now, the divine residence's manor lord was here. Compared to Lin Ling, Tu Tsuxing's identity paled in comparison. By Xiaoyang, aren't you being too overbearing? Lin Ling promised us that he would come to my Black Warrior divine residence. But right at this time, a palace floated in their direction. On top of the palace stood a large number of masters. Moreover, upon closer inspection, this wasn't a palace, but a giant divine turtle. Black Warrior Divine Residence? That seems to be one of the 4 divine residences. Are they here to invite Lin Ling again? This time, the Heavenly Saint Institute's geniuses were dumbfounded. Many of them slapped themselves hard to see if they were dreaming. This was because the elusive 4 divine dwellings had actually come for Lin Ling. Of course, even Lin Ling was surprised, but when he saw Xian Linglong standing on top of the divine turtle's shell, he immediately understood what was going on. This Xian Linglong must have told the Black Warrior Divine Residence about what happened at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Therefore, the Black Warrior Divine Residence was extending an olive branch to him. However, this was not the end of the shocking matter. In the west, flames soared to the sky, burning the clouds. Then, a giant vermilion bird flew over with a magnificent tail, shaking the entire second ring city. This can't be the vermilion bird divine residence, right? The corners of people's mouths were trembling. Some of them were completely numb. Lin Ling, I heard you obtain the Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal. Truly a young hero. This is the first time we meet. This old man is Zhu Fantian. I'm here because of your reputation. On top of the vermilion bird, a tall and sturdy old man clad in a long red robe was looking at Lin Ling with a wide smile. Senior Zhu. Lin Ling was also in disbelief. I dare not call myself senior, but if little friend Lin Ling doesn't mind, you can call me old brother Zhu. The old man said politely, then glanced at the White Tiger Divine Residence's manor lord with a cold sneer. What? You want to snatch Lin Ling from me? What snatch? Everything is first come, first served. We were the ones who got to know Lin Ling first. These old monsters from the 4th ring city were at loggerheads with each other. In their opinion, Lin Ling was a member of the imperial court, not to mention the fact that he had obtained the Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal. If the new Azure Emperor was born in the future, there was a high chance that he would be related to Lin Ling. Therefore, they naturally wouldn't miss the chance to befriend Lin Ling. Not only did he come in person, he's even trying to snatch Lin Ling. Without a doubt, today's events were like a miracle to these people. Knowing each other is fate. Since that's the case, why don't we all come to my Yulin City Square for a gathering? Since these people gave him enough face, Lin Ling smiled and said, All right. The manor lords of the 3 divine residences nodded. Among them, Bai Xiaoyang looked at the 2 brothers on the ground and asked curiously, These 2 are your friends, right? Since we've met, let's go together. There's no need. My lords, we really have something to do. The 2 brothers were so scared that their faces turned pale. Even their arrogant big brother looked terrified at this moment. As for the younger brother, Tu Tsuxing, his face was filled with confusion, anxiety, and even fear. Chapter 28-25. Returning home in glory. Not to mention the 2 brothers, even if their father was here, he could only bow respectfully at this moment. At this moment, he just wanted to slap himself in the face. Why was he so stupid before? Lin Ling just smiled. He didn't teach that guy a lesson because he was too lazy to do so. He held Lu Susu's hand and left. They're so compatible. What's funny is that Tu Kexing actually wants to steal Lin Ling's woman. He's so reckless. That's right. Lin Ling was once the most monstrous genius of the Resplendent Academy. I heard that even the principal of the Resplendent Academy begged Lin Ling to return. They didn't recognize Lin Ling, but the name Lin Ling was like thunder to their ears. The crowd immediately opened up a path for Lin Ling and Lu Susu to leave. Elder Xiaoren kept sucking in a breath of cold air. He never thought that Lin Ling would become so powerful. Fortunately, when he took the initiative to show weakness to Lin Ling didn't hate him as much. Otherwise, even if he had 10 lives, he wouldn't be able to survive in a head-on clash. Moreover, Elder Xiaoran felt like he was dreaming when he recalled the first time he met Lin Ling and the current Lin Ling. In fact, Senior Dandelion beside him was the same. If she remembered correctly, the first time she had met Lin Ling was in the Sword Dao department of the academy. Lin Ling had obtained an Emperor-grade Sword Dao, which had aroused her curiosity. And now, she had to look up to her former disciple. Without any suspense, the entire Heavenly Saint Institute was in an uproar because of Lin Ling. Regardless of whether it was the geniuses of the academy or the geniuses of the myriad worlds who came to learn martial arts, their eyes were burning with passion. They hoped that one day, they would be as proud as Lin Ling. Lin Ling, what happened? As for Lu Susu, she was at a loss. Although she didn't know what was going on, she could see that those respectable existences were very polite to Lin Ling. This made her curious. What exactly did Lin Ling do in Qingzhou? It's just a small matter. Lin Ling replied with a smile. He was already used to all of this. I thought that after reaching the World King realm, I could be proud in front of you. However, with my little strength, I still don't dare to look at you. Lu Susu said dispiritedly. She could guess that Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased. Lin Ling was simply a monster. Moreover, among all the geniuses from the north, Lin Ling was probably the fastest. Of course, she was also a little proud because such a hero was her boyfriend. Let's not talk about this. You haven't seen Yu and the others for a long time, right? This time, you can catch up. As he thought of Yu and Xian Yuangu, Lin Ling's heart burned with a fiery passion. He quickened his pace and returned to Rainforest City Square. Behind him, the palace masters of the 3 divine palaces followed with smiles on their faces. Although Lin Ling did not treat them very respectfully and treated them as equals, the more this was the case, the more they felt that Lin Ling's future would be extraordinary. My lord, you've returned. Hee, I've heard of my lord's fame in Second Ring City. You seized the Qingzhou Imperial Jade Seal. Hee, you've given us a great deal of face. Isn't that big sister Susu? Wow, it's been a long time. When Lin Ling returned to Rainforest City Square, everyone was in high spirits. The business of the city square grew increasingly large. When the customers saw Lin Ling, they all respectfully bowed. Obviously, they had long heard that the shopkeeper of Rainforest City Square was a capable person. With just a move of his foot, the entire Qingzhou would be shaken. In fact, the current Lin Ling was indeed an ambitious and ruthless person. That night, Rainforest City Square was incomparably lively. People like Sunset Glory, the Grand Secretary, and Vice Principal Gong also came. And now when they met Lin Ling, they were on the same level as him. Of course, when they were celebrating Lin Ling, Vice Principal Gong also looked at Lin Ling with a bitter expression. It was as if he was brooding over the fact that Lin Ling didn't return to Resplendent Academy. In response, Lin Ling smiled and directly ignored him. Lu Susu's arrival undoubtedly made Yu and Xian Yuangu very happy. The 3 women left early, and no one knew what they were talking about. The women around my lord are all very beautiful. Tisk, when you reach my lord's height, you can also have them. But I think you won't have any hope in this lifetime. Chess boy, are you looking down on me? Lin Ling's former subordinates used the excuse of being drunk and laughed heartily, making the atmosphere more harmonious. In the following days, Lin Ling accompanied Yu and the others. However, Yu somewhat missed Yu and wanted to go back to her hometown. In response, Lin Ling also missed his hometown, so he nodded and agreed. The next day, he brought Yu and Xian Yuangu to the Rainforest Sacred Land. As for Lu Susu, she had just arrived in Qingzhou, so she also went to Resplendent Academy to learn martial arts. When Lin Ling appeared on the Martial God Road, the 2 seniors who used to guard this place looked at Lin Ling in shock. If I remember correctly, you haven't even been in the Martial God world for 1,000 years. Little guy, you are really surprising. One of the middle-aged men exclaimed. He sensed that Lin Ling's strength had reached the late true immortal realm. And if he remembered correctly, this little guy was only at the World King realm not long ago. I was just lucky. Lin Ling bowed to the latter. Even though his strength had greatly increased, he still couldn't see through these two people. Moreover, he guessed that these two people weren't from Qingzhou, but were from the 9 provinces. This isn't something that can be done by luck. However, our northern territory is really lucky to have such a talent. The middle-aged man smiled and said. He was very fond of Lin Ling. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling also stepped onto the martial god road. A moment later, as he smelled the familiar scent and looked at the blue sky, Lin Ling's heart calmed down. Memories of the past also rose up bit by bit. Yu Yu and Xian Yuange, or were the same. I missed Dad a little. Xian Yuange, or thought of the great Eastern Demon King. Go back. Lin Ling smiled and held the two women's hands as they stepped on the clouds. Right now, he looked like he had returned home in glory. Although he was the only god in the rainforest Holy Land when he returned, there were still many people he had to be wary of. Now there were obviously fewer of them. When Lin Ling appeared in the rainforest Holy Land, the entire place was in an uproar. Ancestor Extreme Flame, Emo Nianchen, Lady Shui Wu, and even the great Eastern Demon King had all rushed over. For a time, the entire rainforest Holy Land was bustling with noise. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and the other two who had returned. They were all very excited, especially Yu Yu and Xian Yuange. They hadn't returned since they left the rainforest Holy Land. Now that they had returned, Ancestor Extreme Flame, Lin Yi, and the others were undoubtedly very happy. Bang! 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 Chapter 28-26. Fire Spear Realm. On the ground, several figures were thrown down by them. They were the people from the rainforest Holy Land. According to the agreement, the treasures you have to hand over every year should be handed over today. One of the 5 said with a smile. He was a skinny middle-aged man, and his aura was not weak at all. Seeing this, Lin Ling's face turned cold. He didn't understand what was going on. They are from the Northern Territory's Fire Spear Realm. They arrived here 3 years ago and then started to bully us. They want us to hand over a certain amount of treasures every year. Most importantly, they seem to have a powerful backer behind them. It could be seen that they had been bullied quite a bit in the past 3 years. They also wanted to inform Lin Ling, but from the mouths of these outsiders, they knew how powerful these people were. Even Lin Ling couldn't afford to offend them. Therefore, in the end, they still did not dare to tell Lin Ling. In fact, if Lin Ling hadn't coincidentally met them today, they still wouldn't have told Lin Ling. Fire Spear Realm? Lin Ling's face turned even colder. He didn't know this world, but the other party had dared to bully him. They were simply courting death. Linga, don't be rash. They're no small matter. It's said that they're formed by the gathering of several forces, and the mastermind is even someone from the martial god realm. Ancestor Extreme Flame hurriedly pulled Lin Ling back. He wasn't sure how Lin Ling was doing in the Azure province. He wasn't sure if Lin Ling was a match for these massive forces. Moreover, even though Lin Ling was strong, how could he shake the power of a few? Have you finished your discussion? Have you prepared all the treasures? In the sky, those people were still as cold as ever as they spoke with their hands behind their backs. It's ready. Please wait for a moment, sirs. Ancestor Extreme Flame immediately said, his expression somewhat respectful. What an old fart. Hurry up. However, those people seemed to be very impatient. Seeing this, Lin Ling's fury finally erupted. Without explaining anything to Elder Taiyan, he walked toward the sky. Linger. Father. Lord Lin Ling. Immediately, voices rang out one after another. Everyone began to worry, because as far as they were concerned, those outsiders were extremely formidable. Brat, who are you? Seeing Lin Ling walking towards them, the people in the sky were not afraid at all as they spoke nonchalantly. Alas, these people might be giants to Elder Taiyan and the others, but they were ants to Lin Ling. Therefore Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to say more. 10,000 swords shot out, sweeping over like an ocean. Not good, this person is very strong. The martial artists of the Fire Spear Boundary immediately reacted and unleashed their ultimate skills. However, it was useless. As soon as the ocean of swords appeared, one of them was chopped into pieces. While the other was still in shock, the sword also took his life. So powerful. What kind of sword is that? The remaining 3 people were even more terrified. In their eyes, Lin Ling was already walking over with a huge ancient sword. What is the fire spear realm? Lin Ling's sword swept out, and another expert died. On the ground, everyone was shocked. Although they knew that Lin Ling was very strong, they didn't expect him to be this strong. Killing these outsiders was as easy as blowing off dust. The fire spear boundary is a powerful boundary in the North Territory. Brat, you dare to kill our people. You're dead. Maybe you'll be happy today, but everyone in the rainforest's sacred land will be buried with you. One of the remaining 3 people shouted coldly. In fact, he was also afraid of Lin Ling, so he was afraid of Lin Ling. Nonsense. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at that person. With a slash of his sword, he chopped that person into pieces. You, don't be too arrogant. If the fire spear boundary knows about this, they will definitely mobilize their entire boundary. That's right, it's useless even if you kill them. The fire spear boundary knows that we came to the rainforest's sacred land. If we don't return alive, the fire spear boundary will definitely not let you go. The remaining 2 people's faces turned even paler. I'm very unlucky to tell you that even if the fire spear boundary doesn't come looking for me, I will go looking for them. The cold smile on the corners of Lin Ling's mouth grew even thicker when he heard those words. Killing intent arose in his heart because the fire spear region had touched his reverse scale. Hearing this, the 2 people's eyes widened. This guy wasn't afraid of the fire spear boundary, but he wanted to take the initiative to come looking for them? They didn't know why, but the more they believed this sentence, the more shocked they were. Could he be the master of this boundary? One of them muttered to himself. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he was already killed by Lin Ling's sword. On the ground, everyone looked at Lin Ling's figure and became excited. For the past 3 years, they had been bullied and humiliated, but when facing the fire spear world, they could only resign themselves to their fate. So when they saw those hateful people from the outside world die, they were instantly overjoyed. Haha, that's great. As expected of father. Soon, there was a burst of laughter from the crowd. However, Emo Nianchen and Elder Extreme Flame looked worried. Kill them, things are a little troublesome. Then they looked at Lin Ling and said, Ling, quickly return to the martial god boundary. No matter how strong you are no match for the fire spear boundary. In their opinion, it was impossible for one person to fight against an entire boundary. Then they looked at the crowd and said, the fire spear boundary will definitely send a large number of experts here. Everyone must be on guard. Looking at the serious Elder Extreme Flame and the others, Lin Ling felt a warmth in his heart. What happened in the rainforest's sacred land, but his grandfather and the others didn't want to tell him, fearing that he would worry. This made him feel even more guilty. Although Lin Ling didn't know what the fire spear boundary was, nor did he know who was behind this boundary, he would definitely settle this matter with his own hands since he was back. Guard. Why should we guard against it? Tomorrow, I will kill my way over. While everyone was discussing, Lin Ling also said firmly. This time, everyone's mouths were wide open, and they looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling was going to kill his way over to the fire spear boundary alone? One must know that the fire spear boundary was 100 times stronger than the rainforest's sacred land. Don't worry, a mere fire spear boundary. Lin Ling, don't put it in my eyes. Lin Ling said again, letting Elder Extreme Flame see the determination on Lin Ling's face. He couldn't help but ask, Linger, they are the cultivators of an entire boundary, and they have a backer behind them. Grandfather, I don't care who they are. If they dare to invade my homeland, I will kill them. Lin Ling's gaze swept across all the cultivators in the rainforest's sacred land, and then he said word by word. That determination and decisiveness finally made everyone's heart surge. Although they didn't know whether Lin Ling was a match for the fire spear boundary, since Lin Ling had decided to fight, then they would accompany Lin Ling. That night, everyone welcomed Lin Ling's return, bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Ling planned to go to the fire spear boundary tomorrow, so he didn't think too much about it and reminisced with his family and friends. Chapter 28-27. He had arrived at the fire spear world. After talking for a while, Lin Ling suddenly looked at Yu Yu and said, he wanted to let Yu Yu know that their son was going to get married. However, when he asked this question, the entire hall instantly fell silent. This made Linling feel that something was wrong. Isn't your girlfriend Huang Ying'er? What's wrong with her? You also sensed something ominous. Father, she's home. Linny glanced at Ancestor Taiyin and the others, then looked at his father and said. The current him was no longer the same as when he was a child. His chiseled face had a hint of determination, and he also had Linling's silhouette. What? Linling frowned. He remembered that Ying'er and were very close, so it was impossible for them to be separated. If they were to be separated, it would be because of external factors. Could it be the fire spear world again? Yu was also enraged. She couldn't hold it in any longer, and wanted to forcefully separate a couple from each other. It's not them. It's another huge force. It's said to be from the martial god realm. Linny looked at Yu and said. His clear eyes were moist. After Huang Ying'er left, he forced a smile in front of everyone, but only in the dead of night would he miss her. However, he was Linling's son. How could he show his weak side? Therefore, he had never mentioned this matter. However, no matter how strong he was, he still became weak after seeing his father. He only wanted to vent the depression in his heart, because his father was also his only sky. Bang! Linling slammed his palm on the table, his expression turning even colder. Tell me what happened. Father, Ying'er is not from the Rainforest Holy Land. I met her when I was training. Half a month ago, someone from her family came and took her away by force. They seemed to want her to marry the young master of another huge force. Linny said word by word, Father, it's all my fault. I couldn't protect Ying'er is a good girl. However, her background is not small, so it's none of your business. But don't worry, as long as Ying'er still likes you, I'll bring her back to you even if she's at the end of the world. After learning the whole story, Linling stepped forward and stroked the back of Lin Yi's head. He knew that during this period, Lin Yi had been forcing himself to be strong. It wasn't that Lin Yi was too weak. The main thing was that his opponents weren't from the Rainforest Holy Land. Confrontation. What's more, the ones who took Ying'er away were people from her family. Lin Yi naturally could not object. Thank you, Father. Lin Yi said excitedly. When he thought of the scene that day, his eyes turned red. That day people from Ying'er's family came. When they learned about my relationship with Ying'er, they only felt disdain. They said that the Rainforest Holy Land was not worthy of her. They even said that we were from the countryside. I'll tell them whether they're worthy or not. Hearing this, Linling's face became even colder. As a father, he was also extremely protective. He wanted to see how powerful Ying'er's family was. Then do you know where they came from? Linling asked again. They said that I was not qualified to know. But that day, people from the Fire Spear Boundary were also there. Perhaps they might know because they were very respectful to Ying'er's family. Lin Yi said. Well, I'll go to the Fire Spear Boundary tomorrow to ask. Linling had also made up his mind. Seeing that Linling had returned and dominated everything again, Ancestor Taiyin and Monienchen and Lin Yi's relatives were very gratified, especially Ancestor Taiyin and Monienchen. They did not expect that Lin Chen's son would still be able to withstand the storm of the Rainforest Holy Land today. The next day Linling left and said, At most 3 days, at least 1 day I'll be back. This sentence made the people of the Rainforest Holy Land excited. Linling was going to face a boundary, and he planned to solve it in 3 days. That was too domineering. Go, Gur, and I will take care of the family. Yu and the others were not weak. At this moment, they smiled at Linling. Linling nodded, and disappeared from the Rainforest Holy Land at the speed of 7 realms. The North Territory was vast and boundless, and it had endless ancient myths. As for where the Fire Spear Boundary was, Linling really did not know. However, he could find the martial artists who were wandering in the Northern Territory and ask them, and he would know. Of course, there were not many warriors wandering in the North Territory, and Linling only found 3 with great difficulty. The 3 of them were not weak, and had reached the 5th level of the true god realm. In the North Territory, every one of them was an existence that dominated everything. 3 sirs, please wait. Time was tight, and Linling did not have time to be courteous. He stopped the 3 of them. The 3 of them were talking, and suddenly being stopped, They were in a bad mood. What do you mean? One of the old men said coldly. Let me ask you a place. Do you know where the fire spear boundary is? Lin Ling said indifferently. Are you crazy? You stopped us just to ask such a small question? Before the old man could speak, a middle-aged man wearing a jade crown frowned. It was obvious that his background was not small. He was the master of a boundary or even 10 boundaries. Hee. Lin Ling laughed, and the 7 boundaries speed exploded. He instantly appeared in front of the middle-aged man and grabbed him. This attack was very fast, like thunder and lightning. After grabbing the middle-aged man's neck, the other party could not resist at all, because that was the power of 50 boundaries. At this moment, the 3 of them were terrified, knowing that they had met an expert. Senior, the fire spear boundary is in the east. I went there once in the past and left a boundary mark. I will give it to you immediately. The middle-aged man said hurriedly. I hope Senior will spare my life. Now they did not have the arrogance from before. Lin Ling nodded, and the middle-aged man immediately handed Lin Ling a jade slip. Many boundaries of the North Territory were recorded in it. As long as they had explored before, the location was extremely clear. Thank you. After receiving the boundary mark, Lin Ling disappeared instantly. The 3 of them stood there dumbfounded, thinking that Lin Ling was going to harm them. Until Lin Ling disappeared, they were sweating profusely. How strong! I can't see through his strength at all. Yes, and most importantly, he is very young. He hasn't cultivated for more than 2,000 years. When did such a powerhouse appear in the North Territory? They spoke one after another. After a moment of lingering fear, they quickly left. And at this time, Lin Ling was rushing towards the fire spear boundary. After half a day, he finally arrived. He discovered that the fire spear boundary was more than twice as large as the rainforest Holy Land. Moreover, there were many powerhouses here, all of them at the World King realm. No wonder the fire spear boundary was so arrogant. This was because the rainforest Holy Land had no more than 10 world kings. Chapter 28:28. Walking right into a trap. Master of the fire spear world? A true immortal realm expert, no wonder he's so arrogant. Lin Ling's soul power was the strongest in the world, but that bit of strength was nothing to Lin Ling. At this moment, in the fire spear world, rolling flames were burning on the ground. A large number of experts were gathered here, and they were all looking at a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. This person was wearing fire armor, and he was imposing without being angry. That kind of strength made it difficult for the surrounding people to breathe. Hunter World, the treasures you handed in this year didn't reach the standard. Do you want to make the Fire Spear Emperor angry? An old voice sounded in the hall, causing the expert from the Hunter World to tremble. He hurriedly said, within a month, the missing treasures will be delivered to our door. I hope the Fire Spear Emperor won't take his anger out on our Hunter World. Clearly, this martial artist was also being coerced. At this moment, he was also frightened. Okay. The old man looked at the Fire Spear Emperor with his eyes closed, and he nodded. He then looked at a thin youth on the other side and said, Dragon Change World, what about the treasures you have to hand in this year? Give in 3 days. The youth originally didn't want to give, so he personally came to the Fire Spear World to see how powerful the experts here were. However, after seeing clearly, he didn't dare to not give. Moreover, he laughed bitterly in his heart. Because after opening a door, their Dragon Change World also had to hand in treasures every year. At least you know what's good for you. The old man nodded again. His gaze swept across the experts from various worlds. And he said indifferently, according to the news, the Rainforest Holy Land refused to hand in treasures and killed our people. They've already violated a great taboo. Hearing this, everyone's face changed slightly. They had heard of the Rainforest Holy Land, but this world wasn't very strong. Who knew that the other party dared to kill people from the Fire Spear World? They were dead. Our Fire Spear World doesn't like to do things that anger the heavens and people, but rules are rules, and no one can violate them. Therefore, the entire Rainforest Holy Land will be destroyed, and this world will also be destroyed. The old man said again. This was to make an example out of them. Sure enough, the experts from various worlds were all shocked. The entire world will be destroyed? Was this the consequence of refusing? But right at this moment, the entire fire spear world suddenly shook and fell into chaos. Immediately after, a martial artist rushed into the main hall in a sorry state and shouted, "Not good, the Rainforest Holy Land's people have killed their way into the fire spear world, and want to see the fire spear emperor." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Even the fire spear emperor opened his eyes at this moment, and a wisp of white flames flickered within his eyes. "Why are you so agitated? Tell me, how many people did they send?" The old man knew that the fire spear emperor was in a bad mood, so he quickly asked. The old man bitterly smiled and looked at the fire spear emperor. "Only one person." "What?" At this moment, the entire hall was filled with cries of surprise. The fire spear world had countless powerhouses, and World King Realm powerhouses were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Moreover, there were even true Divinity Realm powerhouses. Yet, the other party had only sent a single person? If it wasn't for the anxious look on the person's face, they would have thought that he was joking. Pung pung pung. But at this time, the main hall's doors were smashed open and several figures rushed in, their faces filled with panic. "Your Majesty, this is bad. That person has killed his way in. In the entire Fire Spear Empire, no one can stop him." At this time, even the Fire Spear Emperor's complexion changed. This was because the one who spoke was one of his generals, a third-level true Divinity Realm powerhouse. "What is his strength? You have over 20 true Divinity Realm powerhouses, yet you can't stop a single person." The Fire Spear Emperor finally spoke. "We can't stop him. His speed is too fast and his sword is terrifying. With a single sword, a true Divinity Realm powerhouse can be chopped apart like vegetables." The person immediately replied. As these words fell, everyone's complexions changed once more. When had such a terrifying powerhouse been born in the Northlands? Moreover, this powerhouse came from the Rainforest Holy Land. This made them feel as if they were dreaming. Have all the true Divinity Realm powerhouses return? I don't believe that someone from a mere backwater world can shake our world. The Fire Spear Emperor didn't dare to underestimate this newcomer, and coldly said, "Yes." Everyone received their orders and hurriedly passed down the message. On the other hand, a cold smile appeared on the corners of the Fire Spear Emperor's mouth. Presently, there were emissaries from all the worlds here, so their Fire Spear world absolutely couldn't lose face. Otherwise, who would hand over treasures in the future? Moreover, even though that person's strength wasn't bad, he didn't believe that person could stop all the true Divinity Realm powerhouses of the entire Fire Spear world. So he was waiting for that person to walk right into the trap. "Your Majesty, what happened?" "What? Someone charged into the Fire Spear world?" After a short moment, numerous domineering voices resounded, and then numerous figures instantly appeared in the hall. They were the true Divinity Realm powerhouses that had received the order to come here. If one looked carefully, there were over 100 of them. This caused the emissaries from all the worlds to gasp. As expected of the Fire Spear world's deep reserves, all the experts of the world have gathered here. It saves me the trouble of searching everywhere. However, right at this moment, a voice resounded in the sky, and it was like a thunderclap that resounded in everyone's ears. Rumble. After that, the roof of the entire grand hall was forcefully lifted open, and a figure in a blue and white robe floated down. Moreover, to everyone's surprise, this person was very young. However, the Fire Spear Emperor laughed instead, and his smile was very cold. "Kid, you know that there's a tiger in the mountain, yet you still go there. I have to say that you've already fallen into our trap." Although he was surprised by this person's age, they had gathered all the experts of the Fire Spear world, so they weren't afraid at all. "You're still too inexperienced." The old man beside the Fire Spear Emperor laughed sinisterly at this moment. As for the true Divinity Realm experts gathered in the hall, they revealed playful smiles as well. This young man seemed to not know that he was already a ferocious tiger trapped in a large net, and no matter how ferocious he was, he couldn't break free from it. Shockingly, this person was Lin Ling. He looked at the sneering crowd and suddenly understood what they meant. This caused him to reveal a cold smile. "Looks like you still don't understand who's the prey." As soon as he finished speaking, Icy cold killing intent started to spread out. Under everyone's gazes, an ocean of swords appeared and transformed into an enormous ancient sword. And then the young man carried it on his shoulder. This scene was undoubtedly extremely shocking. Even the Fire Spear Emperor was secretly surprised. And he licked his lips as he stared at the sword. This sword, I want it. He could clearly see that the sword was extraordinary. Your Majesty, I'll take it for you. One of the men with a violent temper directly attacked at this moment. You want my sword? Fine, it's yours. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a playful light, and the giant sword in his hand was thrown over. Boom. Chapter 28-29. They kicked an iron plate. What sword is that? The Fire Spear Empire's people were shocked because they had seen swords before, but it was their first time seeing someone being smashed to death by a sword. He's obviously not a weakling, but I have 81 narrow claw needles. Even a late-stage true Immortal Realm expert's Dantian and bones would be locked. Humph. Wait for me to sneak attack him. Humph. In a corner, an old man laughed sinisterly. However, how could his little trick be hidden from Lin Ling? To put it bluntly, Lin Ling was an expert they had to look up to in their lifetime. No matter what they did, it was useless. Sword come. Humph. At this moment, Lin Ling shouted, and a huge sword flew over. He held it in his hand, then slashed toward a corner of the hall. The old man who tried to sneak attack saw the huge sword slashing toward him, and his expression changed drastically. How did you find me? That little trick of yours is nothing but a feather to me. Lin Ling said disdainfully. Stop him. Seeing this, the other true Immortal Realm experts roared, but what greeted them was a sword. A sword that could wipe out an army of 1,000. Against these true Immortal Realm experts, Lin Ling didn't even need to use martial arts. It was enough to rely on the tyrannical song sword and the god devil body. Who can you stop me if I want to kill? Everyone heard the disdainful voice. And then the huge sword slashed, and the dozen true Immortal Realm experts were all killed. Is this guy a late-stage true Immortal Realm expert? At this moment, the Fire Spear Emperor's mouth trembled. He thought that the young man was prey, but now, he felt that he was the prey. Kill him with all your might. The Fire Spear Emperor roared, and all the experts moved out, pouncing toward Lin Ling. As for the envoys from various realms, they all hid far away, looking at this scene in horror. They thought that the Fire Spear Emperor was a mountain that they couldn't surpass in their lifetime. But who knew that the young man's strength was even greater than the mountain? When did such a fierce man come to the rainforest's sacred land? Ignorant, foolish. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to say anything more. His greatsword slashed out viciously. All of his martial arts, talents, and powerful weapons had been cut apart by a single slash. This was a real sword breaking all techniques. Those true Immortal Realm experts were all killed. The entire process didn't even last for 3 incense sticks. There were less than 5 experts from the Fire Spear Empire. What terrifying strength. Even in the martial god realm, he is definitely not a nameless existence. Emperor. The Fire Spear Emperor's voice was filled with bitterness. He finally knew the terrifying truth. This young man was not someone he could provoke. This immortal was Immortal Realm expert. The Fire Spear Emperor hurriedly knelt and said. The other 4 did the same. They were completely terrified. This is the insufferably arrogant Fire Spear Emperor. HHHHHMPH. This scene had undoubtedly blinded the eyes of the envoys from the various realms. Let me ask you a few questions. First, who is that behind you? HHHHMPH. Lin Ling sheathed his sword and looked at the Fire Spear Emperor. The Fire Spear Emperor didn't dare to hide anything, and he even wanted to say that he was a descendant to save his life. It's a senior called Immortal Plum Sword. Immortal Plum Sword? Lin Ling murmured to himself, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Immortal Plum Sword, one of the top 10 sword immortals in Qing province, how could he not recognize her? He had killed 2 of her disciples in the past, and this bitch didn't dare to attack him. Instead, she attacked his family. She was courting death. And the ancient commanderies, Grand Court Commandery and only me Commandery. When the Fire Spear Emperor saw that Lin Ling was thinking, he thought that Lin Ling was afraid. In fact, in his opinion, no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he was no match for Immortal Plum Sword and Grand Court Commandery. Therefore, he was getting more and more courageous. Lin Ling's eyes flickered again. He didn't expect the two commanderies to attack him again. Last time, the two commanderies tried to assassinate him, and Lin Ling hadn't gotten his revenge yet. Second question, my daughter-in-law, Huang Ying'er, who took her away? Lin Ling asked again. Huang Ying'er. The Fire Spear Emperor immediately frowned, but the old man beside him had obviously seen Huang Ying'er before. He quickly said, "This Huang Ying'er is from the Great Return World in the West World. Her background is not small, much bigger than our Fire Spear world. However, someone came to propose marriage. It was a young master from the Grand Court Commandery, so the Great Return World's master also forced Huang Ying'er to marry that young master. This is beneficial to the Great Return World." Hearing this, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. A young master from Grand Court Commandery was trying to steal his daughter-in-law? I know that there's a young man in the Rainforest Holy Land who has a good relationship with Huang Ying'er. Unfortunately, that young man is a toad. How can he compare to the young master from Grand Court Commandery? And if I remember correctly, their wedding is in 3 days. It's a pity that we don't have the qualifications to attend such a big wedding. Otherwise we wouldn't miss such a good show. The old man continued. The young man you're talking about is my son. However, Lin Ling looked at the elder with a cold smile. The elder's pupils constricted, and he seemed to feel that he had said something wrong. Lin Ling didn't want to explain anything and continued. No wonder you deliberately targeted the Rainforest Holy Land. I knew it. There are so many realms in the north boundary, and even if you wanted to plunder treasures, you wouldn't choose the Rainforest Holy Land. Senior. What kind of treasures could there be in a rural place like the Rainforest Holy Land? If it weren't for those experts' orders and making the Rainforest Holy Land a nightmare, we wouldn't have attacked the Rainforest Holy Land. However, those experts aren't people we can provoke, so we can only do as they say. At this moment, the Fire Spear Emperor stood up. He thought that Lin Ling was afraid. Did I ask you to stand up? However, Lin Ling said coldly. The latter was stunned and asked subconsciously, Senior, aren't you afraid of those experts? What a joke. I can tell you that not only am I not afraid, I want to kill them. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was very cold, and his words made the hearts of the Fire Spear Emperor and the others tremble. This young man dared to kill the powerful forces of Qing province. Was he crazy? Maybe you don't believe it, but unfortunately, you won't have the chance to see that scene. Then Lin Ling raised his sword. Senior, you promised not to kill me. The Fire Spear Emperor immediately knelt down again, and even almost slapped himself. It turned out that this young man wasn't afraid at all. He thought too much. Did I say that? Lin Ling sneered. These people weren't good people. Of course, if they wanted to bully the nearby realms, Lin Ling didn't care. However, of all things, they shouldn't have attacked the Rainforest Holy Land. Who are you? The Fire Spear Empire will mobilize the power of the entire empire, and won't let you go. Seeing that they couldn't escape death, the Fire Spear Emperor and the others roared. I am the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's Marshal, a member of the Imperial Court, the first-generation king. Lin Ling said indifferently, and the Fire Spear Emperor's eyes widened. He hadn't heard of the other names that Lin Ling said, but he naturally knew what the title of Great Azure Divine Dynasty's Marshal meant. This was a powerful title that could summon countless soldiers of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Chapter 2830. One move to destroy the world. Rumble. Unfortunately, any regret was useless because they had already gone to hell to regret. Lin Ling had taken their lives with one sword. Senior, my lord, we're not from the Fire Spear Empire. We're from another realm, and we're forced to come here. Senior, please spare my life. I'll kneel before you. The envoys from the other realms immediately knelt down in panic. Today, they were invited by the Fire Spear Emperor, and the Fire Spear Emperor also wanted to prove his strength in front of them as an example to others. However, before this example could even begin, the Fire Spear Emperor and all his subordinates had been killed. This matter was simply too shocking. Leave this place. Lin Ling would definitely not kill these innocent people. He took a step forward and walked toward the sky. And these people wished they could grow another pair of legs and leave the Fire Spear realm as soon as possible. The Rainforest Sacred Land's backer is actually so strong. Their minds were buzzing. Most of them had heard of the Rainforest Sacred Land, but they had always thought it was a rural place. But now it was still a rural place? The person behind this was so terrifying that not many people in the north would dare to provoke him. Kill. Kill. At this moment, all the experts in the Fire Spear realm were on the move. They did not know that the Fire Spear Emperor was dead, but they saw that there were intruders, so the entire realm was on the move. However, there were many of them, and they were so densely packed that it made one's scalp tingle. Seeing this scene, the other realm envoys' mouths trembled, as if they were afraid that they would not be able to escape. What a bunch of pitiful people. However, Lin Ling shook his head and stretched out his left hand. His whole body emitted raging flames, and circles of flame wheels began to spread out. Finally, his left hand held a huge fireball. Snakes and rats alike, what's the use of not dying? Kill. He gently threw the flame wheel in his hand to the ground, and it was like a meteor crashing into the earth. In fact, when the fireball was thrown, the martial artists who were rushing over were already panicking, because the rolling fireball gave them great pressure. As if they were seeing the end of the world. They all started to run. However, could they be faster than the flame wheel? When the giant fireball began to suppress the earth, the entire Fire Spear world was filled with flames that soared into the sky. The earth trembled as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Then, resplendent fireworks bloomed on the ground and in the sky. It was beautiful and incomparably dazzling. This caused the emissaries of the various realms to suck in a breath of cold air. However, in the next moment, the earth split open, the sky collapsed, and the Fire Spear realm was completely destroyed. One move to destroy a world. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out. And after the time it took for an incense stick to burn, everything in front of him turned into nothingness. There was only the chaos of the universe and the pieces of rubble floating in the void. The Fire Spear world was no longer there. This. The emissaries of the various realms witnessed this scene with their own eyes, and they finally understood what it meant when a powerhouse was enraged. All of this was too dreamy and unreal for them, and they might not be able to forget it for the rest of their lives. They couldn't help but carefully look at Lin Ling, who was not too far away. They discovered that the youth was expressionless, as if he was used to this. This let them know that this youth was an ambitious and ruthless individual. One move wiping out a realm, for him, was as easy as flipping his hand. In the chaos of the universe, there were countless realms. When one realm was destroyed, another would be born in another place. To a powerhouse, realms were indeed just a Grand Court Commandery, my commandery, the immortal plum sword. Moreover, this Grand Court Commandery's young noble is purposely trying to embarrass me. Lin Ling, fine, I'll play with you. At this moment, Lin Ling murmured to himself, and his body moved, disappearing from the spot. Lin Ling knew very well that the Grand Court Commandery's young noble did not like Huang Yinger. However, after hearing that Huang Yinger was his daughter-in-law, he immediately snatched her away and purposely wanted to embarrass Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling would let them know what it meant to be worthy or not. With the speed of 7 realms, Lin Ling traveled through the void. After half a day, he returned to the sacred rainforest. At this moment, night had already fallen in the sacred rainforest. However, on the ground, the lanterns had just been lit, and no one was resting. They were all waiting for the return of their legend. This was because they were also worried about Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was facing a powerhouse from a world. I'm back. However, after arriving at the sacred rainforest, Lin Ling let out a long roar that pierced through the heavens and earth. He was telling everyone that they did not need to worry. He, Lin Ling, had returned safely. Sure enough, after that roar, everyone rushed out of the street and looked at the man floating in the sky through the night. They instantly became excited. Some of the elders and children even had tears in their eyes. Their myths had returned safely. Linger, father, the extreme flame ancestor, and the others also rushed out. In fact, they had been waiting in the main hall for Lin Ling. Grandfather, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I achieved my goal of going to the Fire Spear boundary. After landing on the ground, Lin Ling hurriedly smiled and said, Good, good, good. It's good that you're back. How is the fire spear boundary? Did they compromise? The extreme flame ancestor immediately asked. No, they didn't compromise. From now on, the fire spear boundary will no longer exist. That boundary was destroyed by me, Lin Ling explained with a smile. After hearing this, the extreme flame ancestor and the others were stunned. An entire boundary was destroyed? This was something that only existed in legends. Legends were legends, but they didn't think it was possible at all. Even Yu Yu's group was shocked. Since when did Lin Ling's power increase so much? They didn't know that after the trip to the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, Lin Ling's power had more than doubled compared to before. First generation king. This was not a title for nothing. One person destroyed an entire boundary. Hee, I finally saw what it means to be an expert. Unfortunately, I wasn't there at the time and couldn't see His Excellency's glory. I see that His Excellency isn't injured at all. I'm afraid he could easily destroy a boundary. This brat is becoming more and more frightening. His old friends, Lord Shuiwu, Lord Pu, and even Xian Yuan Guer's father, the Eastern Devil King, were all looking up at Lin Ling. In fact, they all knew that Lin Ling would become a great character in the future. However, they didn't expect for Lin Ling to not be weaker than others in the Azure province. One person destroyed an entire boundary. Sai, in the past, Grandpa could still guess your strength, but now, you've gone further and further. The extreme flame ancestor sighed. He was also curious about what Lin Ling experienced in the Azure province to change so much. No matter how much I've changed, I'm still your grandson, Lin Ling said with a smile. His words made Elder Taiyin smile in relief. That was right. No matter what kind of cultivator Lin Ling had become, he was still his loyal grandson. The others also laughed. An expert who could destroy a boundary with a flip of his hand was someone they needed to look up to and respect. They might not even be able to meet one in their lifetime. But now, such an expert was talking and laughing with them without putting on any airs. This was a blessing for them. Come here. Chapter 28:31. Get ready for the wedding. Yes, father. Lin Yi nodded and walked forward. Lin Ling felt like he was in a dream as he looked at Lin Yi, who was about the same height as his son. The memories of Lin Yi's childhood were still playing in his mind. My daughter-in-law, I found her. Furthermore, Inger will be getting married tomorrow. Lin Ling then told him everything he knew. What? Lin Yi's face suddenly became gloomy. Lin Ling could see that this kid seemed to want to snatch the bride. His temperament was the same as his. He dared to take responsibility for his actions. He was a true man. However, as a father, if there was something his son couldn't do, a father would naturally have to block the wind and rain for him. The Western world. No wonder I thought Inger was well educated. She has a powerful background. Compared to the Great Return world, our rainforest Holy Land is like a backwater place. Elder Taiyin sighed. You're just a small world in the Western world. You have no right to be arrogant. However, Lin Ling said with disdain. His words made everyone's eyes narrow. Everyone get ready. We're going to fetch the bride. However, Lin Ling's next words struck everyone as if they had been struck by lightning. They also knew that Inger had been summoned back by her family to marry the son of a large commandery. This was not something they could resist. There were not many realms in the north that could resist this. But now, Lin Ling said that he was going to fetch the bride? Dad, is what you said true? Lin Yi suddenly became a little excited. As a father, how can I watch someone steal my son's fiancée? So even if it's Emperor Qing, if he dares to steal my daughter-in-law, I'll kill him. Lin Ling said word by word. He had always been protective of his family and friends. Father, you're so nice. Lin Yi was overjoyed and quickly hugged Lin Ling. This was his father. How domineering. Elder Taiyin and the others were also ecstatic and proud. Although he didn't know how Lin Ling would greet the bride, Lin Ling always did what he said. Yu Yu and the others happily surrounded Lin Ling. This was their husband, this was the head of the family. This girl, Inger, would sooner or later become a member of the Lin family. We'll set off tomorrow. I'll take you to the martial god world. Lin Ling said again, then went into seclusion. Everyone was in high spirits. It was as if they were celebrating the new year. The atmosphere was joyous. Every household began to prepare the she character, preparing to host Lin Yi's wedding. The purpose of Lin Ling's seclusion this time was to activate another function of the time and space divine steel. It had to be known that the time and space divine steel had the ability to teleport. For example, in Qing province, Lin Ling could use the time and space divine steel to reach the flame world fragment and return to his evil flame sect. Therefore, he planned to use the space-time divine steel to send Lin Yi and the others to Azure Prefecture. And in the martial god world, those without the world origin seed could not walk the path of the martial god, but the time and space divine steel could avoid the path of the martial god. In the room, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. A black ancient steel floated in front of him. His soul power enveloped it like water. The jade pendant that Grandma Wendao gave me gives me a 60% chance of breaking through to the true god realm. Right now, I can clearly feel the aura emitted by the jade pendant quietly changing my dantian. The Azure Emperor's jade seal fragment is starting to change color. Activating a new function of the time and space divine steel was not difficult for Lin Ling. What surprised him was that the Azure Emperor's jade seal fragment was actually changing. It was originally a simple stone, but at this moment, it had a faint golden light. Because this stone could become the Azure Emperor's jade seal, there was light in front of him, which meant that the stone was changing into the Azure Emperor's jade seal. But Lin Ling thought that he did not seem to have done anything to this fragment. Could it be because I killed a lot of people? Lin Ling thought of what had happened during this period of time. His biggest impression was naturally the destruction of the fire spear world. This made him wonder, could it be that the fragment could only become the jade seal by killing people? If that was the case, Lin Ling did not want this jade seal. He, Lin Ling, only had a 50% chance of becoming the Azure Emperor. Now that he was asked to become a murderous demon, he could not do it. Although he had killed many people in this life, most of them were people he had to kill. He would never implicate the innocent. This was also his principle. The next day, Lin Ling came out of seclusion and activated the black divine steel of time and space. It was like a giant pagoda had appeared on the ground, and there was a door in the pagoda. Lin Ling had Elder Taiyan, and the others enter one after another. I, Lin Ling, am marrying a wife. No matter what, I have to make it grand. So this time, I will definitely bring my daughter-in-law back. Everyone, prepare to welcome the bride at home. When he left, Lin Ling looked at Lord Watermist and the others and said, Sir, go on, go on. We will be at home. Lord Watermist and the others laughed and waved goodbye. After Lin Ling and the others left, they also became busy. The entire rainforest sacred land, the human race, the demon race, and even the celestial race, began to prepare to welcome the bride. This was because this was the wedding day of the legendary child of the rainforest sacred land. It could be said that the entire world was moved. Lin Ling had done so much for the rainforest sacred land, and protected them time and time again. So this was the only way they could repay Lin Ling. The time and space divine steel passed through the void, and appeared under an ancient green mountain. When everyone walked out of the time and space divine steel, they were all shocked and very excited. TSK, I feel that the spiritual chi here is even denser. Elder Tai Yin was the most excited because he did not expect to step into the end of the martial path in this life. And this was the core of the myriad worlds, where the strongest martial artists gathered. It was the place that every martial artist dreamed of. What a mysterious feeling. Lin Yi was the same. He was excited. Then everyone looked at Lin Ling. However, at this moment, Lin Ling was holding a piece of jade and said to the jade, Sir Huangfu, there is something that requires the 6 barracks to do. In one day, all of you must arrive at Tating Commandery. Moreover, everyone must wear festive clothes. Of course, it would be best if you could make me a beautiful sedan chair. TSK, Sir Lin Ling, you have a big operation again. Okay, I will solve it for you immediately. Laughter came from the other side. Obviously, the 6 barracks loved and respected the commander-in-chief who liked to break the rules. Brother Bai Xiaoyang, my son is getting married. I wonder if you can do me the honor of coming? This is a big event. Where is it? I will be there immediately. Vice Principal Gong, My family has a happy occasion. I wonder if you are there? Gosh, you are telling me about your family's happy occasion. You treat me like family. Of course, where is your family? Even if it is in the Crimson Province, I will rush over. Oh right, I will bring the principal with me. It will be grand. Up to you. Chapter 2832. The one I like is Lin Yi. Lin Ling doted on Huang Yinger, but he didn't have a good impression of her family. As they watched Lin Ling speak non-stop into the voice transmission jade tablet, Elder Taiyan and the others were stunned. Who did Lin Ling contact? Only Yu Yu and the others kept smiling. They were very happy with Lin Ling's actions, because their son's wedding couldn't be careless. All right, after tomorrow, prepare to welcome the bride. This is the most important thing in your life. Are you ready? After everything was settled, Lin Ling looked at Lin Yi and smiled. Father. Looking at what his father had done for him, Lin Yi was so touched that his eyes were wet. All right, don't cry in front of so many people. Remember, I'm your father. If you can't solve the problem, I can solve it for you. However, don't rely on me too much. Otherwise, you won't be able to become an indomitable spirit. Lin Ling said. The group continued forward. Their destination was the martial gods' camp. As for the fire embryo city of the Grand Court Commandery, it was also bustling with noise and excitement. Lanterns were hung in every house with the word, "She" pasted on them. Because tomorrow was the wedding day of their city lord's son. Speaking of which, the son of the governor was also a rare genius in Tating Commandery. He was one of the top 10 talents in Tating Commandery. His marriage had undoubtedly alarmed the entire city. In the city lord's mansion, a handsome young man was drinking wine with a smile on his face. Young Master Tai Chunyang, you're really something. Huang Yinger is from the Great Return realm. There are a lot of divine gems in their realm. After becoming in-laws, our Tating Commandery will also gain a lot of benefits. An old man who looked like a housekeeper said with a smile. Humph, they have also gained a lot of benefits. Now that they can become in-laws with our Tating Commandery, they can also dominate the nearby realms. However, a middle-aged man in his 40s snorted. He was the governor of Fire Embryo City, and a direct descendant of Tating Commandery. Indeed, the Great Return realm is filled with some lowly bloodlines, so they can't wait to get closer to us. That's their fortune. The butler quickly flattered. Father, that Huang Yinger has another origin. However, the young man named Tai Chunyang drank his wine and smiled. Then he saw his father's confusion and explained, she is the woman of Lin Ling's son. Lin Ling. In Tating Commandery, the name Lin Ling was known by everyone. This seems to be troublesome. The governor's expression changed slightly. Back then, when Lin Ling massacred the Tating Commandery, he was also present and knew how domineering Lin Ling was. What are you afraid of? No matter how domineering Lin Ling is, do you think he dares to steal a woman? Marriage is consensual, so he can't control it. Moreover, I heard from Brother Sunbone that Lin Ling has offended many people in Fifth Ring City. I don't think he will live for more than a year. The young man laughed disdainfully and said, Lin Ling is just lucky. If you give me 3 years, I will also surpass him. Since Sunbone has spoken, it should be fine. Hearing this, the governor's expression relaxed. Especially when he thought of the agreement between Lin Ling and Tating Commandery that they would not interfere with each other's business. He was even more fearless. Unfortunately, he did not know that Tating Commandery had sent people to assassinate Lin Ling. That agreement was not something Lin Ling cared about. Father, don't be too nervous. His Majesty doesn't know about this. I want to wait until the rice is cooked before reporting to His Majesty. At that time, His Majesty will be very happy and will definitely reward us. Tai Chunyang said again, because stealing the woman of Lin Ling's son is a different way of humiliating Lin Ling. Good, ha ha ha, it makes me excited just thinking about it. Chunyang, you have done a good job. The governor could not help but laugh. Then the hall was filled with laughter. They could imagine that in the future, when they walked past Lin Ling with Huang Yinger, Lin Ling's face would be very ugly, and he would not be able to do anything about it. However, in their excitement, they did not know that even if they did not marry Huang Yinger, Lin Ling would still kill his way to Tating Commandery. Therefore, their actions had sped up the pace of their deaths. Time passed quietly. The next day, on the other side of Huiyuan City, the atmosphere was also jubilant. The sound of firecrackers could be heard from time to time. According to the rules, the bride and the bride were not allowed to meet before the wedding. On the day of the wedding, the bride had to welcome the bride at her parents' home. However, Huang Yinger's hometown was too far away, so Tating Commandery arranged for them to wait in Huiyuan City for Tai Chunyang to welcome the bride. In one of the rooms, there was a woman who looked to be about 20 years old. At this moment, her face was covered in tears, and the rouge on her face had been melted by her tears. "Miss, what's wrong with marrying into Tating Commandery? I have seen that young master. He is handsome and strong. This is the blessing of our great return world," the maid beside her said, shaking her head. "If you want to marry, you marry him. I like Linny," the woman said, sniffling. The maid said disdainfully, "Linny is nothing. He can't compare with young master Tai Chunyang. He is just a boy from the countryside. I'm afraid he has never been to the martial god realm. Even if his father is the master of a realm, he is just a rich man in the countryside. Look at Tating Commandery. It is different. The martial god realm is the dream place of warriors. They can also use a powerful bounded domain to bring us here. This is their ability. Mississippi Xiaoyan, I have been away for a few years. You have changed." Mississippi hearing this, the woman frowned and looked at her maid. "It is not me who has changed. It is you who has changed. You have been blinded by false promises. You should know that the rainforest Holy Land is worse than the Great Return World, let alone the Tating Commandery. It is one of the 4 great commanderies." The maid still shook her head, thinking that her miss was too silly. Xiaoyan stopped talking. Mississippi apparently, the woman did not want to talk anymore. She looked at the jade pendant in her hand, and immediately thought of the young man she met during her training. They had gone through ups and downs together, and had unforgettable memories. She liked Lin Yi and missed him very much. Unfortunately, things did not go as she wished. In this world where the strong were respected, strength was everything. Without strength, one could not even be the master of one's own future. Obviously, she was a chess piece sacrificed by her family in order to become stronger. Bang! At this moment, the door of the room was kicked open. Then a woman in a fiery red robe strode in, and kicked the maid away. The maid hit the wall and fainted. The woman looked to be in her 20s. She was very beautiful. The outline between her eyebrows was similar to Huang Yinger's. However, she was not as obedient as Huang Yinger. "Sister! Sister!" Looking at the woman, Huang Yinger could not help but exclaim. Chapter 28:33. A huge wedding procession. The woman took Huang Yinger's hand and walked outside. "Yinger, I'll take you away. For your happiness, you don't have to believe the master anymore." "Sister! Sister, Sister!" Huang Yinger couldn't believe it, but she followed the woman. Obviously, she didn't want to marry Tai Chunyang. However, the woman had come at the wrong time. Today was the day of the wedding. Outside the inn, a large number of people from the Huang family had already gathered. When Huang Yinger and the others walked down, a large number of people had already stopped them. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man. He said coldly, "Huang Xianer, you're making trouble." "Father! Father! Father!" Seeing this, the red-robed woman's eyes trembled, but she still raised her head and said, "Yinger already has someone she likes and I've seen him. He's sincere and good. Why do you want to break them up? Is the family situation more important than your daughter's happiness?" Zai. Father. Hearing this, the middle-aged man wasn't so cold anymore. "Some things are beyond our control. Yinger's marriage was decided by the master. As her father, I can't change anything. Father. You're not a man. Father." The red-robed woman scolded angrily. "Tai Chunyang doesn't like Yinger at all. This is a deal. You know it's a deal, but you don't dare to stand out and say anything. You're a coward." "Father." "You're right. Father." The middle-aged man was still not angry. He said, "Unfortunately, it doesn't change anything. We, the Huang family, have to think for the future of the Huang family. Men catch Huang Xian, and punish her by sending her to the family purgatory for 3 years. Father. Father, don't. I agreed to marry Tai Chunyang. Don't punish my sister. Father. Seeing this scene, the well-behaved Huang Yinger immediately cried and said, Yinger. Father. The red-robed woman also cried with heartache. The siblings hugged each other because they were both sacrifices of the family. Seeing this, the middle-aged man was also heartbroken. He sighed and said, I'm sorry. I can only say that Lin Yi doesn't have a good father and a good background. However, compared to the middle-aged man's helplessness, the other members of the Huang family were disdainful. They were already waiting for the wedding procession from Tating Commandery. However, at this moment, the sound of firecrackers came from afar. Then the wedding procession came from afar. Dong dong dong. Clang clang clang. The deafening sound of gongs and drums shook the entire city. Moreover, the number of people in this wedding procession was simply beyond imagination. Looking from afar, the crowd was densely packed. There were probably more than 100,000 people. Amidst the endless sea of people, a group of people wearing red robes carried a bridal sedan and arrived. Seeing that, the members of the Huang family were all overjoyed. What a grand scene. The elder from the Huang family even said to Huang Yinger and her sister, Do you see that? To be able to summon so many experts in Qing province, he must be your future husband. Take a look at how strong those people are. Not to mention so many of them. Even one of them would be an overlord in the Great Return realm. They were obviously very excited, and their faces were greatly raised. So many people. Even Huang Yinger's father was the same. But Tai Chunyang and the others don't seem to be able to summon so many people. Moreover, those people are even stronger than the city governor's guards. However, the surrounding martial artists of Grand Court Commandery let out exclamations of surprise. Their words made the members of the Huang family tongue-tied. They must be Tai Chunyang's men. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person summon so many people? However, the elder from the Huang family was still convinced. At the same time, the city governor also walked out. He bowed slightly to the sky and said, May I ask if you are Tai Li Shou's men? Tai Li Shou was Tai Chunyang's father. It was obvious that he was not too sure if this grand wedding procession was Tai Chunyang's men. Tai Li Shou? Where did this old dog come from? I don't know him. In front of the wedding procession, an elder wearing a festive red robe said disdainfully. At this moment, the people on the ground were in an uproar. Could it be that this wedding procession was not Tai Chunyang's men? But where did they come from? And who were they here to welcome? Perhaps they were just passing by. Who are you to block the road? Do you want to die? The elder said again. This made the city governor a little unhappy, because the elder's tone did not give them any face. Sir, you don't seem to know that this is the territory of Grand Court Commandery. The city governor suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Thank you for reminding me. I know now. However, just as the city governor finished speaking, the elder flicked his finger. Then, a beam of boundary essence shot out and penetrated the city governor's forehead. Plop. When the city governor fell to the ground, the whole city was silent. The city governor was an expert of the third level of True God realm. However, the elder killed him with a single finger. Most importantly, he attacked in the territory of Grand Court Commandery. How arrogant. This elder is so strong. Could he be the person behind this wedding procession? I don't think so. The people beside him are not weaker than him. What a powerful background. Why are they here? The people discussed animatedly and their hearts continued to tremble. Huangfu, old man, today is a big day. Who told you to bleed? You've offended the Lord. You're dead. At this time, a person beside the elder reprimanded. He was also an old man in his 50s. However, his spine was straight and he looked energetic. Hee, although it's a big day, the Lord has said that anyone who blocks the road will be killed. The elder who attacked previously said with a faint smile. His words were domineering, causing the whole city to tremble like cicadas in winter. Clang, 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 clang. Just like that, the magnificent wedding procession arrived on the ground. No one in the city dared to speak. Even their breathing slowed down. They looked at the procession that was beyond their imagination and wanted to know why they were here. Under the Lord's orders, we're here to welcome the bride. The elder looked at the crowd majestically and finally spat out a sentence. Now that the city governor was dead, the person in charge was no doubt from the Huang family. Huang Yinger's father quickly walked out and said, "I wonder who the Lord is marrying? Is there some kind of misunderstanding?" He still thought that the others were just passing by. After all, apart from the royal family of Qingzhou, no ordinary person was qualified to have such a grand wedding procession. The bride is Huang Yinger. However, the elder's words were shocking and he said again, "Yinger? Why is it her? Isn't she Tai Chunyang's fiancée? They're snatching the bride." Without any suspense, the whole city was in an uproar. No one was unmoved. Huang Yinger's father's expression changed drastically. Before he could say anything, the elder beside him said, "Lord, are you mistaken? What? Are we not worthy?" The elder glanced at the Huang family and said. At this time, the people of the Huang family laughed bitterly. Were they still not worthy? Hundreds of thousands of people came to welcome the bride, and all of them were indomitable powerhouses. If that was the case, it would be the Huang family's blessing. Chapter 28:34. Worthy or not? The old man from the Huang family didn't know what to say. It seems that the dowry is too little. The old man smiled and waved his hand. At the back of the group, more than a dozen people in festive robes carried large and small parcels. They placed them on the ground and opened them. Swoosh! The divine crystals, which were filled with dense spiritual energy, immediately dispersed. Among them, there were also pill bottles of various colors. Disaster-releasing pill? That's for breaking through to the World King realm. Is that the legendary human ring pill? It's used by experts and can quickly recover spiritual energy. These pills are priceless, and there are countless divine crystals. The crowd exclaimed. Not to mention the people from the Huang family, even the eyes of the martial artists in the city turned red, because these were all precious treasures. If it weren't for the mysterious background of the other party and the large number of people, they would have already snatched them. Heavens, that's first cloud grass ghost flame and heavenly bone water. That's nothing. There are treasures and immortal treasures over there. Another person cried out in surprise, almost drooling out of his mouth. One had to know that these treasures were nothing to the powerhouses of Five Ring City, but to people like them, they were huge treasures. Especially the people from the Huang family. They were all trembling. Because the Huang family came from 10,000 worlds, what they lacked the most were pills and weapons that could increase their strength. If the Huang family obtained these weapons, their great returning world's strength would increase by 100 times. As for Huang Yinger and her sister, they were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths, especially Huang Yinger. She didn't expect that she, who came from 10,000 worlds, would be able to make the major forces of Green State use so many treasures to marry her. Worthy or not? The old man asked again. Worthy or not? It seemed that he had to know the answer to this question. Moreover, this wedding procession was very domineering. Hundreds of thousands of people came to escort the bride, and it seemed that they were worthy or not. Moreover, the endless dowry was thrown on the heads of the great returning world. And it was also to ask if they were worthy or not. This throw made the people from the Huang family dizzy, and they all wanted to shout, "Yes, yes, yes, yes." Even the people on the side of the road thought, "Is this still not worthy?" If the other party didn't mention that he wanted Huang Yinger, they would have brought their daughters out to see if the mysterious groom took a fancy to her. Yes. Finally, the old man from the Huang family shouted. He was deeply afraid that if he was too slow, these precious treasures would be taken away by others. However, Huang Yinger's father immediately stopped him. Wait. Then he looked at the huge wedding procession and cupped his hands. It's my daughter's honor to be loved by so many seniors. However, it's not about whether the groom is worthy of my daughter. It's about whether my daughter is worthy of the groom. In the end, he was relatively calm and cherished his daughter, because he didn't know the other party's background at all. What if there really was a misunderstanding? At that time, if the other party killed them for the sake of face, they would have nothing to say. It was fine if he died, but he was most afraid that Inger would be implicated. Hearing this, the old man smiled. He could tell that Huang Yinger's father was not blinded by wealth. Just as he was about to say something, the sound of gongs and drums came from afar. Firecrackers kept crackling. A wedding procession came from another direction. At this moment, the entire city fell silent, because that was the real wedding procession, Tai Chunyang's wedding procession. Moreover, the two wedding processions were about to meet, which no doubt made people look forward to it. The people from Tating Commandery are here. The old man from the Huang family said in fear. Fortunately, Huang Yinger's father had stopped him before, otherwise, he would have ruined the whole thing. Although the Daihuan world was tempted by those treasures, they could not afford to offend Tating Commandery. If they married Huang Yinger to this mysterious procession, how could he explain it to Tating Commandery? What's going on? In the sky, a handsome young man arrived on a single-horned Pegasus. The beautiful Pegasus had a big red flower hanging on its neck, which meant that he was the groom today. He was supposed to be happy today, but when he saw the other wedding procession in the city, he couldn't be happy at all. He, Tai Chunyang, was getting married, and someone was one step ahead of him? Wasn't this a slap to his face? Tai Lisho, who was next to him, was also confused. He also called for the wedding procession to land on the ground. However, they came with pride, but compared to the other wedding processions, whether it was the number of people or the extravagance, they were much shabbier. This made them instantly feel humiliated. What's going on? Tai Lisho was worthy of being the governor of a city. He suppressed his anger and asked calmly, "Sir, they are also here for the wedding procession." The old man from the Huang family immediately smiled bitterly, which made Tai Lisho frown. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people, he would have slapped the old man. Wasn't this nonsense? The other party was dressed in red clothes and robes. If they weren't here for the wedding procession, were they here for the funeral? Just as he was about to speak, the old man from the Huang family's next sentence made his pupils dilate. They are here to marry Huang Yinger. Tai Chunyang, who was next to him, was tongue-tied. Was this kidnapping? Blue veins appeared on his forehead. Everyone knew that today was his wedding procession and the bride was Huang Yinger, but the other party was one step ahead of him and stole his bride. Did they want to humiliate him until his ancestors' generation? Tai Lisho was undoubtedly furious. Although this group of people seemed to have a strong background, this was Tating Commandery. His Majesty was behind everything, so he had nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, stealing his son's wife was not only a slap to his son's face, but also a slap to his smooth face. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. Men, arrest all these people. Tai Lisho waved his hand, but at this moment Tai Chunyang, who was riding on a horse, suddenly smiled. "Father, wait." He looked at the endless procession and suddenly smiled even more excitedly. In Tating Commandery, who can summon so many people? Who can make such a grand procession? Moreover, they know that my fiancé is Huang Yinger, but they insist on marrying her. Father, doesn't this mean something? The whole city was silent after hearing this. They also felt strange because this was too much of a coincidence. "Chunyang, what do you mean?" Tai Lisho was puzzled, but then he suddenly thought of something and suddenly laughed. "Is this His Majesty's idea?" "Father, it must be." The father and son looked at each other and laughed even more happily. Obviously, they guessed that His Majesty knew about Tai Chunyang's marriage, so he specially came to congratulate him and made such a grand procession. Only His Majesty had the power to summon so many experts. His Majesty, you are so considerate. Chapter 28:35. Cut off one of your arms. No wonder this group of people is so powerful. So that's why. Hearing this, the members of the Huang family also came to a realization, and they all laughed. Moreover, they looked at the mysterious wedding procession as if they were complaining. Their eyes seemed to say, "You have been hiding it from me. So it's our family." Young Master Tai is still the most respected. The old man from the Huang family immediately flattered, making Tai Chunyang smile proudly. The old man from the Huang family looked at Huang Yinger and said, "Do you see? This is your future husband. Look at how many experts he can summon. These experts are not to be underestimated in the Great Returning Realm. Even in the West Realm, they are a force to be reckoned with. It is your fortune to be able to marry young Master Tai." Hearing this, Huang Yinger tightly clenched her teeth and did not say a word. She almost had an idea. She would rather go with this group of mysterious people than marry Tai Chunyang. Unfortunately, this group of mysterious people were also Tai Chunyang's people. She was very disappointed. Haha, today is a day of celebration for the whole country. Tai Chunyang was still riding on a big horse. At this moment he was in high spirits. He looked at the mysterious wedding procession and said proudly, "Although you want to make a surprise, you have scared my fiancé, the leader of the group. Go and apologize." Obviously, he wanted to show off his power and let the Huang family know that these experts had to listen to him obediently. Yes, go and apologize. You have scared the Huang family members. Tai Lisho also said so. He looked very majestic. The people's eyes immediately looked at the mysterious wedding procession. Many people laughed, wanting to see the scene of the people behind the scene apologizing to the Huang family. However, in front of the wedding procession, the old man was expressionless and ignored them. Instead, he seemed to be waiting for something. Cut off one of his arms. Finally, a cold voice came from a carriage in the procession. It suddenly made the space seem to be frozen. Cut off one of his arms. It was a very calm voice, but it made the eyes of the people in the city freeze. Didn't this huge wedding procession come for Tai Chunyang? Shouldn't they listen to Tai Chunyang? Now he wanted to cut off his arm? Even Tai Chunyang's mouth was wide open. Earlier, in order to prove his authority, he had deliberately ordered these experts. However, as soon as he gave the order, they wanted to cut off his arm. Wasn't this embarrassing? Are you all confused? Tai Lisho suddenly roared. Who is your mastermind? Who gave you the guts? However, as soon as he finished speaking, a miserable shriek came from beside him. Blood gushed out from the single-horned Pegasus. Tai Chunyang rubbed his right arm in pain. His right arm was broken. His face was hideous and his body was trembling. Obviously, someone had made a move against him, and they were utterly unable to see through the process of that person's attack. He really did it. Seeing this, the faces of the Huang family members turned as white as paper. They had been telling Huang Yinger how awe-inspiring Tai Chunyang was, but now, not only had Tai Chunyang failed to summon that group of powerhouses, his right arm had been cut off. This was too ironic. So this group of people has nothing to do with Tai Chunyang. Yes, it's ironic that Tai Chunyang actually wanted to summon them. He's too arrogant. I thought that this group of people was so strong. How could they be summoned by Tai Chunyang? The surrounding people were discussing spiritedly. Many of them were warriors from Qingzhou who had come from afar. They wanted to watch the festivities, but they saw the groom's arm being cut off. Such a groom was indeed embarrassing. You've rebelled. Men kill them. Tai Lisho was obviously furious. He felt sorry for his son, but he was also angry at the loss of face. Who are you? Receiving the order, the warriors of Fire Embryo City rushed toward the bridal procession. Killing intent surged. The two bridal processions are going to fight. It seems that they're from different camps, but they're here for the same bride. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. I wonder who will marry the bride in the end. More and more people appeared in the distant sky and began to discuss spiritedly. They were looking forward to a big battle. However, was it a big battle? Were the ones you can't mess with. Cold. A cold voice came from the carriage of the bridal procession. Then, a large number of experts rushed out of the bridal procession. They were wearing festive robes and looked like they were here to escort the bride. However, when they attacked, they didn't look like they were here to celebrate the wedding. Instead, they looked more like an elite army. To them, the guards of Fire Embryo City were like children. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Blood rained down from the sky. Tai Lisho's army was wiped out in just 3 hours. The group of mysterious people felt that it wasn't enough. They rushed to Tai Lisho's side and killed everyone around him. They even wanted to kill the single-horned Pegasus. In the end, Tai Chunyang didn't kill them out of respect. Only the father, son, and the Pegasus were left alive. Then they silently returned to the bridal procession and continued to play gongs and drums and set off firecrackers. The whole process seemed to be telling the crowd that the people who died were not killed by them. However, this scene made the whole city fall into a dead silence. It was too fast. 2 bridal processions, One was like a chicken and the other was like an eagle. Especially now, Tai Lis Ho only had 2 people left while the bridal procession was still huge. This difference was unreal. Was Tai Chunyang still a bridegroom? He looked like a beggar. You want to steal the bride from me? You're not qualified. At the same time, a disdainful voice came from the carriage. It was domineering and majestic. His voice drifted throughout the city, causing the nearby regions to feel extremely oppressive. Those martial artists who had come to watch were all in high spirits. They had directly crushed the bridal procession on the other side. And even the horses were almost not spared. This was a true bride snatching. Bride, please get on the sedan chair. The old man in front of the procession said calmly. Ironically, they could have killed Tai Chunyang, but they didn't. Instead, they let the bridegroom take Huang Yinger away. Such an action was undoubtedly more painful than killing Tai Chunyang. Huang Jun, how dare you? Tai Lis Ho didn't dare to face the bridal procession anymore. He could only roar at the Huang family. Because as long as Huang Yinger didn't get on the sedan chair, they wouldn't lose all their face. The old man from the Huang family also had a headache. One was from Tating County, and the other was from an unknown but terrifying bridal procession. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. Moreover, the owner of the carriage seemed to be in no hurry after hearing Tai Lis Ho's words. He wanted to see what other tricks Tai Lis Ho had up his sleeves. I've never liked to bully people. Moreover, marriage has always been consensual. So I'll give you time. Even the voice from the carriage didn't know if it was directed at Tai Chunyang or the old man from the Huang family. Chapter 2836. You can't beat me. They even understood the meaning behind the carriage owner's words. Want to play? I'll play with you slowly, until you're convinced, until you kneel. Huang Jun, your great return world has agreed with our Tating commandery. Today, Huang Yinger must marry me. You don't have to worry about this group of people, because this is Tating commandery. They don't deserve to be arrogant here. Tai Chunyang roared angrily after suppressing his wound. He was clearly throwing caution to the wind. He didn't believe that he couldn't beat this group of mysterious people. That's right, we must marry Huang Yinger today with the strength of the entire nation. They are not worthy of fighting over the bride with us. Tai Lis Ho said coldly. This was because it was not only about their reputation, but also about the reputation of Tating commandery. Unworthy. A sneer suddenly came from the carriage. Senior Huangfu, how many cities does Grand Court County have? My lord, there are 81 cities in Grand Court County, and many of them are cities within cities. However, the most famous one is still the 81 cities. The old man in front of the wedding procession immediately replied. All right, let's see if they are worthy. Destroy the cities for me. First, Fire Embryo City. The sound of the carriage turned cold. Destroy the city. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They could see that the owner of the carriage was about to start playing. He was telling the Huang family whether they were worthy or not. He was also telling the people of Tating commandery. Do you think you can afford to fight with me? Rumble. At the same time, something seemed to have received orders. Far off in the distance, Fire Embryo City exploded, and the ancient city was completely destroyed. The entire process only took a single sentence. Everyone was shocked. Tai Lis Ho also opened his mouth wide. His lair was destroyed just like that? Not good. A large number of people are charging towards Fire Absolute City. They are no longer charging towards Fire Absolute City. Instead, that city has been destroyed. Someone cried out in alarm. Because they were standing in the sky, they could clearly see that far away in the distance, smoke was billowing, and that was where Fire Absolute City was. Moreover, the billowing smoke seemed to have opened a door. Then, it continued to pour out from all directions of Tating commandery. The whole country was in a panic. This wedding procession is so scary. Does he want to destroy his country for a bride? His playstyle is too domineering. Following which, numerous pairs of eyes stared at the carriage in horror. They were all curious about the owner of the carriage. Just one word of disagreement, and the country would be destroyed. This was simply too domineering. Tai Lis Ho, what happened? His Majesty said that you are asking him for help. Is that true? However, the cities of Tating commandery fell one by one. How could Tating Commandery not be moved? After knowing the origin of the matter, a large number of experts from Tating Commandery rushed out. Haha, you're dead. You've gone too far. You're no match for Tating Commandery. Sensing the surging aura in the distance, Tai Lis Ho and his son laughed wildly. That was because they had been scared out of their wits before. They had never seen such a domineering character. The more he played, the more he went overboard. He directly massacred the entire city. However, even if they were afraid, they had to grit their teeth and persevere. Now that they saw the arrival of the imperial family, they felt that they had won. Come on, let's see if you still dare to play. Haha, I don't know who you are. Now that you've been targeted by His Majesty, you'll regret it and suffer. After laughing wildly, the father and son were elated. Tai Chunyang looked at the old man from the Huang family proudly and said, Huang Jun, will your Huang Yinger marry me or marry them? The old man from the Huang family also noticed that all the experts from Tating Commandery had come out. There was no doubt that Tai Chunyang was more powerful. Therefore he flattered him and said, Young Master Tai is still the best. However, just as he finished speaking, a large number of experts rushed out from nowhere and rushed towards the experts from Tating Commandery like a tide. Boom, 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 boom. Deafening noises rang out. The true God Realm experts of Tating Commandery were all annihilated within the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn. They were turned into ashes before they even reached the city. Seeing this, the old man from the Huang family swallowed his flattery back into his stomach. Tai Chunyang's proud face froze. The entire city was deathly silent. Only the people from the bridal escort team secretly sneered. The last time the 6 battalions came to Tating Commandery, they could have already destroyed the commandery. In the end, they stopped because of the appearance of the top experts. This time, Tating Commandery still dared to come and seek death? Dong, 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 dong. The bridal escort team seemed to feel that the surroundings were too quiet, so they started to beat the gongs and drums again. Of course, the sound of the drums and the firecrackers were undoubtedly mocking Tai Chunyang and his son. Play. What other tricks do you have? Tai Chunyang and his son's faces were as pale as ashes. They were dispirited and lost. At this moment, they only felt that they were very small, as if they were fighting against a giant elephant. Who are you? However, at this moment, the light of flames shot up into the sky. Then, a large group of people appeared above the crowd, causing the sky to be filled with burning clouds. Among them was a young man with golden bone wings on his back, looking majestic. Brother Sunbone. Seeing this, Tai Chunyang felt as if he had seen a life-saving straw. The pride of Tating Commandery had arrived. You want to destroy my entire country just to steal the bride? If you want to play, I'll play with you. At the same time, a middle-aged man beside Sunbone said coldly. It was obvious that he was in a bad mood at the moment. Your Majesty. Tai Lis Ho was stunned for a moment, then he was ecstatic. He had never expected that his son's bridal escort would bring the emperor here. As for the Huang family, they were so scared that they knelt down and looked up at the man in the sky. Was that the legendary emperor of Tating Commandery? Moreover, even the godlike emperor was joining the game. He wanted to play too. This is interesting. How about I join in as well? That wasn't the end of it. A mysterious person in a yellow robe appeared beside the middle-aged man. He had a jade crown on his head, and he looked wise and mighty. There were layers of yellow sand on the surface of his body. Emperor? Was this another Emperor Realm Master? Is he the Emperor of only Commandery? It's him. I saw him 100 years ago. But why is he here? Only Commandery and Tating Commandery reached an agreement 3 years ago. They are allies. Therefore, only Commandery will come when Tating Commandery is in trouble. In the distance, some warriors who wandered around Qingzhou whispered to each other. This time, the game was getting out of hand. You can't beat me. However, after a moment of silence, a disdainful voice drifted out like the wind. The voice was like thunder, arrogant and unruly, as if he was the only one in the world. This person was not afraid of the 2 commanderies playing with him. Instead, he wanted to play bigger and bigger. Chapter 2837. No one could stop them. Catch them. The voice came from the carriage again. as if it was giving an order. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The space exploded, and several mysterious masked men appeared in the sky, grabbing out with their hands. The surging realm energy shattered the sky, and the ground shook. The strength of these people had reached a terrifying level. Even the emperors of Tating Commandery and Wolfie Commandery changed their expressions at this moment. They did not expect that there would be such powerful people hidden in the wedding procession. These powerful people were stronger than them. Most importantly, these powerful people actually listened to the carriage owner. Was this still a wedding procession? This marriage gave people the feeling that even the Azure Emperor wouldn't be able to stop it from happening. Bang! 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 There were many people who attacked. The white tiger roared, and the black tortoise shrouded the area. In just half an hour, the two majesties were subdued. Bang! Bang! Then, they fell to the ground like stray dogs. They were stepped on by a foot, making it difficult for them to stand up again. Sunbone was not weak, but his expression changed drastically. He no longer looked as arrogant as before. Most importantly, he guessed the identity of these people. They were one of the 4 authorities of Four Ring City. However, after knowing the truth, he was even more terrified. He could not think of anyone who could summon these powerful people. Even His Majesty has been subdued. At the same time, the sound of people sucking in cold air was also heard. No one expected that even His Majesty would not be able to do anything. Instead, he was being stepped on like a dog. Play with me. Almost at the same time, the cold voice came from the carriage again, silencing everyone. Play. Play with you. But can you afford to play with me? Plop. Tai Chunyang fell from the heavenly horned horse. Slap. 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 He slapped himself countless times because he finally realized who he was trying to steal the bride. How could he afford to offend such a person? In fact, he thought that Grand Court Commandery was his territory, and outsiders would not be able to defeat him. Therefore, he always thought that Huang Yinger was going to marry him. Who knew that Grand Court Commandery would use all their trump cards, and powerful people would come one after another. Even His Majesty came. However, it was all useless. The owner of that carriage was incomparably domineering, looking down on the world. One trump card was enough to suppress another. In the end, he had toyed with him until he was afraid and felt inferior, to the point that even if he had a wife, he wouldn't dare to want her or marry her. What kind of background did the person who wanted to marry Huang Yinger have? How dare you? At this moment on the ground, the 2 venerable sovereigns were covered in dust and grime, their lungs bursting with anger. They were not like Sunbone, who had been to 5 Ring City. Therefore, even if the person who attacked them unleashed his aura, they did not know the other party's background. In addition, the other party was wearing a mysterious mask, which made them even more confused. You're rebelling. We're an ally of the great Azure Divine Dynasty. How dare you trample on us? I won't let you off even if I mobilize the entire nation. The Emperor of the Only Me Commandery roared furiously. Stop pretending in front of me. Unfortunately, the person on top of him sneered and stepped on his face. The mysterious masked man clearly disdained His Majesty. Heavens, the army has surrounded the city. The entire army of Tating Commandery has returned. They want to save His Majesty. There are so many of them. All the warriors of Only Me Commandery have also moved out. At this moment, the people in the sky saw the ominous aura billowing in the distance. Dark clouds drifted over. However, those were not dark clouds, but the entire army of the 2 commanderies. There were so many people. At this moment, the people in the city were terrified. They were afraid of being implicated. They knew that there were many experts present, but no matter how strong they were, would they be able to stop the countless armies? They were not sure about this. Do you see that? Get lost. The Emperor of Tating Commandery seemed to have regained his confidence. This was because this was the army that he had secretly summoned. At this moment, all eyes were on the bridal escort team. They wanted to see their anxious expressions. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. Not to mention that the bridal escort team was made up of soldiers. Even if they were not, they would not be afraid. However, they did not want to mess up the bridal escort team, so they did not move at will. Do you think you're the only one? Tang Yue, It's time for you to repay me. Move out. At this moment, a majestic voice came from the carriage again. It was as if the emperor had waved the flag and was descending to the world. Kill. At this moment, a vast army had also appeared in a place further away. They were moving in waves and had actually surrounded the army from the outside. Who are those people? They seem to be the armies of Square Commandery and Heavenly Commandery. Gosh, who is the owner of the carriage? Did he summon the two commanderies? Looking at the scene that changed the world with one sentence, the people's hearts were about to explode. Even the two emperors were the same. Their faces were pale, and they were more curious than anyone else. Who was the owner of the carriage? Was he an ordinary person if he could summon the other two commanderies of the four commanderies? Without a doubt, the moment the army moved out, the army of Tating Commandery did not dare to move. This caused the entire sky to become absolutely silent. No one had expected that the bridal escort team would be so grand. It was as if the entire Qingzhou had been turned upside down. How terrifying. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Some unfamiliar experts appeared quietly. They floated in the sky and looked at the ground indifferently. These people had powerful backgrounds. Sunbone and the others' eyes lit up. Eighth Lord, help me. Are you the Azure Dragon King? Since you're here, help me this time. Tell me what you want after this. Sunbone and the rest of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou said immediately when they saw the experts who were attracted by the grand procession. You're the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. We have to give you face. Lord Eighth and the rest said flatly. Sunbone and the rest's eyes lit up. However, Lord Eighth added, but now I can't help you. Although that guy is not as powerful as you, there are more people who value him. I can only say that you can't compare to him in terms of courage. After saying that, the experts turned and left. Obviously, they knew who the owner of the carriage was. However, they did not dare to act rashly in front of that person. This was because they knew that the experts on the other side of the carriage were 100 times more than them. Some unexpected people were even invited, which shocked them. What? How could this be? Sunbone and the rest were terrified when they saw Lord Eighth and the rest leave. There were people in Qingzhou that they did not dare to offend. Who was the owner of the carriage? Failed again? All the experts of Tating Commandery, the emperors, the army, and even the experts from Qingzhou failed to stop them. Chapter 2838. I'm Linny, the trash you've been talking about. Who dares to play now? At the same time, a voice came out of the carriage. It was calm and composed. Who else could it be but me? However, the world was silent. Everyone saw that no matter what method they used, no matter how strong they were, they could not win against the owner of the carriage. This was definitely a robbery. Your Excellency, who are you? Our Tating Commandery has no grudge against you. If you really want to marry that girl, you can just say so. I, Tating Shiju, will give you face. You don't have to make things so awkward between us. At this moment, the Grand Court Commandery's Majesty finally spoke, because he'd realized that the owner of the carriage wasn't someone he could afford to offend. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate. Moreover, if he had known that this person was so terrifying, he would have treated him with respect. In fact, everyone was curious about who the owner of the carriage was because it was too terrifying. You'll know who I am later. I'm here for 2 reasons. First, I'm here to marry my daughter-in-law. Finally, laughter came out of the carriage. Then a young man in a groom's robe walked out. This young man was wearing a mask, but it was obvious that he was very excited. Behind him was an old man and a middle-aged woman. They also walked out, but they were all wearing masks. This is today's groom. The old man in front of the bridal procession introduced him with a smile. At this moment, countless people looked at the young man. Their faces were filled with fear. Daughter-in-law. This meant that the groom was the son of the owner of the carriage. This groom had a good father. For the sake of this marriage, he would kill anyone who stood in his way. A father like this was probably everyone's dream. Go ahead. No one will dare to stop you. Bring your wife here. The old man behind the groom spoke in a gratified tone. He glanced at the carriage, and his heart surged. Because the grand scene before was obvious to all, and he was even extremely worried. However, He didn't expect that his little grandson would be so amazing, to actually cause a huge wave in the Qing province. This was the pride of the Lin family. Yes, the young man nodded excitedly and walked towards Huang Ying'er. How terrifying. Ying'er, is this your groom? For you, he's thrown the entire world into chaos. Beside Huang Ying'er, her sister said in horror. In fact, she was also shocked by the groom's actions. If someone came to marry her like this, she would have agreed to marry him. But Huang Ying'er stood alone in the same place. Although she was touched, she already had someone she liked. Therefore, she did not walk forward. Ying'er, let's go quickly. We were blind before. Tai Chunyang is just a piece of trash. How can he be compared to him? The old man from the Huang family hurriedly walked over and said. He was even afraid that the groom would be angry, so he spoke while smiling at the groom. Because he also saw that the bridegroom's father was an ambitious and ruthless person who could destroy a country without saying a word. Even the emperor of Tating Commandery had to be submissive to him. He could not afford to offend such a person even if there were 100 of him. Huang Ying'er still did not move forward. She was very stubborn. You're too insensible. That old man immediately said in a resentful tone. Uncle Huang Jun, that's enough. At this time, Huang Ying'er finally could not hold it in anymore. In the rainforest sacred land, I was with Lin Yi. You also said that he was a piece of trash. He did not have a good father or a good background. He was not worthy of me. On the contrary, Tai Chunyang was the best candidate in your heart. Now that Tai Chunyang is not comparable to him, you said that he is a piece of trash. I, Huang Ying'er, do not have anything. I have someone I like. You. The old man was obviously furious. He was afraid that Huang Ying'er's words would anger the owner of the carriage and kill them all. He suddenly gritted his teeth and wanted to slap Huang Ying'er's face. However, someone stopped him. It was Huang Ying'er's father. At this moment, he obviously stood up. Huang Jun, that's enough. She is my daughter. Huang Ying'er's father's eyes were red. He gritted his teeth and said, We only care about the family. What about the Huang family? You only think about yourselves. You only want to find a better in-law. Have you ever thought about my daughter? Father. Hearing this, Huang Ying'er and her sister immediately cried. For the first time, they felt that their father was so great. Father, I'm going all out. Today these big shots caused such a big commotion because of you. They are not people we can provoke. However, Father will always be on your side. Huang Ying'er's father said word by word. He looked at the approaching groom and bowed slightly. I'm sorry, my Ying'er already has a fiancé. We caused such a big commotion, and you're telling us that Ying'er has a fiancé? Do you want us to leave just like that? The groom said hoarsely. I know it's difficult to make up for anything, but I'd rather use my life to make up for it. Although my life is lowly, I hope it can satisfy you. I beg you, let my daughter go. As a father, I shouldn't think about the family. I should think about my daughter's happiness. Huang Ying'er's father said again. Aren't you afraid that the Great Return realm will be destroyed? The groom said again. This time, Huang Ying'er's father found it difficult to answer. Huang Ying'er said, My sweetheart is Lin Yi. You can kill me, but I love him. I want to be his woman when I'm alive, and his ghost when I'm dead. Anyone could see that she was going to repay him with her life. You're all muddle-headed. Seeing how stubborn the father and daughter were, the Huang family's elder was completely enraged. He swung his palm at Huang Ying'er again. However, this time he was stopped again. It was the groom. The groom looked at him indifferently, and then slapped the old man's face. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap stunned the Huang family's elder. Huang Ying'er was also stunned. So was her father. In their opinion, they had rejected the groom. Shouldn't the groom vent his anger on them? However, the groom did not explain anything. Instead, he looked at the old man through the mask and said, Your Excellency, who is Lin Yi? Lin Yi is a boy from the countryside. He's a toad who wants to eat swan meat. He's poor and weak. His father is also a useless person. He wants to marry Huang Ying'er, but he's not worthy of my Ying'er. Your Excellency, don't think too much about it. Although Lin Yi and Ying'er are a couple, nothing happened between them. Huang Jun said hurriedly. He thought that the groom slapped him because of Lin Yi. Then what about me? The groom asked again. Your Excellency, you're really a capable person, Huang Jun said honestly. He then looked at everyone in the Huang family and asked, what do you think? Your Excellency is a dragon among men. There was no doubt that this question was unnecessary because the truth was right in front of them. In fact, everyone in the city thought so. Is that so? Hearing that, the groom laughed sarcastically. He put his palm on the mask and then slowly removed it, revealing a handsome and slightly childish face. I'm sorry, I'm the trash Linny that you're talking about. When the voice and face appeared, Huang Ying'er and the others were stunned. They were as shocked as a celestial being.